The story starts over a century ago, when humanity finally cracked the secret to teleportation and opened a gateway to space. But, to their shock, on the other side lay a completely different world, one swarming with savage beasts and monsters where our advanced weapons and technology were utterly useless. With the portal impossible to close, humans were suddenly thrown to the bottom of the food chain, scrambling to avoid becoming prey. But humanity learned to adapt when one of them consumed the flesh of a beast, altering his body forever. A new hunt began, a quest to capture the souls of these creatures. After hundreds of years of fusing these souls with human bodies, they unlocked incredible new strength. In this world where the strong devoured the weak, constant evolution was humanity's only path to survival. Perhaps humans could even ascend to godhood. This new world became known as the God's Sanctuary. Back in the present, a young man was running for his life. His name was Han Sen, a warrior whose own power was still unawakened. He'd only been here for a month, but he was already a marked man. Of course, there was a good reason they were after him. He had claimed a beast's soul they believed was rightfully theirs. Some might call him a thief deserving of death. But you have to remember, this is a place where the weak are meat for the strong. Survival and evolution are the only rules that matter. If they catch him, he is without a doubt dead. He's betting everything on this one desperate chance. It sounds simple enough, but talk is cheap. No one in their right mind would want to die for something like this. And he certainly wasn't ready to let his life end. A month before, Han Sen had just arrived at the steel armor shelter, one of the many sanctuaries in this world. He remembered thinking that before he ever set foot inside, he was full of hope for the future. He was still a rookie. The moment he turned 18, he was brought here, stretching tiredly. Han Sen said, "It would be nice if the whole world was this peaceful." He mused that he didn't end up here by choice. On the contrary, the God's Sanctuary is a lethal place, and he was just one of the countless souls sent to be cannon fodder. He never even made it to university. His father died suddenly. His mother was too ill to work, and his sister needed money for school. He was their family's only provider. And for a kid straight out of high school, this was his best shot. Thankfully, anything really is possible here. The protagonist strolled through the city, thinking it looked familiar, like he'd seen it somewhere before. Where did he get that armor crafted from a beast soul? It's magnificent! I want one of those too, Han Sen thought, touching his face as his left eye throbbed with a persistent ache. What's wrong with it? Just as he turned the corner, he came face to face with a monster. He gasped in surprise. What is one of those doing in here? Drawing his weapon, he realized. My eye! It's hurting because of this thing. Han Sen yelled, unleashing his ability. You've got a lot of nerve sneaking into the city! You damn beast, let's see you take this! He lunged, striking the monster from behind with his blade. The creature shrieked, "How dare you!" In a flash of light, the monster used an ability and transformed into a young woman, staring in shock. The protagonist thought, a girl, she's not a monster at all. She's human. People on the street began to murmur about the incident. Did you see that he just stabbed a girl from behind? Another asked. How could he do that to her? Is this his first time seeing a transformation we're in? For a show now, Han Sen asked in disbelief. Who is she? That's Qin Xuan, the most powerful woman in the steel armor shelter, she snarled, glaring at him. What do you think you're doing? The crowd could barely contain their laughter. What a scene! He actually stuck his weapon right in her backside. She looks like a succubus now. It totally suits her. An aura of pure rage exploded from Xuan as she screamed, How dare you touch me! The crowd surrounded the protagonist. He's a dead man now, one whispered. What an idiot! How could he do that to her? He humiliated our goddess, and he's going to pay for it. He's about to see what happens when you anger Qin Xuan. Han Sen fell to his knees as someone kicked him hard from behind. Qin Xuan glared down, pointing a finger at him. From this moment on, anyone who dares to associate with him or help him becomes my sworn enemy. The crowd stared at the protagonist with undisguised hostility, their eyes filled with killing intent. Han-sen clutched his head, his own eyes filling with tears. "How did this happen? This can't be real. It's over for me, isn't it?" He screamed from his knees. "This has to be a nightmare. I must be possessed. I just need to wake up." Sometime later, near a mountain stream by the steel armor shelter, Han-sen was hacking away at a monster with his blade. As he started to carve up the creature's carcass, a system window appeared. Primitive creature, black stinger beetle hunted. Beast soul not acquired. It consumed the flesh of the black stinger beetle to gain 0 to 10 random geno points. The protagonist muttered while eating, "This is my 30th one already, but my geno points have stopped increasing." The system window displayed his status. He was unranked. His current age was 18. With a maximum lifespan of 200 years, his height was 175 centimeters, and his body weight was 65 kilograms. At the moment, he had only 79 total geno points, Han-sen said, swallowing a piece of beetle meat. "At this rate, I'll never clear the first evolution, and I'll never get a rank." He buried his face in his hands, sighing sadly. "The meat from these low-level creatures has practically 0 effect on my physical evolution. I've been in the god's sanctuary for a month, and I still haven't even passed the first stage." He was already considering hunting stronger beasts, poking the monster's remains with a stick, he thought. "But I couldn't even defeat that weak, copper-shelled beetle. It almost killed me, and it took me half a month just to recover enough to get back to the shelter. It would be great if I could find a party to hunt with." He sighed heavily. "But I have no one to blame but myself for what happened with that girl." Just then, Han-sen felt a sharp pain in his eye and winced. A flash of light off to the side caught his eye. What is that? A golden shimmer. And it was moving towards him, making a faint, rustling sound. A system message popped up. "Black beetle, level unknown. All other information was currently inaccessible." Sin braced himself, readying his weapon as he watched the creature crawl steadily in his direction. He lunged forward, driving his weapon deep into the monster's body. A new system window appeared. Successful hunt. Divine blood. Black beetle slain. Beast soul of divine blood acquired. Consume the flesh to obtain 0 to 10. Random divine blood gene points. Sin stared at the notification, utterly bewildered. He looked down at the dead creature. Is this a divine blood soul? How is that even possible? Beasts came in 4 tiers: normal, primitive, mutant, and divine blood. The divine blood class was notoriously rare, even back in the steel armor shelter. You could count the number of people who had one on a single hand. What kind of soul is this? He decided to check his status. The system confirmed it. Divine blood gene, 0.7. Beast soul of divine blood. Black beetle with armor ability has been acquired. Origin unknown. A mysterious crystal is located within the beast's corpse. A slow grin spread across Sin's face. So, it's an armor type. He never imagined his wish would be granted this quickly. I have to test this out. He watched in awe as a golden beam of light shot out from the dead monster. The light morphed into the spectral image of the beetle's soul and began wrapping itself around his body, covering it in a golden substance. This feels incredible, Sin thought. Encased in the new gear. It was lightweight, yet felt immensely durable. A divine beast's armor was on a completely different level than the primitive gear everyone else wore back at the shelter. He'd seen those armors, but never dreamed he'd get something so much better. He tested it with a punch against a nearby boulder, which crumbled into dust. A wide smile broke out on his face. "Amazing," he said aloud. "Such elegant power." He had the armor of a divine beast. This changes everything, Sin thought with a smirk. Later, back in his room at the steel armor shelter, Sin was cooking something on a small stove. He rubbed his growling stomach and sighed, staring at the pot with a grimace. "This is going to taste awful, but I can't let it go to waste." He checked his stats again. "I got 7 divine genes just from a piece of the beetle's flesh. Once I finish this soup, I'll probably get even more." His thoughts then turned to the other item he'd found. He pulled it from his pocket, but what exactly is this thing that was inside the monster? Sin examined the crystal he'd retrieved from inside the creature. It looked alien, definitely not a natural part of the beetle's anatomy. Suddenly, a creature in a nearby cage stirred. Its tongue shot out and snatched the crystal right out of his hand. He whipped around, shouting, "You little bastard!" The caged beast swallowed the strange crystal in one gulp. Sin lunged forward, grabbing the bars of the cage. "Spit it out! Spit it out! Now!" He watched in horror as the creature went completely still. Why isn't it moving? Did it die? Just then, the beast began to glow with a brilliant green light, rapidly expanding in size and destroying. Sin stared in shock as the newly transformed creature opened its jaws and charged. In a flash, he drew his weapon and cut the beast down with a single, precise strike. He collapsed to the floor, annoyed. "The nerve of that thing attacking me!" A system notification appeared. Successful hunt for a primitive green lizard. Beast soul extraction unsuccessful. Consume the flesh and blood of this creature to obtain 0 to 10 primitive genes. A primitive creature. Sin thought, his mind racing, but this thing should have been much weaker than that. Maybe the crystal made the beast evolve. He retrieved the crystal from the dead lizard's body. So the black beetle changed because of this thing too, Sin said, holding the crystal. Other creatures can evolve to divine blood. He kissed the crystal, a look of pure ecstasy on his face. Then that means I can transform, too. Sometime later, at the old Han family residence, Sin's second aunt was shouting, "Stop trying to bully me! I'll give you my brother's share of the inheritance, but you are not getting this house." Han, Sin's first uncle, retorted furiously. "This was our parents' inheritance. We're all their children. So why does your sister get to keep everything? We've lived here for 20 years. It's time to split it all up." Sin's second uncle chimed in. "He's right. We should divide the inheritance." The second aunt sneered. "This house is worth 3 million. Give us 1 million each, and it's all yours." Her husband nodded. "My wife is right about that." Luo Sulan, Sin's mother, asked desperately, "Where are we supposed to get $2 million? The children will have nowhere to live if we sell this house." Han Yen, Sin's younger sister, listened to the argument with a worried expression, hiding behind her mother. The aunt scoffed indignantly. "You think you're the only one with problems. My kids go to a normal school, and my son Hanha is studying at a public school. My hair is about to turn gray from the tuition costs." "I'm done talking. Either sell the house and pay us, or we'll see you in court." With that, Sin's relatives turned to leave. Just then, Benson burst in, shouting, "You have the nerve to come here and take away the old house." Sin gritted his teeth, his voice filled with rage. "Wasn't it my father who helped pay off the millions you owed?" he shouted, clenching his hands in anger. "My father died for nothing because he got into a fight with the Star Group for you people." Sulan began to cry. "I'm so useless. I can't even protect our home." Yen hugged her mother tightly, her own eyes welling up with tears. Sin looked at them sadly. "Mom, you don't need to worry," he said. "I've already asked lawyer Uncle Gene for help. You just have to take care of my younger sister. No one will take our home from us," Sulan asked. "Is that true?" "Then I'll trust you, son." Sin's gaze turned cold as he looked away. "How dare they humiliate my mother and sister? They're gonna pay for this." A short time later, Sin arrived at the Star World station in Reagan, the main transport hub for the steel armor shelter. President Xiao Yong has completed his third evolution, a news report blared from the station's speakers. He has advanced to the fourth god sanctuary, officially becoming a demigod. Meanwhile, the prodigy Lang has entered the second sanctuary with 100 mutation points, and Councilman Ernest Hemingway located the demigod hero Ocean Star just yesterday. Experts are predicting the first person to reach the fifth god sanctuary. This decade will be someone who has completed their fourth evolution. Sitting on the train, The protagonist leaned on his arm, thinking. Evolutionists? Demigods. Their power is on a whole other level, but with this crystal, I'll be one of them soon. Reaching 100 divine gene points instantly was impossible, but gaining original and mutated points was well within reach. Gazing out the window, he steeled his resolve. I'm heading to the Valley of Winds, and I'll use every advantage I have to earn as much money as possible. First goal, 2 million for a house. Later, in the Valley of Winds, located within the steel armor shelter, the protagonist sat in the tall grass, seething with frustration. I'm such an idiot. If I'd just cooked that soup faster, I could have made $1 million or 2 by now. But his hopes surged again. With the crystal, earning enough for a new house is more than possible. A slight rustle in the forest caught his eye. A wind mantis. This creature was a master of stealth, but he'd spotted it first. A system window appeared before him. Wind mantis. Level primitive. Its main feature was its incredible speed. The monster's primary weapons were its scythe-like claws, and its biggest weakness was its torso. Its stats were simple high speed and devastating weapon damage. The creature's beast soul was a jagged blade type. He charged the monster, his only thought being, I just need its blood. He was caught off guard when the wind mantis launched itself into the air, its claw slamming into his head. So fast, he muttered. This thing's speed was no joke. He touched the spot where the creature had struck, feeling nothing. Even after a direct hit like that, I'm completely unharmed. This armor is incredible! He launched himself at the monster, cleaving the creature in two with a single slash. As he delivered the final blows, he declared, With this armor, I'll climb right to the very top! The alien! System chimed. Successful hunt. Primitive wind mantis killed. Beast soul not found. He would have to eat the monster's meat, which would grant him between 0 and 10 random primitive gene points. As more monsters swarmed him, their attacks clattering uselessly against his armor, he thought, Now, I won't just survive, I'll kill every last one of my enemies. I'm not afraid of anything, not even mutated monsters. A cascade of system windows appeared with each swift kill. He reveled in the slaughter, unleashing his power until he saw a massive swarm cresting the hill. Is that a whole army? A wide grin spread across his face as he charged. Looks like you all want to meet your maker. Sometime later, at the valley's entrance, the wealthy young master, Su Xiaojie, was cursing his luck. How did I get stuck in this steel shelter with no connections? He then smirked, thinking of a certain beautiful woman. Still, it's nice working for her. If I find a mutant beast in the Valley of Winds, she's sure to reward me. He scratched his head, confused. Where are all the wind mantises? Did someone wipe out the entire valley? He knelt down, touching the high bloodstains on the grass. A large group must have come through here for there to be this much blood. He looked around. The blood. It's still fresh. The battle must have just ended. His gaze then fell upon a figure standing atop a mountain of monster corpses, and he stared in utter shock. He cursed aloud, his eyes wide with disbelief. So many mantis corpses. The man stood proudly on the peak of his gruesome trophy, staring into the distance. Su Xiaojie scanned the area, his surprise turning to awe. Is he alone? How is that even possible? Am I dreaming? He thought, then nervously shouted, Brother, did you kill all of these yourself? The man turned around with a faint smile. You looking to buy? They're 1,000 per corpse. Inside, he was relieved. There's no way I can eat all of these myself. Su Xiaojie's face lit up. Really, you'll sell them for 1,000? He asked, pointing excitedly as he walked over and pulled out a stack of cash from his wallet. He handed the money over with a broad smile. I'll pay you more if you can get anything else. The protagonist took the cash and said, Give me your name and room number. I'll let you know if I find anything for you. Su Xiaojie replied with a serious expression. Su Xiaojie, Room 10436. What's your name? Which room are you in? The protagonist simply turned to leave and said, waving his hand, right now, money is the only thing on my mind. You'll see me again when I have something to sell. Su Xiaojie was thrilled. He bowed respectfully to the man's back and asked, what should I call you? He then shouted after the retreating figure, I'll call you Golden Man. I'll be waiting for you. Later, inside a den of copper-toothed beasts, a fierce battle was underway between the protagonist and the monstrous creatures. One beast lunged at him, but he unleashed a series of sharp, precise strikes, wiping out several monsters in an instant. The system window flashed repeatedly. Map. Successful hunt. Primitive, copper-toothed beast killed. But he failed to absorb any souls from the dead monsters. He would have to eat the flesh of the creatures to get 0 to 10 random primitive gene points for each one. He stepped on a still twitching monster, thinking, I killed all. The mantises too impulsively before. This time, I'll use the crystal on a living beast. He finished the monster off only after it had absorbed the crystal's power. A new system window appeared. Beast soul of primitive copper-toothed beast acquired. He grinned. Yeah. Another soul absorbed. Let's see what it can do. He held out his hand, and a shimmering essence flew from the monster's body, solidifying in his grasp as a spear. The protagonist realized, this soul is a weapon type. He tested it against a large tree trunk, which exploded with a huge amount of damage. Amazing! He shouted with joy. Sometime later, along the main street leading to the Steel Armor Sanctuary, a group of riders mounted on powerful beasts was heading toward the gate. Onlookers gasped in shock. Are those the Son of God's followers? There are so many of them. Is something major about to happen? They all came to a halt right in front of the protagonist, who was hauling his loot on his back. Xianzi, Xian swore, and the Son of God stared him down. Then, the Son of God lashed him with a whip and roared angrily, This is utter nonsense! You have the nerve to sell primitive creatures! He suppressed the pain in his shoulder, thinking furiously, This lunatic on the beast is completely insane! The crowd behind the protagonist began to whisper, Hey, that's the one who humiliated Xian, Tianzi's fiancé. This guy is in for it now. Who would possibly buy anything from him? Now? Tianzi bellowed, pointing directly at the protagonist. If anyone here dares to trade with him, they will regret it bitterly. Luo Tianyang, following his commander, the Son of God, thought to himself, He's lucky we're in a hurry, but I'll make sure to beat him senseless the next time I see him. Sin's thoughts were blunt. I need to get stronger with crystals. Fast. He swore he would remember this day. 3 days later, in his private room. At the shelter. Sin examined his steel armor. A mutated copper-toothed beast's fur is as tough as metal, he mused, looking over the creature. This one has a similar color, but none of the strength. It looks like the evolution from primitive to mutated is a slower journey. I won't waste my time, he decided. I'll hunt some primitives, earn a bit of money, eat something, and replenish my gene count. Just then, the protagonist overheard a conversation through the wall. People were saying, Did you see how many have died already? What in the world is going on? The 3 great clans have gathered on Sunset Slope over a divine blood beast. They discovered one. We should go too. Maybe we can get a piece of the action. Sin's mind raced. The 3 clans found a divine blood creature. And it's on the slope right now. I need to get there immediately. A short time later, the protagonist was moving swiftly in his armor at the summit of Sunset Slope. As he paused to rest, Sin thought, I finally made it. I'm not too late, am I? He then noticed the fierce battle raging with a monster nearby. Keep moving, Xian yelled. Don't be careless, Tianzi shouted back. The warriors threw themselves at the monster, determined to destroy it. An otherworldly message appeared. He was a blood fighter, one with divine blood, and everything else about him was a complete mystery as he sent people flying in all directions with a single, devastating sidekick watching him, I thought nervously. This divine blood creature is on a whole other level. Tianzi screamed as he dodged the monster's attack. Xian stared at the creature in utter shock, having just witnessed it kill his mount with a single strike of its weapon. "I will kill this creature!" Tianzi shouted in a rage. "Is divine blood really that powerful?" Sin wondered. The others tried to attack the monster from behind, but it was completely useless. It slaughtered them with one swing of its weapon. "This vile thing is so much stronger than that black beetle," the protagonist thought. People screamed as the monster blasted them away with its power. "The beast is about to break through our encirclement. We have to stop it." Tianzi activated his beast soul, summoning his weapon. "Still trying to break through, are we?" he said, gripping the weapon tightly. "This is the soul of a divine blood rank 6-winged poisonous wasp." Xian thought nervously. In the entire shelter, there are no more than 10 souls like that, and this is one of them. Tianzi drew the bowstring, causing an arrow of pure energy to materialize, and declared crudely, "It's mine." The blood fighter turned just as the poisonous arrow struck it, causing immense damage but not killing it. Tianzi taunted the monster. "You dare attack the Son of God. Your time in this world is short." The people began to cheer his amazing victory, achieved with a single blow. Xian didn't have a chance to say a word before an unexpected attack from above finished the monster off completely. Tianzi stared in disbelief at the remains of the slain creature. A system window popped up. "Successful hunt. Divine blood beast killed. Soul absorption. Successful. Eating the flesh will grant 0 to 10 random divine genes." "How did that happen?" people asked in amazement. The protagonist snatched the weapon from the beast's soul, thinking, "I did it." Gripping the weapon tighter, he started running into the forest. It's a golden man!" Shaya yelled in surprise, as Xian watched the running protagonist in total shock. "What golden man?" Tianzi asked. Stunned, Sin held the huge axe in his hands and chuckled. "I've hit the jackpot! I got another divine beast soul." "Son of God!" Tianzi shouted furiously, cursing loudly. "We must catch him!" He jumped onto his mount and said with pure rage, "How dare he steal my monster!" Tianzi commanded his black-browed horse to pursue, yelling, "Everyone, follow me!" His subordinates shouted back, "The god of heaven is after him and will definitely kill the criminal." The protagonist glanced nervously at his pursuers. "This axe is way too heavy." He ran, while the mounted warriors followed and quickly gained on him. "Just stop for a second, friend," they called out. Sin turned and thought, even with 8 divine genes, I can't carry this weapon. They're going to catch me any second. "Let's see how much longer you can run!" Tianzi shouted. The protagonist cursed as he realized he was at a dead end. "I'm in a mess that's going to get me killed, and no one will even ask questions." Sin thought with a worried expression. "It's all over for me. I can't run anymore." "I'm sorry, Mom and Sis," he thought, "but I took a risk and lost." Suddenly, he recalled his father's words from his childhood. "Are you going to stop? Just give up like that? Are you sure this is your only way out?" "Why are you giving up? It's just a game. Kill that NPC and you'll go up 2 levels. "But I'm already surrounded by monsters," Sin had said. "It's too dangerous to go there," his father had replied. "There's always danger, but you can't just stand there shaking in fear of it," he said, preparing to fire his bow. Genetic evolution is an adventure for all living things. A curtain of smoke descended on the battlefield, which helped the protagonist's father kill several monsters. After killing a man on the mountain and gaining a new level, his father smiled and asked, "If you're afraid to take risks, then how can you survive? You need to do everything possible to develop, he said, getting ready for the next battle. In this game, you're at the bottom of the food chain, just like in life. If you want to survive, you have to become stronger. Is there a secret to it? The protagonist asked. Unsure what to say, his father said. He knew his son was brilliant, just too innocent for such harsh realities. But life offered no other path. With a sad smile, he explained he could help him inside the game. But not in the world outside. Out there, he said, pressing his son's hand to his own heart. You'll face these choices alone. You can only depend on yourself. This is the last time I can help you. The boy screamed for his father as the notification for a new level flashed before him. As his eyes, now glowing brightly, opened, his father's final words echoed in his mind. What secret had he been talking about? Sin realized he still had a fighting chance. It wasn't time to give up. There was one option left that might let him escape. You die! Tianzi shrieked, lunging at him with a weapon fueled by rage. Sin knew it was a massive gamble, but it was the only move he had left. To hell with the risks. He was all in. Cenas, activate Bloodfighter Beast Soul, initiate Soul Fusion. As the command was given, a transformation began. His armor miraculously merged with a second beast's soul, completely altering his appearance and power. It worked! Sin yelled in triumph. The fusion actually worked. He laughed, a new power surging through him. There's more where that came from. With these transformed souls, you can't even touch me. His pursuers could only shout in disbelief. What is going on? He fused 2 beast souls. That's incredibly risky, and he did it while on the run. The man is insane! Tianzi bellowed in frustration. After him, move! That thief cannot be allowed to escape. He's not human anymore. Just kill the monster. Zen looked on with a worried expression as the man beside him noted that the winding terrain was complicated. It would be a real challenge to track him. Zen couldn't believe it. He hadn't just stolen the golden axe, but had also absorbed the creature's soul. He'd snatched it right from under the nose of a god's son. Onlookers started murmuring about the event, saying he had wasted a priceless, single-use divine beast arrow and gained nothing. What terrible luck, one said, but another countered. That thief pulled the prize right from the tiger's jaws and even got the axe. Imagine what he'll get for that haul. The first man scoffed. Are we really talking about money? You think someone can just buy a divine beast? As they traveled back, the discussion continued. Seriously, who is that guy? Is he from our shelter? I heard they're calling him the Golden Man, which is just ridiculous. Sometime later, deep in the forest, the exhausted protagonist finally collapsed onto the ground. Sin's hands trembled as he noted, For now, I can only hold this form for 7 to 8 minutes. It's a good thing it wasn't the real gods chasing me. They would never have let me get away alive! Wiping sweat from his brow, he closed his eyes. Unlike a beast soul, I can't just hide this axe. His main threat was the god's son, but this had been a joint operation between 3 powerful families, and he had wounded their pride deeply. The axe had to be left behind. The protagonist mused that selling a beast soul was impossible, but the axe would easily go for 2 million. The question was, who would be brave enough to purchase it a while later? At the main entrance of the steel armor shelter, Tianyang demanded irritably, Who is this golden man? He's nothing but a coward hiding out in the forest. One of his followers sneered. If he shows his face, he won't last a minute. Approaching the gate, Sin thought to himself that he'd have to forget the axe for a while, but the beast soul was his to keep. One of the god's son's lackeys blocked the protagonist's path with an outstretched arm. Halt! You need to submit to a search. Tianyang glanced over. Does he look like he has any money? Don't waste your time on him. The follower shoved the protagonist aside. Get lost and stay out of our way, he snarled. Sin just let out a quiet chuckle, casting an arrogant look at the group from the corner of his eye. As the protagonist walked down the main street, he could hear people buzzing about the recent chaos. Did you hear? They asked. About the golden man? He's running circles around the gods. They say the god's son was so furious he was practically spitting blood. That's an elite group he's messing with. The godson even destroyed a house in his rage. Sin smirked, thoroughly satisfied. So Zia, the guy who called me Golden Man, is their new punching bag. This is hilarious! The news that the godson had trashed a house was the icing on the cake. Later, in a private room, Shen admitted. They would have tortured me if she hadn't intervened. She then asked directly, "Who is the Golden Man?" Zia gestured frantically. "I don't know him. I just ran into him one time in the Valley of the Winds. I only bought a few beasts from him for my brothers to test out. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Honestly, I'm not sure it was such a smart move now." Shen rose from her chair. "I'm not here to punish you. I just need you to relay a message. I am prepared to pay an extremely high price for the divine beast's soul and its weapon. This conversation must remain between us, and there will be a substantial reward for you as well." Xia Xiao awkwardly agreed. "Okay, I'll try to get in touch with him about it." Sometime later, deep within the mountains, the protagonist was hunting. A system message appeared: "Successful hunt of a primitive-level green-scaled beast. Beast soul absorption failed. Consume the flesh to obtain 1 unit of the primeval gene." Sin chewed on the monster's meat, thinking that they were already willing to pay for his head. He pulled up his status panel, which showed his general genetics at 91 units, his primeval gene count was 10, and his godblood gene count was 8. He scowled, realizing that, simply put, he still didn't have a single mutation gene. From the nearby Blackwater pool, an unknown creature watched him. "Who's there?" Sin thought. Spotting the disturbance, the creature vanished back into the depths. Just as it disappeared, a suspicious rustling started in the forest behind him. The protagonist spun around. "Is someone else here?" A wounded man staggered out of the woods. Sin noted how torn the man's clothes were and shouted, "Hey, don't get any closer to that pool. It's filled with crocodiles." The man ignored him, asking, "Where am I? Which way is the Sanctuary of Glory?" The protagonist replied, "I've never heard of a place like that. The only shelter nearby is steel armor." The man's expression soured. "I'm near the steel armor shelter. I've wandered into a different sanctuary's territory." He then demanded, "Take me to the Sanctuary of Glory." Sin's eyes narrowed. "Is this guy ordering me around?" He pointed in a direction. "You need to head south. If you move fast, you'll get there before dark. I have my own hunting to do." Suddenly, the man slammed his palm into the protagonist's back, sending his head crashing into a rock. "How dare you!" Sin yelled, clutching the gushing wound on his head. "You attacked me!" The man clenched his fist. "You would be wise to listen and take me there." The protagonist thought, "Is this guy for real?" He activated his abilities, shouting, "What is with your attitude?" charged the man, yelling, "Don't get ahead of yourself or I'll beat you senseless." The man just sneered and replied, "Is this a 3-phase basic shot? How pathetic! Even with the beast's soul destroyed, you're no threat to me." My arrow was shattered in a single blow. "Did he just cut that with his bare hands?" I asked, a mix of shock and fury. "This must be a nuclear gene technique." And a grin spread across the man's face as he activated his power. "You're not wrong. It uses ancient martial arts." To unleash the potential hidden in your genes, creating an explosive force just like nuclear fusion, this is something you only learn at the intermediate level. He aimed his hand at me and said dismissively, "This is your last chance. You can either die, or you can take me where I want to go." I roared back in fury. "Didn't your family teach you any manners? My beast soul armor materialized around me. You want me to show you the way? I'll show you the way to hell." I couldn't land a single blow on him before he struck my leg. I looked down, my heart pounding. He actually scratched my armor. His level is far beyond what I expected. A malicious smile crept onto his face. "So you managed to withstand my ice muscle and jade bone technique. This armor, it's the soul of a divine beast. You need to give it up. You're not worthy of such a thing." As I lunged at him, I thought, "In your dreams, I have to get away." I threw a desperate kick at him. "How is this possible?" I thought as he blocked my kick. He grabbed my leg and slammed his foot into my back. As I screamed in pain, he said, "A weakling with a divine beast soul is still just a weakling. He smashed his hand down hard on my spine, and I let out a furious roar. "Shut up!" I slammed my head into his face, thinking only one thing level up as he reeled back in pain. I screamed, "You are going to die today." I unleashed my ability, forcing the beast's soul to fully manifest. The man stared in utter disbelief. "How can this be?" I charged. I cursed him as I began pummeling his face with my fists. He begged me to stop, but I just shouted and continued my assault. "Who's the trash now?" I yelled. "Who's weak? Who deserves to die?" Then, I delivered the final blow. I collapsed to the ground, panting. "I killed a man," I whispered, clutching the deep wound on my arm. "Even with my armor, I'm this badly injured. I would have died if not for my divine beast soul." I crawled over to the body. What level of nuclear technology was that? I wondered, searching his pockets. Maybe he has something useful. I was surprised when my fingers closed around a small object. I pulled it out. "Is this a memory chip?" Sometime later, back in my room in the steel armor shelter, I looked at the chip in my hands. "This thing doesn't look cheap," I mused. "What could be on it?" I slotted the chip into my terminal and was shocked to see it was a detailed description of the ice muscle and jade bone technique. I felt my face grow warm as a woman on the screen demonstrated the movements. "Wait, isn't this the Dong Yen nuclear gene technique? It even has a video tutorial." A wide grin spread across my face. My luck is insane. I had found a high-level nuclear technique I was planning to save a fortune to buy, but now I don't have to. I trained the new technique for 3 days straight. Several days had passed, and I could already feel a chilling cold radiating from my skin, as if I wasn't entirely human. The ambient temperature dropped by 2 degrees just from the technique. The thermometer showed 35 degrees Celsius. I clenched my fist and said with a grim expression, "Storing this chip is going to be a problem." Suddenly, my phone rang. "Who's calling at this hour?" The screen showed it was Jiang Danfang. I picked it up. "What's up?" "Psycho," Danfang replied. "You need to come meet us. Hanho and she are already here." The fact that Hanho was there gave me pause. "Where are we going?" I asked. "Just head downstairs," Danfang said. "We'll pick you up." I hung up, thinking to myself that everyone was hunting for the Golden Man, but none of them knew it was me. A little while later, we were all in the car, driving through the city streets, Hanho was saying. The Golden Man just stretched out his hand and turned into a horse in golden armor. Everyone could only stare as he got away. She said with a smile, "That's incredible, I wish I could meet him." I stayed silent. If he knew the Golden Man was his cousin, he wouldn't be talking so freely. I came to this shelter because of my situation at home. Arriving at the steel armor shelter only made things worse for my family. It's a tough spot. I couldn't care less that my aunt looks down on me. But her son is a complete nightmare. I turned to Danfang. "Hey, Psycho, where are we going?" "We're almost there," he said. Moments later, we were at the Starlight Martial Arts Stadium, where the crowd was chanting Dong Jane Ryu's name. I commented, "Wow, there are so many spectators. He's really popular." Danfang smiled and gave me a thumbs up. "That's only natural. He is the son of a god." His father is ranked 5th in the first shelter. His name is even on the Divine Monument, something that Jian, who is number 1 in the steel armor shelter, hasn't even achieved. A battle was raging in the stadium, and Danfang happily pointed out, "That's Jing Ryu's beast soul. If I had one like that, I would never give it to anyone." Someone remarked that it was weak compared to the Golden Man's. Danfang retorted that he didn't know how strong the Golden Man was, but he had just stolen the soul, and that was despicable. How can you even compare the Golden Man to Ganryu? I thought. This psycho is right, but it would be foolish to refuse a gift from fate. Not to mention, the son of a god is my enemy. For now, nobody can know that I'm the Golden Man. 2 weeks later, back in my room, I sat beside the cage, thinking, this copper-toothed beast is now a mutant. I could consume it for the mutation gene, but I really need the money. A smile formed on my lips. It's time for me to meet that guy. Sometime later, late at night in the Valley of the Winds, Shia asked with a grin, holding out a suitcase. 2 million in cash for the mutant jerky, Is that right? I handed him the bundle of meat and said, "Take it, I'm not a scammer." Shia happily accepted the jerky. "I'm grateful to you, it was a pleasure doing business." He then added, "By the way, I almost forgot. Shen asked me to give you something. So, she wants to buy the divine blood beast's soul and the golden axe I took," he remarked, turning away with a dismissive wave. "Tell her to make me a good offer if she's serious about a deal." Sometime later, deep within a bottomless forest pit, Shin made his way down into the cave. A pretty good haul, he thought happily, the bag heavy on his back. In this armor, the poisonous crystal scorpions were nothing to him. He'd practically wiped them all out. Just then, a voice cut through the silence. "Are you the Golden Man?" He froze, stunned, and stared at her. "So it really was you," she said. How in the world did she end up here? He wondered. He turned on his heel, ready to get out of there, but Shen yelled, "Hey, Golden Man, stop! You have to get me out of this place!" He spun back around, surprised. "You want me to carry you?" Shen rubbed her injured leg, her face a mask of annoyance. "Do I have any other options? My leg is busted." A small smile played on his lips. "No need to panic," he thought. "She won't recognize me in this armor. Besides, she's injured, so she's no threat." He stood over her confidently and asked, "How is someone who is stung by a scorpion still able to talk?" She materialized her beast soul. "The creature was clever. It attacked the moment my dragon's power was almost completely drained." "Don't even think about taking advantage of the situation," she suddenly shouted, pulling out a weapon and aiming it at him. "This dagger is forged from the divine soul of a poison heart butterfly. Let's see if that armor of yours can block it." He held up a hand to calm her down. "I wasn't thinking anything of the sort. You're the one who called me for help." A serious thought suddenly struck him. "Wait, can she read minds?" Blushing slightly, Shen said, "I'll pay you if you get me out of here safely. I'll even pay you more than Xiao An would," he thought to himself. "I definitely need the money. But I won't accept it yet. You mentioned a mutant scorpion. Is that beast already dead?" Shen asked, confirming his claim. "So you killed it. But why? What did you need from it?" Her eyes drifted to the bag he was carrying. "How did you kill so many of them without getting a single scratch?" A smile touched his lips. "I'll take the mutant soul and the scorpion corpse as payment," he declared. A short time later, near the bottomless pit, he was carrying Shen on his back. A bag filled with loot was clutched in his hand. "Just get me to the shelter's entrance," Shen instructed. "Trust me," he replied. "The last thing I want is for anyone to see us," Shen thought to herself. He's eating a crystal scorpion like it's a snack. That must be disgusting. And none of those creatures could even penetrate his armor. Is that armor made from a divine soul? After a while, he set her down on the ground. "The shelter's not far. You can ask someone to help you from here." He held out his hand. "Now, about my payment." Shen handed him the beast's soul and asked, "Did you give Xiao An my message?" He snatched the beast's soul from her. "I did," he replied with a grin. "The axe and the mutated beast soul will run you 2 million. She uncrossed her arms. "They're restricted and pretty much useless outside the shelter, so that's way too much. The most I'm willing to pay is 1 million. He just waved her off. "I'll have Xiao An arrange a time and place for us to meet." "That stingy bastard," Shen thought irritably. Sometime later, back on the streets of the steel arm shelter, he was walking through the city when he spotted a familiar face. "Isn't that my cousin?" Just as he thought that, his cousin saw him and quickly looked away. Should I just pretend I don't know him? Moments later, his cousin caught up to him and called his name. He turned around. "What do you want?" his cousin said with a scowl. "I heard what happened between you, Shen, and the Son of God, so I have something to say to you." The protagonist asked. "What is it?" his cousin demanded. "You are not to tell anyone that we're brothers, or even that we know each other." My life is just starting here, and I don't want you to cause any trouble for me. He turned away. Fine by me, he said. As far as I'm concerned, we're strangers in this shelter. His expression hardened. It's not like he ever treated me like a brother anyway. I couldn't care less, we were never friends to begin with. Later, in his room at the steel arm shelter, the protagonist stared at the pile of money and jewels on his table. This is incredible, he said happily, grabbing a handful of cash. We're finally going to live well. First, I'll take my mother and sister around the city. A short time later, at the entrance to a shop, he held his sister's hand while opening the door with his other. Haven't you always dreamed of trying sapphire ice cream, my treat? Yen's face lit up with a huge smile. You're the best brother ever. Sulan, however, said worriedly. But that's so expensive. We should save the money you worked so hard to earn. He turned to his mother with a reassuring smile. You don't need to worry. I have the mutation gene now. I'll get much stronger and earn more than enough, so we'll never have to worry about anything. That's when he noticed the huge crowd of people. This pastry shop is way too popular, he said. Let's just go to the second floor. A waiter stopped them, holding up a hand. I'm sorry, but you can't go up there, he asked. Why is that? The waiter smiled politely and pointed to a sign. The second floor is reserved for celebrities and aristocrats. For celebrities and aristocrats. Huh, he muttered. Sulan said, we can just wait here while you go and buy some ice cream for your sister. He glared at the sign. All right, I'll do that. How does one even become a celebrity or an aristocrat? He thought. I swear, soon I'll have enough influence. That some stupid sign will never get in my way again. After a while, the protagonist was crammed inside a carriage moving along an overhead railway. This train is always packed to capacity, he thought. Suddenly, the train screeched to a halt, and he stumbled forward, bumping his face right into Shen. While the other passengers were shouting in confusion, he accidentally grabbed her chest with his hand as he tried to catch his balance. His eyes widened in surprise. Shen sharply elbowed him in the face and screamed, You pervert! He cried out, holding a hand to his fresh bruise. That hurt, I'm sorry. It wasn't on purpose. Shen stared at him in disbelief and then shouted, Is it you again? The protagonist asked in shock, calling her Mem by name. Shen. What are you doing here? He thought irritably. Why does this keep happening? First her butt, now her breasts. This is getting to be a very expensive habit. I can't stand you, she said with a look of pure indignation. I thought you were just an idiot, but you're actually a vile creep. The people inside the carriage began to whisper. That guy just touched her chest. We saw the whole thing. She must feel like tofu. I'd like to try that too. An awkward smile was all he could manage in response. It was just a misunderstanding, a simple mistake. The train jolted, and he stumbled just like everyone else. Shen glared at him with clear annoyance. I might believe you if this were the first time, she said. But you're a repeat offender. An automated voice announced that the train had arrived at the station. Next time, you're going to prison, Shen warned him. As she disembarked, she was immediately met by staff who greeted her as the station master. She's the station master! The protagonist stared in disbelief. He grabbed his head, utterly dejected. So she's in charge of the garrison here. That meant all his movements could be monitored. His luck was terrible. Shin knew he had to avoid Shen at all costs, lest she discover his other identity. Hey, you! Tianyang called out rudely. Get over here! He smirked, pointing his finger right at him. Thinking of leaving already? Come on over. I have some questions for you. Shin put on an awkward smile. You two seem busy, so I won't waste your time. Tianyang's hand clamped down on his shoulder. I don't recall asking for your opinion. Follow me. A while later, deep in a mountain forest, a group ran with the protagonist. They cheered that the gods had been generous this time, having caught numerous creatures to share among them. Our time has finally come. With a sour look, Shin thought, it's been days since we left the shelter. We've run into mutants, but they're nothing that would interest a son of a god. So why does he need such a large group? After a while, they stopped before a crevice. "We've arrived," Tianzi announced. "This is the place," Tianyang confirmed, then pointed at several men. "You lot, go on reconnaissance." Tianyang then roughly shoved the protagonist forward. "And you, don't let us down," Shin seethed internally. To put it simply, he's just throwing us into a random cave to scout for him. Soon, inside the dark cavern, the group moved deeper, guided by torchlight. "It's pretty deep in here," one man said. "We should move slowly. Something could attack at any moment." "What's all this caution about?" Tianyang yelled from behind them. "Move faster if you want to make more money." Shin raised his torch higher. "There's an opening ahead." They emerged before an underground river and started to look around. "What are you looking at?" "The tunnel's ended," one man said. Tianyang accessed his system inventory and pulled out several boats. "We'll use these to cross to the other side." The men stared in amazement, admiring Tianyang's power. Inflatable boats, Shin thought. They were prepared for this. Does this mean there's another tunnel on the other side? They boarded the boats and began paddling toward the opposite bank. The protagonist turned, thinking, "Why are we the only ones crossing?" A strange sound came from the water. What's happening? Suddenly, a monster burst from the depths. How is this possible? The men panicked. "What do we do?" The creature immediately began attacking the boats, and the men screamed for help. What is going on? Shin thought in shock. Tianzi grinned. "It's finally come out. That's the one. It's a divine blood beast, the black dragon." The creature started slaughtering the men, while others tried to swim away from the monster, begging for help. Tianzi cut down a few men who reached the shore with a swing of his weapon, screaming in rage. "I paid you, and you just want to run. I'll kill anyone who moves," the men cried out in horror. "It's a divine blood creature. We don't stand a chance against that monster." They looked at Tianzi, who stood ready to kill them, and realized they had the advantage in numbers. "We should take the risk," one shouted. "We were paid, so we have to fight." "This is just stupid," Shin thought. "They're just standing there, sending us to our deaths." The men in the water began to turn back, shouting. "Did the creature swim away? We need to reach the other side while we have the chance." So they want to use us to fill the monster's stomach and distract it so they can cross safely. The protagonist thought, annoyed. "I can't die here." The black dragon lunged at the inflatable boat where the protagonist was. Shin activated his beast spirit armor underwater. "I have to escape while I can." The protagonist swam with all his might, trying to get away. The men who made it back to the shore reported that out of 30 or 40 of them, only 7 remained. Tianyang smiled, satisfied. "It seems the creature has had its fill. Now we can cross the river safely." "It's finally our turn to move," Tianzi said with a grin. Their group calmly crossed the water and ventured deeper into the new tunnel, lighting their way with torches. After some time, Tianzi laughed joyfully. "We've reached our destination. 2 more divine blood creature eggs. Now I can increase my gene count." He pointed. "You two, bring me those eggs." They approached the nest and picked up the eggs, but a black dragon suddenly appeared, causing the men to freeze in terror. "Useless fools!" Tianyang shouted, drawing his weapon. He rushed toward the beast, yelling, "Distract the divine beast!" Tianzi grabbed the eggs from the 2 men and shouted as he fled, "Stop that monster!" Tianyang then threw the 2 men directly into the monster's mouth. They cursed him as they were devoured, and he just sneered. "To hell with you!" Tianzi laughed as he ran from the cave. "Finally, they're mine!" Unexpectedly, a fist slammed into Tianzi's face. "What's going on?" he thought. Shin grabbed the eggs from his hands. "You're celebrating too early," he said. Tianzi watched him flee and roared in anger. "That golden man stopped me again!" As the protagonist ran from the cave, he grinned. "I swam over here just in time." He burst out of the tunnel and into the open. Tianzi swore in surprise from beside the underground river. "Another black dragon? Is he getting away again?" He abandoned the chase and tossed one of the monster eggs to him, shouting. "We'll deal with this later. I have to take care of this other monster first," Tianzi yelled, gritting his teeth in fury. "Just kill him and take the egg." But suddenly, the egg in his hands began to crack. He looked down in shock, wondering what was happening as Tianyang spotted the monster. It was lunging for the son of a god, and he yelled a warning. Tianzi just scoffed, shouting back that the golden man would return for him eventually. Back at the steel armor shelter's transportation hub, Sin patted his stomach and sighed in satisfaction. I'm stuffed. Humiliating the son of a god twice in one day. What are the odds? He grinned, thinking to himself that his divine gene count had just jumped by 13 points. All thanks to that monster egg, he was one step closer to true power. Just then, a figure blocked his path. Trying to avoid me? She asked, her voice laced with indignation. You disappear for half a month and think I'll just let it slide. The protagonist looked at her with a weary sigh. A short time later, Sin and Xian were facing off in the sparring room, both dressed in training gear. Xian beckoned to him. If you win, she said, curling her finger, I'll stop bothering you for good. Sin scratched the back of his head. You have almost 100 divine genes. Not to mention combat experience and a ton of high-level beast souls. What chance do I possibly have? Xian replied. Fine, we'll do it without using our beast souls. All you have to do is withstand 50 of my attacks. If you can do that, you win. The protagonist considered it for a moment. All right, I agree, but don't expect me to just stand here and take it. Xian settled into a fighting stance. Then let's begin. In a flash, Sin threw a punch that landed squarely on her nose. Xian staggered back, clutching her face in pain. I guess I'm a little out of practice, she mumbled. Sin rushed over, panicking. I'm so sorry. Forgive me, we had just started, so I thought I should strike immediately, he stammered. Internally, he thought, I just want to get this over with as quickly as possible. Xian glared at him, her eyes burning with irritation. Clenching her fists, she snarled. Now, we can really begin. The protagonist promptly punched her in the nose again. He threw his hands up defensively. What you said it was time to begin, so I did. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. An opportunity like this won't come again. I can't hold back now. Xian's face twisted in rage as she screamed, I'm going to kill you! She lunged, striking him in the face, unleashing her power. She followed with a brutal flurry of kicks, shouting with every impact, I'll kill you! I'll kill you! A final blow sent Sin flying across the room. I was wrong, he yelled. A while later, the protagonist emerged from the building, covered from head to toe in bruises. He held a hand to his cheek, muttering, I still couldn't even take 50 hits. Pathetic, he said to himself harshly. I'm still too weak. I need to get much stronger. At that same moment, Xian was in the shower. She thought, something about that spar felt strange. He attacked unexpectedly, sure, but did he really land those 2 hits just out of pure spite? I need to check the recording, she decided, turning off the water. Wrapping herself in a towel, Xian headed to the monitor room and began to review the footage. After watching their match carefully, she observed, his strikes aren't bad, even if they're a little predictable. But his power is explosive, and he's incredibly decisive in a fight. Xian leaned in, her expression thoughtful. He fights like an assassin, focusing everything on a single, crippling blow. He uses that plain, unassuming appearance to fool everyone. But he's just some nobody. He doesn't have the aura of a real killer. Is it natural talent, or are these acquired skills? She slammed her fist on the table in a renewed fit of anger. I don't care, he's too vile, too disgusting, I'll never forgive him for this. Later, at the God of War Martial Arts Hall, The master smiled as he addressed the protagonist. We have courses for beginners, intermediates, and advanced students, as well as special classes. You can learn kung fu, weaponry, or soft and hard fighting styles. You can pick any course you like. We even offer nuclear technology. On the table was a display of all the available programs. The protagonist pointed to one of the courses on the list. I'll take this one. The master raised an eyebrow. This evil phantom technique isn't your typical advanced martial art. Are you physically prepared for it? Sin simply slid over a bank card. You don't need to worry about that, he said. I'll pay the $1 million. The protagonist thought, I've become much stronger since learning the ice muscle and jade bone technique. Dad even told me about this one. Once I learn this, handling Zhen will be a breeze. Sometime later, in the viewing room, the protagonist watched the instructor with wide, shocked eyes. What am I even looking at? He asked. Does he always teach like this? The scratching, the touching, the hugging. It's absolutely disgraceful. Sin covered his face with his hands, groaning. I never thought it would be this awful, he said in despair. If I use this technique against Zhen, her opinion of me will sink even lower. He started warming up his hands. Well, I've already spent all the money, so I have to learn it. Xian had better stop bothering me, or she's going to become my new sparring partner. A while later, in the protagonist's room, Sin looked down with a sigh. I've been practicing for several days, and I feel like I'm becoming just like that master. I just hope this technique is actually useful. His attention then shifted to the beast in the cage. His eyes lit up as he shouted, The crystal worked! This little monster has already mutated. Now I just need to get it to its divine beast stage. And fast. Sometime later, in the forest not far from the steel armor shelter, the protagonist, now in his divine armor, smiled. I haven't seen the son of a god for a long time. It seems he finally lost my trail. This is perfect for me. It means no one will interfere. First, I'll examine the mutant soul I got from Shen. He looked at it and said in surprise, Are they mocking me? This creature is tiny. He carefully examined the soul of the beast. Is this a domestic type spirit? Aren't combat or wild types more common? Is a domestic beast any good at all? The protagonist pointed a finger forward and shouted, Three-eyed mutant cat, go forward and kill that monster. The cat-like monster rushed to attack, but the creature swatted it back with ease, sending it tumbling to the protagonist's feet. Sin asked nervously, Is this mutant really that weak? A mutant? And it almost died in one hit. The mutant cat looked up at the protagonist and let out a series of pitiful sounds. He grabbed the mutant by the scruff of its neck. Xian totally tricked me. This beast is small and helpless. He closed his eyes in frustration. Is this pet spirit just for show? I guess I'll have to do everything myself. Sin rushed to attack the monster, shouting back at the cat. Tonight's dinner belongs to me. A few days later, at the protagonist's camp on the rocks, Sin was cooking meat over a fire. This looks delicious, he said with a smile, handing a piece to his small companion. He threw a piece of meat to the three-eyed monster cat. The little guy's drooling, so let him have it. The protagonist watched the creature, thinking that it was peculiar. Usually, a spirit just needed to return to the void to recover its strength. But this little one ate more than he did. He stroked the monster's fur. It was useless in a hunt, but at least it was amusing. He decided to name the creature Meow June. His primal gene began working at full capacity, and everything was going perfectly until a man screamed, Help me, running from a pack of monsters, blah! Seeing the chaos, the protagonist also began to flee. Hey, don't run away! Nord shrieked, his face a mask of terror. I need your help. I can pay you for it. What good is money to a corpse? Sin yelled back. They'll trample us both. The protagonist grabbed a sturdy vine and scrambled up the cliff face. Nord rushed to the cliff's base and pleaded, I'm begging you, pull me up. Sin stretched out his arm and shouted, Grab on, I'll help you. Their hands locked, and the protagonist hauled him onto the ledge. Nord, swearing under his breath, said, Bro, you saved me. I'm in your debt. The protagonist replied, Let's just wait here until the beasts move on. How did you even manage to attract a whole pack? Why were they chasing you? Thorn explained that he'd been traveling for a long time and had lost the beast souls he was carrying. He was on the verge of starvation when he stumbled upon their young. Sin's eyes caught a pack of Black Forest cigarettes. Those are expensive. He's not poor at all. So, what's your name, bro? Thorn asked. After the protagonist answered, Nord smiled warmly, introducing himself. So, how far is the glory shelter from here? Sin exhaled a cloud of smoke. The steel armor shelter is 10 days away on foot. I've never heard of any glory shelter. Nord's eyes widened in shock and fear. The steel armor shelter is nearby. How did I get so far off course? Calming himself, he said, "Look, bro, don't worry about it. I'll pay you as soon as we get there." Sin gestured to the swarm of monsters below. "For now, let's just get along." Nord grinned. "So we have a deal. You got any food or water I could use something to eat?" The protagonist took out his supplies and set them down. "That'll be $110,000 for a glass of water, and $110,000 for the dried meat." "That's absolute robbery!" Nord shouted. "I thought we were supposed to be getting along!" Sin just smiled. "I bought the food, and now you're buying it from me. Doesn't that sound mutually beneficial?" Nord scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. "All right, I'll take it. I'll even pay you back with interest later. Once we get back, I'll pay you 3 times the amount. I'm even willing to pay a quarter of the price right now." Days later, they were still stuck on that hill as the monsters continued to swarm below. "Why won't those stubborn creatures just leave?" Nord asked irritably. Sin grabbed a vine. "We're low on supplies. Whoa! We'll have to climb the mountain and find a way down the other side. I'm stronger, so I'll go check things out," he said as he started climbing. "Hey, bro, be careful," Nord called out. "And don't leave me here." As the protagonist climbed higher, he thought, "Who would have guessed I'd end up mountain climbing? These cliffs are dangerously steep." He froze, staring in astonishment at a massive egg sitting in a nest. What a huge egg! Sin thought, just how big is the monster that laid this? He used his weapon to crack a hole in the egg. As he started eating, he mused. The creatures living on these steep cliffs might be carriers of divine blood. An alien message appeared. "Successful hunt Storm Phoenix, a divine blood creature, has been killed. Unable to obtain beast soul, consume flesh and blood to obtain 1 unit of the divine blood gene." Sin laughed happily. "I was right, I've got to drink this juice before the mother bird returns. My divine gene level is about to go up again." After a while, Nord gazed at the monsters below and sighed heavily. "Once I get out of here, I'm never touching one of those things again, no matter how hungry I get." The protagonist climbed down the vine and returned to their temporary camp. "Sin, where the hell were you?" Nord asked. "I was starting to think. Something happened to you." Then he noticed the protagonist's stomach. "Whoa, your gut is huge. Did you get pregnant up there?" Sin handed him a glass. "Cut the nonsense," he said gruffly. "I found a divine blood creature's egg up there, a storm phoenix. I saved you a glass of the egg." "Juice!" Nord shouted with joy. "No way! This can't be real!" He pinched himself before chugging the contents of the glass. A system window popped up. "Successful hunt Storm Phoenix, a divine blood creature, has been killed. Unable to obtain beast soul. Consume flesh and blood to obtain 0 units of divine blood genes." The protagonist smiled. "How'd it feel? I wasn't lying. Was I? It's a shame you couldn't get a divine gene from it." Nord tossed the glass aside and shook his hand enthusiastically. "You're a great man. You gave me something so incredible. I'm truly touched. When we return, I'll definitely pay you double, no matter what. If you need help, just ask me." Sin smiled awkwardly. "I don't have the best reputation in the shelter, so you should probably keep your distance from me." Nord looked at him with a serious expression. "Who do you take me for? You acted like a loyal friend and saved my life. How could I not do the same for you?" He clenched his fists. "If anyone dares to disrespect you, I'll show them what's what." The protagonist replied, "I get it, but you should focus on getting back to your shelter first. We'll see after that." Sin smiled, thinking, "Nord is a pretty straightforward guy. I should keep him as a friend." Sometime later, at the steel armor shelter's transfer station, the protagonist walked out and smiled to himself. "The juice from the Storm Phoenix eggs gave me 5 units of divine genes. Divine genes, bringing his total to a respectable 18. After such a good haul, he was ready to head home and rest, but Zen suddenly stepped in front of him, blocking his path. With her arms crossed, she stared him down, Sin just gave a lazy wave. Well, if it isn't the station master, he said with a grin. Fancy meeting you here. Annoyed that this woman was blocking his path again, Zen turned and told him to follow. He figured she probably thought he was too afraid of her to do it. Later, inside the training hall, Sin sized her up, thinking he'd finally mastered his demon. Possession technique. Resisting her this time shouldn't be nearly as hard. Without warning, Zen attacked with a sharp kick, which he easily dodged. Hey, he yelled respectfully. Shouldn't you at least call out start first? She spun into another kick, shouting back, What did I learn from you, aren't you? The master of surprise attacks. She furiously prepared a counter, thinking, This man's entire strategy is based on the suddenness of his attacks and their decisive, explosive force. As long as I don't give him an opening, he has zero chance of winning. Just then, he grabbed her leg. She looked at him in total shock as he twisted sharply, throwing her onto the floor. Sin smirked arrogantly and asked, So, can I consider that my win? He thought to himself. Demon possession is the perfect technique for handling a woman like her. Let's see if she admits defeat now. But Zen just got furious. You're shameless, she roared. You'll never defeat me, so keep dreaming. She activated her ability, unleashing the soul of the beast. That's unfair, the protagonist yelled, scrambling away from the danger. That's against the rules. We agreed no beast souls. Sin barely evaded the soul beast's attack at the last possible second. He thought, This is an unstoppable onslaught. The pressure is terrifying. Zen glared at him in a rage. A short while later, beaten and bruised, the protagonist reflected, I'm still not strong enough, physical training, combat skills, experience. She's superior to me in every single way. I thought I was powerful, but I'm just a weakling in the face of absolute strength. Shen watched him, annoyed. The fact that this guy could block my attacks and push me so far that I had to summon my soul beast means he's gotten stronger than last time. Has he been playing dumb all this time? Fine, I'll teach him a lesson for making me look like an idiot. A few days later, they were sparring again in the training hall. Get serious, Zen shouted, blocking his attack. This isn't your true strength. Sin just smiled to himself. She's been picking fights with me constantly, trying to get under my skin. This is great. I'll use this opportunity to hone my fighting skills. Having such an incredible woman as a free sparring partner is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. After a while, the protagonist left the training hall, rolling his sore shoulder. His whole body ached. Damn, Shen hits hard. There isn't a single drop of feminine softness in her. A voice called out his name. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. Surprised, the protagonist asked, What are you doing here? She waved with a bright smile and said, I passed the initiation ceremony. I can enter the shelters now. Sin remarked. Wow, time flies. So you'll be growing up here, too. Just then, a vehicle pulled up, and her brother got out. He turned to his sister, annoyed. I told you to use the home teleporter. These transfer stations are crawling with pathetic lowlifes. She turned to her brother and gestured toward Sin. Don't misunderstand, this is my childhood friend. The protagonist offered his hand and said, Welcome, brother. Someone like you isn't worthy of being my sister's friend. He sneered. From now on, leave her alone. Otherwise, I won't be so polite. Sin asked. Are you telling me that... The brother's expression darkened menacingly. You got a problem with that? Maybe I should show you your place. Sin thought. He's using the close quarters combat technique, demon possession, but his skill level is so pathetic that even Zen would be ashamed. What are his stats? Sin dodged the attack with ease, grabbing his opponent and throwing him to the ground. Sin, stop, she screamed, worried for her brother. You bastard! Her brother cursed from the floor. Sin turned to her with a smile. Don't worry, your brother is strong, he won't break. I was just giving him a proper man-to-man introduction. The protagonist waved. Goodbye. It's getting late. I'm heading home. We can grab dinner another time. C's brother glared at him furiously and said to his sister, He's a very interesting person, C told her brother. Don't cause trouble for him. My friend didn't do it on purpose. Trouble? C's brother asked. After your friend gave me such a generous gift, I simply have to repay him the favor. He smiled coldly at his sister. You should invite him to our place for dinner in a couple of days. She just stared at her brother in shock. Later, the protagonist was at his computer analyzing data. Sin thought, I haven't had a chance to hunt beasts in the mountains lately, so I haven't earned any money. I'll have to find some deals on the forum first. He was scrolling through the Polar Night forum. Although it's not the official association website, it's filled with information on hiring and trading, and there are tons of commentators. Suddenly, he was surprised to see a familiar name. That's the Nord Post, so he's registered under his real name. He wants to buy the souls of animals and the flesh and blood of mutants. And he's paying a pretty good price. Sin thoughtfully stroked his chin. However, all of that is in short supply right now. It won't be easy to get. But this post? They're hiring an escort for a good fee. The only requirement is the ability to single-handedly defeat 10 primitive creatures. That's easy for me, so I'll take the job. Babysitting rookies on a hunt is a real pain, of course, Ikai. But at $10,000 a day, it'll be $150,000 after half a month. That's not bad. The protagonist then started looking for weapons. Now I need to find a suitable weapon for myself. He was still upset that his bronze crescent spear was broken. He scanned the monitor screen and said, a bow made from a jewelry alloy from the Black Knight series, and arrows from the Spearhead series. This is incredible. He couldn't believe he'd found such an amazing set. He thought, the combination of this bow and these arrows will have tremendous killing power. It was listed on the market for $7 million, but the post had been up forever with no buyers. This particular bow, the Doom Soul from the Black Knight series, had a maximum range of 800 meters and could effortlessly punch through armor from 300 meters away. But there was a catch according to the association's rules. You needed a strength stat over 7.0 to even use it. Thanks to his ice muscle and jade bone technique, his own strength just scraped by at 8.0, and he was already skilled with a bow. The problem, he only had 1 million left. Would the seller even consider it? He stared at the monitor, thinking the seller was ignoring him. He settled back into his chair with a heavy sigh. Is the seller offline or just insulted by my lowball offer? Trying to snag such a rare weapon for just 1 million was a pipe dream. Suddenly, a notification chimed a new message. The protagonist's eyes widened, a grin spreading across his face. This can't be real! Am I dreaming unbelievable? The seller had actually accepted his offer and shipped it instantly through the site. With this kind of luck, he felt like the most fortunate person on the planet. The next day, a courier arrived with a package. After a quick greeting, the delivery man handed it over and said he just needed a signature for the express delivery. The protagonist signed the receipt for the package, thanking the man for his work. A moment later, he pulled the bow from its box and murmured, "Time to test this thing out." He drew the bowstring without an arrow, just to feel its tension and confirm his strength was enough. A chuckle escaped him. This is one incredible weapon! With the Doom Soul, he wouldn't have to risk getting into close quarters the next time he snatched a divine blood creature from right under the Son of God's nose. 3 days later, the protagonist was walking through the city. Okay, he thought. I bought 20 Thunderstorm alloy arrows and another 20 from the Airflow series. Plus, I still have 6 Peak alloy arrows left. That should be more than enough. He then noticed a large gathering of people and walked over. Where did all these people come from? He thought he was the only one who'd been hired. If I'd known it would be this crowded, I never would have come. Working with a mob is always a mess. A man named Yuen commented, "You look like a hunter, and that bow on your back suits you." Others in the group spotted the protagonist, pointing at him. One of them laughed. "Is he seriously here as an escort for the young masters? Looks more like we'll have to protect him from the monsters," Yuen asked with a smirk. "Didn't you jump Shen from behind once?" The protagonist replied coolly. If you don't think I'm capable of protecting you, I can just leave. Yuan pointed at him, his finger outstretched. No, you'll stay. You can be my personal bodyguard. Luong chimed in. Is he a psycho? Are you sure about this? Another man laughed. What a waste of time, hiring a madman for protection. He'll be the first one to bolt at the first sign of danger. Yuan ignored them, handing a set of documents to the protagonist. You're coming with me. We can pick someone else later. Just sign the contract. The protagonist took the pen and signed the forms without hesitation. Fong smiled. You're lucky. Just don't let Master Yuan down. The protagonist closed the contract folder. Luck tends to be on my side. Sometime later, deep in the forest, Fong shouted, pointing off to the side. Over there! Look! A primitive creature! The group yelled in excitement, drawing their weapons and rushing toward the beast. Let's go! Get it! We need to capture that monster! Another shouted. And make sure the young master is safe. The protagonist simply drew an arrow from his quiver, aimed, and let it fly, sinking it deep into a nearby tree. Fong spun around, shouting indignantly, What are you shooting at? This fate spirit is as powerful as they are, he thought, knocking another arrow. But I'll need to dial up my strength a bit. Fong stormed over to him. You can't even hit a target from 20 meters away, and you're supposed to be Mr. Yuan's bodyguard. The protagonist simply drew his bowstring again. I'm training. Fong looked at him with disgust. Training at your level, that's just pathetic. A man named H came up from behind them and muttered, I don't know this guy. A short while later, the protagonist had climbed to a higher vantage point, observing the battle raging below. Yuan gripped his weapon tightly. Excellent, 3 primitive black-spotted beasts. Escorts, stay back. We'll handle these ourselves. Understood, one of the mercenaries called back. But please be careful. Yuan then charged toward the monsters. The protagonist watched the chaos unfold. Honestly, he mused, these young masters are incredibly skilled. They only needed bodyguards at the start because they lacked real combat experience. After just a few days of practice, they've improved drastically. Now they can handle primitive creatures without any issues. As you'd expect from an elite academy, their starting line is miles ahead of where I was during my integrated training, Ching shouted with a laugh. We're finished, look at our trophies! But just then, monster they thought was dead lunged at the young master. An arrow whistled through the air, striking the creature squarely in the head. The other men screamed in fury, piercing the monster's corpse with their weapons. How dare it play dead to trick us, one roared. We'll tear this thing apart. Yuan rushed to Ching's side, helping him to his feet. Are you all right? Ching let out a shaky breath, rubbing his forehead. I'm fine, but that scared me to death. Fong whirled around and screamed at the protagonist. You maniac! What was that shot? You almost hit Master Ching! Another guard yelled. He's right. That was way too reckless. Do you understand? The crowd turned on him, shouting, Get away from us! Fong, his face red with anger, spat, Get out of here! You psycho, mister! Yuan said so, but Yuan grabbed Fong's arm, his own voice tight with rage. No, you're the one getting out of here! He glared at the guards. We're paying you to keep us safe when Ching was in danger. What did you do? Nothing. You didn't even react. And now you have the nerve to insult the only one who actually did his job. Have you no shame? Get out of my sight and don't let me see your faces again. Fong retorted. Fine, tell us to leave. But if you do that, you're violating the terms. According to the contract, you'll have to pay us the remaining balance. Yuan tossed a bag of coins into the air. Take it and get lost. You're all useless. The protagonist addressed the man. I'll bid you farewell. Then. Fong just laughed. We'll see about this later. Ching stepped forward, extending a hand toward the protagonist. I wanted to thank you for saving me. The protagonist just shrugged. It was nothing. I'm just glad neither of you were hurt. Yuan added, with a... Yuan smiled, pleased that their contract was signed. To even attempt this job with the doomed soul weapon series, a person needed a fitness level of at least 7.0. 7.0? Ching exclaimed in shock. Is that hunter really that powerful? Yuan grinned and clarified what he meant. That's just the minimum strength needed to draw this bow and fire with any real precision, he explained. But I'd bet his actual power is closer to 8.0. He shook the protagonist's hand, adding, I might just need your help down the line. Sin smiled back, thinking that he probably recognized the doomed soul from the moment he was hired. A client this wealthy, insightful, and sharp was a once-in-a-lifetime find, a little while later, at the gate of the steel armor hideout. Foe was cracking his knuckles as the protagonist walked up. Well, look who's back, the maniac himself, he sneered. Because of you, I couldn't make any more money, and I'm pissed. He drew a knife and lunged. You need to be taught a lesson, and I'm just the one to do it. I'll show you what happens when you cross me. He watched from the side, thinking bluntly that there was no way he could help Sin out of this mess. What the? Foe gasped in surprise. Where did he go? The protagonist suddenly appeared, grabbing the man's wrist, disarming him of the dagger. With a sharp twist, Sin slammed him face first onto the ground. Ugh, my arm! Foe screamed. Huo stared, his nerves shot. How? How did that happen? Sin moved so fast. It was like he just disappeared for a second. The crowd erupted in disbelief. That psycho just took down Foe. That's impossible. Foe's fitness level is 6.7. Foe, furious, shrieked, What are you all staring at? Kill this bastard! The protagonist applied more pressure to his arm. You talk too much, he said, his expression hardening. The surrounding men charged. Weapons raised. Get him! All at once, we have to kill him! Sin activated his skill, his weapon a blur as he unleashed several rapid strikes. How is this possible? The men yelled as they watched their weapons shatter into pieces. The protagonist examined the blade he'd taken. Is this a knife from the Real Cutting Steel series? He asked aloud. This idiot Foe was using a weapon this good. A blade like this costs at least $1 or $2 million. He mused that a short dagger was exactly what he needed. Huo stared nervously at the protagonist. Is that really Sin? The same guy I know, wasn't he so weak? He could only hunt black beetles every day. He's supposed to be way worse than me. So how is he this strong? Sin knelt beside Foe. This knife is way too good for the likes of you, he said. Sheathing the blade, the protagonist added with a smirk. It's mine now. He turned and began to walk away, but a commanding voice stopped him. Halt! Tianyang, mounted on a warhorse, blocked his path. You've got a lot of nerve. Do you think you can just take my man's weapon? Foe scrambled up, pleading. Brother Tian, that scoundrel smashed our banner and stole my knife. You have to get him back for me. You useless fool! Tianyang roared, his voice laced with contempt. You're a disgrace. He cracked his whip. You must be insane. Sin, today, I'll be the one to introduce you to your own death. The protagonist deflected every lash of the whip with his new blade. As he parried another blow, Sin thought, this guy is incredibly strong. I heard his fitness level was 9.6, and it looks like the rumors were true. Tianyang's eyes widened in disbelief. How is he blocking my whip? He thought frantically. When did this loser get so powerful? This can't be happening. I can't let him live. He swung his arm back for a vicious strike, yelling, You're asking for death. The protagonist instantly produced his bow, nocking an arrow and taking aim. When did he? Tianyang froze in shock. Huo's jaw dropped. Is Sin seriously planning to fight Tianyang one-on-one? Foe stammered nervously. How does he dare? Tianyang is one of the top fighters. From the gods' faction, Sin kept his aim steady. Holding this bow is draining my stamina fast, he thought. But I can't show any weakness now. If Tianyang makes one wrong move, I'll put this arrow right through him. Just then, Xian walked toward them. Sin, she said calmly. Lower your arrow. The protagonist kept a close watch on his opponent, wondering. What is she doing here? Xian's voice grew sharp. And you, Tianyang, put away your whip. As the girl stepped between them, Sin finally lowered his bow, but Tianyang, seething with rage, shouted at Xian, I'll do no such thing. This psycho disrespected you before, and now he's picked a fight with me. I'm going to finish him. Xian's power flared, and she struck Tianyang's hand. Fo and another man rushed to his side, shouting, "Brother Tian!" Xian shot them a cold look. "I'll handle my own people. I don't need anyone interfering in my business." She turned back to the protagonist. "Stop being an idiot and follow me." Sin just stared at her, stunned into silence. Soon, the two of them departed through the city gate. "Did Xian just call that psycho her man?" one of the men asked. Fo's face soured. "Does that mean she's fine with all this? Don't tell me it was love at first blow?" Tianyang gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl. "This is some kind of curse. I won't let this go. Never!" Later, the protagonist and Xian stood before a large building in the city. "You want me to join the shooting team?" Sin asked incredulously. "No thanks. I refuse." Xian simply put her hands behind her back. "The fact that you can use the spirit of fate means you're an expert archer. Besides, after what happened with Tianyang today, do you really think he would have let you walk away if I hadn't stepped in?" The protagonist turned away. "I appreciate your kindness, senior," he said politely, "but I can handle my own problems." Xian's posture stiffened with annoyance. "My marksmanship team is the only one in the entire steel armor shelter. If you join me, it will be a huge advantage for your future at the military academy." Sin turned back to her. "Who ever told you I was going to the military academy? Besides, I don't have the physical fitness to reach level 10. Jian crossed her arms with a knowing smile. "That might be a strict requirement for a normal person, but for you—" "It's nothing." The protagonist was taken aback. "What are you talking about?" She smirked. "On the outside, you might look like a total newbie, but you're really something else. I don't care how you got so strong, Feta. All that matters to me are your skills and how useful you can be too." "My team?" Sin asked. "So, you're just recruiting me? You're not still mad about what I did to you before?" Xian's expression turned thunderous. Through clenched teeth, she hissed, "Of course I am." Her anger cooled a bit, twirling a strand of her hair. She said, "Face it, without a military education or a noble title, you have no future in the army. You'll never be more than a private, just cannon fodder for the front lines." A slight smile touched the protagonist's lips. "What makes you so sure I can't get a noble title?" He smirked inwardly. "As long as I master the icebone technique and keep absorbing gene crystals, becoming a noble will be easy." Shen lunged, grabbing his shirt. "When I say you can't," she snarled, her face inches from his, "it means you can't. Why don't you get that through your head and just join the shooting team?" Sin forced a smile. "All right, I get it. I'll join," he thought to himself. "This woman is a curse. She has the raw strength of a soldier. If she actually tried to kill me, I'm not sure I could even fight back." Later, the protagonist was sprawled on his bed, completely drained. Staring at the ceiling, he mumbled, "I haven't rested properly in days. I'm exhausted." Still, one question lingered. Why is Shen so obsessed with me joining the shooting team? Is she plotting something? A knock on the door interrupted him. It was his mother. "Sulan." "What is it, Mom?" "I have to leave tomorrow," Sulan explained. "Can you take your sister to school?" The protagonist's face lit up. She was accepted already. "Which school is it?" Sulan replied. "I've been so swamped at the shelter I didn't get a chance to tell you. The money you left was enough for St. Walter's." Sin was ecstatic. "Really, aside from the noble academies, St. Walter's is the best school in the city. That's so much better than the integrated education system. Of course I'll take her tomorrow." "Thank you for helping," Sulan said, relieved. Sometime later, walking through the city, the protagonist held his sister's hand. "I hear St. Walter's is a great school. Yen, have you made any friends yet?" Yen looked down at her feet. "I haven't dared to talk to my classmates yet. I'm a little shy." Sin ruffled her hair, gently. "That's okay. Just be polite and take your time. There's no need to rush, but if anyone ever bullies you, you have to tell your big brother. You hear?" Yen smiled brightly. "I promise I will." Later, near the entrance of St. Walter's Elementary, she pointed and asked, "Brother, doesn't that man look like our Uncle Ah? Who is that child he's holding? And that woman next to him? Do you know her?" The protagonist grinned. "I don't, but it looks like we've stumbled upon something interesting." Uncle Ah glared as they approached. "What are you two doing here?" he demanded. "I'm taking Yen to school." Sin replied calmly. Ah handed the child to the woman. "Impossible. The tuition at St. Walter's costs millions. It seems my dear older brother's company made you a lot of money." He jabbed a finger at Sin. "I told you all that money belongs to the Han family. You'll share it with me or I'll stop being polite." The protagonist's eyes turned cold. "So you'd rather do this the hard way. Can't you read a contract? It clearly states that after I returned the $2 million, our families would have no further financial claims on each other." Ah screamed. "That's a scam. The contract doesn't count." "I'm going to see your mother." Sin's voice dropped. "I have the right to shoot you for trespassing on private property." Ah charged forward, swinging his fists. "How dare you say that, you ungrateful nephew! Don't you dare talk back to me!" Sin caught his uncle's fist with ease and slammed him to the ground. The protagonist's expression was menacing. "If you're so eager to die, feel free to come to my house." Yen gasped. "Brother, you're amazing!" The woman with the baby ran forward, trying to soothe the crying child. "Don't be scared, sweetie. I'll take you to school, and then I'm calling the police to arrest this man." Sin crouched by his uncle, flashing a memory chip with a smug grin. "That woman with you is very beautiful. And that little boy is just adorable. But what would your wife think if she saw them?" Ah's face went pale. You recorded everything," he stammered, reaching for the chip. "You scoundrel, delete that right now!" The protagonist intercepted his hand and twisted it, causing his uncle to scream in pain. "We're family, we can talk this out," Sin said cheerfully. "I'll delete this recording if you give me $2 million. "You're delusional," Ah yelled. The protagonist twisted his arm harder. "Fine, I agree to your terms, just let go of my hand." He quickly transferred $2 million via his phone. Sin stood up and rejoined his sister. "Of course I'll delete the video," he told his uncle. "But it all depends on my mood. And don't come to our house again if you know what's good for you." "You bastard!" Ah yelled, staring at him with pure hatred. He looked at his throbbing hand in disbelief. When did that kid get so strong? He's nothing like he used to be. A short while later, the protagonist was walking down a city street. "Because of that delay at the school gate, my sister was almost late." Sin thought, "But did I scare her?" He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I can't use force like that in front of my sister in the future. She's still so young." He then looked up at a towering building. "Is that the physical training center? I've practiced the ice bones technique a few times, but I don't know if my strength has actually increased. I should go test myself." Sometime later, inside the Star River Physical Fitness Testing Center's main hall, Xiao Basan examined the ranking board. "My result is good, but I have to reach the AA level next time." He walked toward the testing chamber. "To become a starship captain, I need to push myself even harder." Basan looked at the sign in disappointment. "Is there someone in there already?" "I deliberately waited for a time when almost no one would be in." "The hall." He activated the viewing monitor. "Let's see who managed to grab such a perfect opportunity." Basan watched in surprise. "Is he using a beast soul to break through the robots?" "That's still useless. 60 meters isn't a bad result for someone with undeveloped strength, but 70 meters is. 80 meters is already a solid score, 90 is considered elite, and 100 meters is practically perfect. His result was only 76 meters. And on top of that, this guy has a beast soul, which means he can't possibly pass 80 meters. Meanwhile, the protagonist effortlessly shredded the robots without even breaking his stride as Bosan gaped at the monitor. In total shock, he watched as the screen flashed a triple S rating with a clear time of only 7.88 seconds. His jaw dropped. No way! How could he possibly do it that fast? That's just impossible. Damn it! Who the hell is this guy? He didn't just pass the test, He absolutely shattered it. This is incredible. He wiped out every robot in an instant. A short time later, people on the street were buzzing. Did you see it? There's a new post blowing up online. Can you even wrap your head around someone destroying those robots in 7.88 seconds? It's insane, and they're saying it was Golden Man. If that's really him, then he's a total god. Who else could pull off a feat like that? Still, he never did get that beast soul in the end. He was damn lucky to even survive after stealing loot from Tieni, the son of God. After that stunt, he could snatch treasure from right under their noses whenever he wanted. Sometime later, at a seaside villa, Lin Feng yelled for his friend to come over and check something out. Tang Jino, drying his hair with a towel, called back, "What's all the commotion? I just got cleaned up and was about to head to class." Jino then yelled at the projection, "That's completely impossible, a triple S rating." He cleared the test in 7.88 seconds. "Who is this guy?" Feng replied. "His face isn't visible on the cameras, but based on my analysis, he's about to max out all his gene counts except for the divine gene. Not only that, he's got a highly developed hyperclarity gene technique and he's using animal souls." Gino grabbed his head in frustration. "Stop, just stop with all that. All I want is his name." He looked down, his voice turning somber. "It's already hard enough to reach the second god's sanctuary. If this guy gets in my way for the top 10 Sons of God competition, I'll have no choice but to kill him." Feng stared at his friend. With that kind of power level, he must have a seriously complex background and identity, maybe ties to a military organization. Have you run into someone like that before? Gino coughed into his fist, feigning annoyance. "I'm not just venting. Don't take me so literally." Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Still, I really want to know who this guy is. Power like that is enough to completely shift the balance in the entire sanctuary." 2 days later, at the transfer station, the protagonist thought to himself, "I was only gone for a couple of days, and Xian is already demanding I return immediately. I'm a man, but I know better than to argue with her." San recalled their earlier conversation. Xian had told him, "Don't you dare stray from the point. You're my man now, which means I need to know your whereabouts at all times." San just threw his hands up. "I didn't stray, I just decided to head back to the Star River." Jian pointed a finger right at him. "Don't bother with excuses, it's pointless. Now, go report to the leader of the archery team and officially join up." The protagonist sighed heavily. "We still have so much to deal with." "This is just a hassle." Xian's eyes narrowed. "I'm heading to the Star Group now. You'd better have everything sorted out before I get back." San was taken aback. The Star Group isn't the Son of God their heir, he wondered. If that's the case, my father's death is probably connected to them, too. So what's my relationship with Xian? Really? Xian turned back to him. "And don't forget, well, you're joining the archery team because of me." "Got it. As long as you're under my protection, nobody will dare to lay a hand on you." San scratched his head, a slight laugh escaping him. "You really are a kind and caring person. I'm incredibly grateful." But as he watched her leave, he thought, is she really protecting me? Could it be she actually has feelings for me? How could I even explain that I'm a human with a beast soul, divine blood, the hyperclarity technique, and a strength of 9.1? A staff member opened the door, interrupting his thoughts. "You may enter." The protagonist walked into the office. "Xian sent me," he said, introducing himself after a quick greeting. Yang Manly, the archery team leader, looked up. "So, right, but I really didn't mean to be. It's just that Xian kept giving me instructions." Manly's gaze sharpened. "Oh, so it was Xian's fault you were late?" She crossed her arms. "Late on your first day and already hiding behind someone else. You definitely need to be taught some manners." She tapped a document on the desk. "Hurry up and fill this out." The protagonist quickly agreed. "I'll get right on it." As he wrote, he thought, who is this woman? She seems to have it out for me, but I've never even met her before. Manly sat on the edge of her desk and said with her arms crossed, I'm just curious what kind of skills you have for Xian to personally vouch for you. San glanced at her, thinking nervously. Because of this? Woman, I can barely focus on this form. She's way too distracting. He handed her the completed document. Here you go. All filled out? Manly took it. Despise people who are unpunctual. Suddenly, a projection of Xian appeared and addressed Manly directly. I need you and San in my office, right now. A short time later, in Xian's office, they were all watching the video of the protagonist's test from when he was in his golden man form. Xian turned to Manly. I want you to watch this very carefully. This is the video that's caused an uproar across the entire internet. San's mind was racing. Wait, isn't that me in the training hall? How did this leak? I'm so screwed if my identity gets out. Manly watched the video intently. Isn't that the Golden Man? His skills are truly incredible. Did anyone get a look at his face? Xian shook her head. No. It's not in the footage. This short clip is all we have. The protagonist covertly touched his own face, thinking, that was a close one. It scared me to death, but it looks like I'm in the clear. They didn't figure out it was me. Xian continued. Thanks to this video, we now know that the Golden Man not only possesses God-level armor, but he's also a practitioner of the hyper-clarity technique. She looked directly at Manly, but the most critical detail from this video is that it was filmed right here at the Star River Physical Fitness Testing Center. We have to find this person, no matter what it takes. We need him. Manly stared at Xian. She mused that Star River was barren of any real talent, making it hard to believe they'd ever produce someone noteworthy. Uncrossing her arms, she declared they had to recruit him. That way, they wouldn't have to team up with the Son of God for God-level creature hunts. She really is desperate for talent. Sin thought, watching Zen. He recalled how she'd mentioned wanting to hire skilled individuals after she saved him last time. He scratched the back of his head with a smile. Yeah, but I've heard this Golden Man is a total lone wolf. It'll be tough to get him on our side, right? Zen, kneading Manly's shoulders, just smirked. Oh, don't you worry about that. We have our ways with men. Manly closed her eyes, a sly grin on her face. I'm game, but I'm not so sure he could handle me. Sin pictured Manly in some alluring outfit and shuddered. What is happening? Have these two completely lost their minds? Later in his room, Sin crouched by the beast cage. Incredible! Just a little longer and this thing will reach its God-level evolution. A smile spread across his face. Only a few more days to wait. Some time passed. At the archery squad's training camp, Sin strolled through the training grounds, surveying the area, when he spotted a familiar face. Isn't that Xiao Xiao? He approached him. Sin, you're in the archery squad too? Xiao Xiao whipped around, a worried look on his face. Are you insane? How do you know my name? Sin stared back, confused. Ah, right. He only knows me as Golden Man. Sin's expression suddenly brightened. How could you not recognize him? Everyone knows this guy. Because of Golden Man. Xiao Xiao laughed. Am I that popular? Awesome. If it weren't for me, Golden Man would never have gotten so famous. He set his bow on the table. So, my brother, you joined the archery squad too. The training here is brutal. Sin extended his hand. I've heard, still, fighting from a distance has to be safer than getting up close and personal. Xiao Xiao leaned in and whispered. That's what I thought, what too. But you've got to watch out. Manly is a genuine sadist. A total pervert. Sin began to recall his first encounter with her. But why are you two just standing around? Manly's scream cut through the air as she glared at their terrified faces. A while later, Xiao Xiao clutched his head, in frustration. You need a strength stat of 7.0 just to draw this bow. How are we supposed to land 1,000 arrows on target? He remembered Manly's words. You can leave when you're done. Don't slack off, or you'll regret it, Xiao Xiao yelled in disbelief. My strength just barely hit. 7.0. How am I supposed to do this? They knew they were in for it. Stop whining, Sin said. She's not, even here, and let's just get started. Xiao Xiao grabbed his arm in a panic. You're so naive, she'll definitely have someone watching us. We're not getting out of here until we hit 1,000 targets. Sin gave him a slightly worried look. Well, let's get to it then. In any case, there's no time limit. He placed a hand on his shoulder. And don't forget, this kind of intense practice is what makes a man stronger. Sin thought that it wouldn't. Be hard for him to draw a 7.0 bow with his 9.1 strength, but it would be hard for Xiao Xiao. Still, if he perseveres, he could achieve great things. As some other trainees walked past, they chuckled. Hey, you two can practice all you want. We're heading out early tomorrow mornings. To hunt divine-blooded creatures. A mission like that is way out of your league. Divine-blooded creatures, Xiao Xiao asked. Why haven't I heard about this? They replied. The son of... God found them and requested help from the Steel Armor Regiment. Sin thought as he looked at them. Were they talking about the Son of God? Could Zen have already met with that group from Star River about this? What are you lot gossiping about? Roared Lu Hong, the archery squad's vice captain. Get back to shooting. Xiao Xiao cautiously approached him, politely trying to slip some money into his hand. Sir, could you possibly help me? Speak with Captain Manly. Ask if they can take me with them. Hong swatted the money away. Don't bother trying to bribe me. What kind of archer are you? Anyway. He strode over to Sin, glaring at him. And you? With a pretty face like that? I don't expect you'll amount to much either. Don't you dare slack off on your... training. This squad has no room for dead weight. Hong turned his back on them. You will hit that target 1,000 times. Otherwise... You're not going anywhere. Sin's expression was serious. He turned to Xiao Xiao. I guess we better not slack off. They're not kidding around. That vice captain has turned into a total hard-ass, Xiao Xiao grumbled. He usually takes bribes, so why not this time? He looked at Sin. What do you think? Does he remember you? Sin pointed at himself. Remember me? Why would you... Think that... Xiao Xiao whispered, covering his mouth. Hong is into Captain Manly. He's always clinging to her. I think the vice captain... knows the captain is pissed at me. So he's making our lives hell. Sin ran a hand through his hair. How did I get dragged into all this? Just my luck. He picked up the bow. Looks like you got caught in my mess. But don't worry about it. Sin knocked an arrow. Tomorrow we're going on that divine beast hunt with the rest of the squad. Xiao Xiao's jaw dropped in disbelief and shouted. You hit it from 150 meters away, Sin thought while firing arrows. With this bow that requires 7.0 units of strength, it's so much easier to handle. A rapid-fire barrage is no problem at all. The fundamentals are simple. Whoa! Xiao Xiao yelled, his eyes glued to the target its shock. That's 40 shots in a row! Every single one was a bullseye! How have you been hiding this kind of talent? The other trainees nearby began to murmur, Damn, he's fast! Is he some kind of archery freak? Are we seeing things? It looks like he hasn't even switched. An arms mitsa. He's been using his right the whole time. And he doesn't look tired at all. That's not even a drop of sweat. He must have been training in secret. Hong glared daggers at Sin. You think you're impressive people like you never amount to anything. Sin just turned to Xiao Xiao and said, We can't just stand around, Xia said, knocking an arrow. If we're serious about this hunt, it's time to train. The protagonist chuckled. Have a little faith, we've got this. At this pace, he thought they would definitely be done by midnight. There was no way they were passing up this opportunity. Meanwhile, Molai watched them, wondering. So that's really Sin, it seems. Dah. He's got some real skill. Maybe Zen made the right call after all. But how will he fit in with the rest of the archery squad? A while later at the squad's training grounds, Xia collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. We fired 2,000 arrows before dawn, he groaned, even though Sin shot most of them. My arms are completely dead. I can't even feel them. The protagonist, stretching his shoulders, replied, You've got to push through it. We can't afford to delay tomorrow's session. Suddenly, Xia jumped up and grabbed the protagonist, shouting with glee. You're a genius. So thoughtful. If I were a woman, I'd have fallen for you instantly. Sin gritted his teeth. Good thing you're not a woman. Then, he glanced away, thoughtfully. We still don't know what kind of divine blood creature we're hunting tomorrow. Shouldn't we be making some specific preparations? Xia shot a finger into the air, puffing his chest out proudly. Don't you worry about a thing. I already got all the intel earlier today. There's no secret in this world that money can't buy. Assistant Emily told me our target for tomorrow is a flying divine blood creature. A flying one? The protagonist asked. That's not going to be easy. Xia grinned. Exactly. Not many people in the steel armor shelter know how to use a bow, which is why the Son of God's faction asked for our help. A flying divine blood creature, Sin thought, his expression turning serious. Those are tough to take down. Standard arrows won't even scratch them. We'll need arrows forged with Z-steel. Later, back in his room, Sin sat at his desk, scrolling through websites. Z-steel, a new alloy far superior to regular steel in both elasticity and strength. Adding even a few tenths of a percent to an alloy dramatically improves a weapon's performance. But the market price is outrageous. I can't afford that right now. My Black Knight sword only has 0.4% Z-steel, and the bowstring barely hits 0.5%. I have to find arrows with a concentration higher than that. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he stared at the screen bow. Whoa, these aren't bad at all, and the price is actually reasonable. He knew he had to contact the seller immediately. The listing on the screen read Z-steel content, 1.2%, cost 300,000 per arrow. To purchase, just contact the number provided. A short time later, in a red light at District Alley, the protagonist made his way down the street. The guy sounded so mysterious over the phone. He thought, I never expected the meeting spot to be a place like this. He recalled their conversation. When he'd asked about having the arrows mailed, the seller had refused, saying if he wanted the product, he had to come to a specific location, the address for which he'd send over right then. Time was short. Sin spotted a figure in a dark alley beckoning him. That must be him, he thought. The man was leaning on a baseball bat. You the one buying the arrows? He asked. The protagonist nodded. That's right, the seller held up a single arrowhead. I make 'em by hand. You can test it out before you pay. Sin took the arrow, weighing it in his hand. The balance is perfect, he noted. You're a true craftsman. He drew his own blade. Mind if I test its durability? The seller grinned. Is that a Steel Cutter series blade? Go ahead, knock yourself out. Sin brought his weapon down hard on the arrowhead. The impact left a visible dent in his blade. A smile spread across the protagonist's face. I hit this with my blade and it didn't even leave a scratch. This arrow has at least 0.7% Z-steel. This is quality stuff. I'll take it. The seller beamed. They're crafted from Star-class battleship bearings. They've got 1.2% Z-steel, just like I said. My handiwork is leagues better than anything machine-made. Sin handed him the cash. I'll admit, I had my doubts, Sin said. But now my mind is at ease. I really appreciate this. The salesman tucked the money into his inner jacket pocket. Glad to hear it, he replied. You know where to find me if you need more. The following day, at the main gate of God's sanctuary, Tianyang spoke. Turning to the Son of God, he sneered. Look who it is! He actually had the guts to tag along with Zen. He thought, he's a dead man for sure? Tianzi shook Zen's hand. Zen, he began, let's give it our all and take this creature down in one decisive strike. I couldn't agree more, Xiaonan replied. My archery squad won't disappoint. As they prepared to leave, Tiangong blocked the protagonist's path. Since when? Did the archery squad start recruiting trash? Zen whirled around, glaring at the Son of God's lackey. It seems you have a problem with your memory. I believe I've already told you that he is my man. Tianzi stepped between them. Tiangong, what are you doing? He asked his subordinate. There's no need to cause a scene with Zen. My lord, I understand, Tianyang replied, bowing his head. He then shot a hateful glare at the protagonist. You're nothing but a coward hiding behind a woman. He seethed. Jia moved closer to Sin. What's with that guy? He whispered. The protagonist answered calmly. He's all bark and no bite. His words mean nothing to me. Sometime later, in a forest by a river, the group scaled a hill. We're here, Tianzi announced. The creature is nearby. Zen gazed into the distance. I've brought my people to the base of the mountain to flush the creature out. We'll stick to the plan. Fine by me, Tianzi said. Looking at her, he crossed his arms with a smirk. Speaking of which, I brought a little something for the squad. 100 arrows, each containing 1% Z-steel. He gestured to a box. You can hand them out to your people in the archery squad. Tianyang opened the box, revealing the arrows inside. But then, Tianzi suddenly shouted, pointing a finger directly at the protagonist. Everyone gets one, except for him. Malai stared at Tianzi, her expression hardening. And why is that? She was about to give him star arrows. But since he was also part of the archery team, Tianzi just laughed. What does it matter? He sneered. I'm the one providing these arrows. For free! So I get to say who uses them. Got a problem with that? Mumley closed her eyes for a moment. He's right, she conceded. He is leading this operation. We'll follow his orders. Turning away from him, she addressed her deputy. Hongal, find the top 5 from the last test and give each of them 20 arrows from our own supply. Our shots are every bit as good as his star arrows. We don't need anything from his team. Mumley fumed internally. It was obvious the Son of God was targeting Sin without even glancing her way. She was sick of this fraud and wanted nothing more than to beat him senseless. Tianyang clapped his hands high above his head. All right, stop standing around. We need to move. Get to your ambush positions for the creature. Just as we planned, elite hunters get first pick of the spots. A chorus of shouts followed. Understood. Tianyang then yelled, turning directly to Sin and Jia Xiao. You two aren't elite hunters. Stand back and stay out of the way. Jia Xiao shouted back indignantly. Hey, you can't just insult people like that. But the protagonist put a hand on Jia Xiao's shoulder. It's fine, he said calmly. Let's move. It doesn't mean a thing. Ducking into the bushes, Jia Xiao seethed. I'm furious Tianyang acts like he's the king of this place. He's messing with us on purpose by denying you the star arrow. Sin settled into the nearby brush. It's not surprising. I've clearly been irritating the Son of God. Da Xiao stared at him. Why aren't you angry? He demanded. Don't you want to get revenge on that follower? The protagonist just smiled. Oh, I'm angry, all right. I just don't show it. To get their approval, we have to speak to them in the language of strength. If we don't, they'll never take us seriously. If we kill that creature, we can claim the beast's soul ourselves. Then we can just sit back and watch Tianzi cry, Jia Xiao asked. How is that even possible, the Son of God's? And people are positioned on the opposite side of the cliff. The moment that beast flies out, They're going to shoot it down. He looked at the arrow in his hands, in frustration. And we can't possibly harm it with a normal arrow. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the mountain. Xiaoxiao jumped in fear. What was that? I'm terrified. Did they really lure out a divine creature? It can't be. That's a purple scale dragon, Mumley shouted, pointing to the sky. Fire on the purple scale dragon! At her command, the archery squad roared, understood, and unleashed a volley of arrows. They flew toward the dragon, only to ping harmlessly off its scales. Zha Xiao gritted his teeth. Even the star arrows aren't working against it. The dragon's scales seemed harder than steel. The protagonist drew a special arrow from his quiver, one made from 1.2% Z steel. Unless you hit a weak spot like the eye, a normal attack is useless, he murmured. Aiming his bow, he thought. This arrow will pierce the dragon's heart. Xia Xiao gasped. A weak spot attack. That's it. That's why the Son of God gathered everyone for an ambush. He wanted to use them as a distraction so he could finish the creature himself. Leaping from cover, Tianzi drew his bow. This divine creature belongs to me, he roared, firing a shot. The arrow wounded the dragon's wing, making it cry out in pain. Sin held his position. Not yet, he thought. It's not the right time. The dragons. Defenses haven't weakened enough. I need to wait a bit longer. Mumley activated her skill. I won't let you have all the glory! Tianzi! She yelled, loosing her own arrow. The crowd shouted as another barrage flew at the beast. Even after hits from Mumley and the Son of God, the creature is regenerating, Tianzi yelled. Its wing is damaged. It can't fly far. Follow it. The hunters roared back. We understand the order. We're ready. The main thing is not to let it get away. The protagonist sprinted after them, thinking, this is a disaster. I don't have a specialized bow or a mount. I have to catch that creature first. Zha Xiao ran behind him. We're not going to make it. We'll never be able to catch. Up to them, even if we run our legs off. Suddenly, Zen appeared on a mount, shouting the protagonist's name. Sin turned, thinking, is that Zen? How did she get here so fast? Zen stretched out her hand. Quick, give me your hand, she shouted. The protagonist leaped towards her and grabbed on. She pulled him up onto the mount behind her. Zha Xiao reached out his own hand desperately. Milady, take me too. Sin blushed as his hands found her waist for support. Her waist is so thin, and this armor doesn't hide a thing. Zen glanced back. Don't you dare let go, she said sternly. I only brought you along because Mumley mentioned you were a good shot and might be useful. The protagonist's expression fell. Understood, he said, a little disappointed. And here I was thinking she actually cared. I must be getting ahead of myself. After a while, the hunters stopped before a massive mountain. Can we even go up there? It's too high. What do we do now? It would be great if we had flying beast souls. Zen jumped from her mount, walked toward them, and turned to Mumley. What's the situation? Tianzi turned around. He scowled. That bastard is flying with Zen now. Mumley approached Zen. You're just in time. A dragon with divine blood just flew to the top of the mountain. We couldn't kill it, even with beast soul arrows. What should we do? Xen looked up. We either find a way to climb that mountain and kill the creature, or we force it to come down to us. Otherwise, once the dragon recovers, our chances of winning will be 0. Tianzi gritted his teeth in anger. We need to find people to climb up and, force the creature down. We'll wait here and kill the dragon on the spot. The hunters eyed the mountain. Who could possibly climb that? That mountain is too rocky. We'd die before we got up there. And even if we made it, the dragon would just attack us immediately. Is that all you've got? He roared. Ready to give up. Anyone who makes it up here gets an extra share of meat. How's that for fair? The hunters exchanged glances. The offer was too good to refuse. This was a golden opportunity to snag a huge piece of meat and rack up some more gene units. The protagonist glared at the Son of God. It's the same as last time, he thought. Tianzi is only ever willing to sacrifice others. As she prepared for the ascent, Shen announced, "The objective is simple. If you want more meat, you follow me now." Tianzi threw his hands up in frustration. "You don't need to go up there yourself," he complained to Shen. "Just stay down here and command the others." Shen simply walked past him. "I have no one to order around, and I hate waiting," she retorted. Furious, Tianzi shoved the protagonist and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Get up there with me and protect Shen." The Son of God glared at Sin, a dark thought crossing his mind. "I'm not letting you come back down." With that, the hunters began their ascent up the sheer cliff face, relying on ropes. Sin climbed the line right behind Shen. At the summit, the dragon thrashed its arms menacingly, letting out a terrifying roar. It immediately set upon the first hunters to reach the top, tearing them apart. Shen rushed to aid the other hunters. "Find cover," she yelled. "Hide and fire on the dragon from there." As people scrambled for shelter among the rocks, Shen shouted, "Everyone, take your positions! Prepare to fire on the creature!" The dragon eyed the hunters hiding in the stone crags and decided to flee, launching itself toward another mountain. The protagonist took aim with his bow. "The dragon is badly wounded," he thought. With so many people shooting at the beast, it couldn't hold out much longer. This was his chance to kill it. But just then, Tianzi materialized right behind him. Activating his beast soul, Tianzi transformed and struck him from behind. "I told you," he roared in his beastly form, never to come back. The protagonist was sent plummeting from the cliff. He managed to grab a rope as he fell, but his body slammed hard against the rock face. The pain was excruciating. He was lucky his physical stats were high enough to prevent his bones from shattering. That piece of trash, he thought. The Son of God actually used a beast soul. He really wants me dead. Gritting his teeth, Sin began climbing back up the rope to the summit. "Nice try, you bastard. But I'm still alive," he thought grimly. Up top, the dragon was now cornered by hunters who had unleashed their own beast soul transformations. "The creature is surrounded," the others shouted. "Hurry, reinforce the perimeter. Don't let it escape." Sin wiped a smear of blood from his face. He noticed that Shen had also transformed, her beast soul taking the form of a golden lion. "My own blood killer ability is powerful," he mused. "But I can't reveal it here. I'll have to wait for the right moment." In her golden lion form, Shen sank her fangs into the dragon's hide. At the same time, Tianzi, now a hulking ape, smashed his fists into the creature's head. The dragon roared, beating its massive wings and sending them both flying backward. Shen rushed back into the fray, shouting as she reverted to her human form. The beast is on its last legs. Attack now. Tianzi also changed back, raising his weapon. With pleasure, he roared, "This beast will be my prize together." They plunged their weapons into the creature's chest. The dragon shrieked in fury, unleashing a shockwave that blasted them away. Shen's head struck a rock, and she cried out in pain. Seeing this, Sin yelled her name, his face etched with worry. "This is bad," one of the hunters screamed. The dragon's still too strong. The creature launched itself into the air, making for the opposite cliff. The protagonist sprinted towards the ledge. "I can't let that happen," he thought. "We can't let it get away. If it reaches the other side, we'll lose our chance to kill it for good." Sin pulled a special arrow from the quiver on his back. Tianzi, seeing his target trying to flee, unleashed his own ability, gritting his teeth in a furious snarl. "You think you can escape me?" he raged, drawing his bow. "That freak belongs to me." He let his arrow fly true. The protagonist saw the Son of God's arrow streaking toward the dragon. "It's now or never," he thought, releasing his own shot. Both arrows struck the dragon simultaneously. And with that, the divine-blooded creature crashed to the ground. A strange notification filled the protagonist's vision, leaving him stunned. Cries of outrage erupted from the others. What just happened? Who was that? Who stole the kill? Someone yelled, "That idiot killed the dragon!" "It can't be." Tianzi was furious. "Who did this?" He screamed. Shen staggered over to the protagonist, calling his name. She could barely stand after the injury she'd taken from the fall. Tianzi seized the protagonist's arm. "Did you get the beast's soul?" he demanded angrily. "Answer me." Sin looked at him, feigning surprise. "I wanted the soul too," he said, "but it looks like I was out of luck." He met Tianzi's glare with a barely perceptible smile. "I didn't get a thing." Later, Shen sat on a chair and asked the protagonist, "Tell me the truth. Did you get the dragon's soul?" The hunter who lands the final blow gets the beast's soul. That's the rule. If you got it, you can tell me? Sin touched his cheek. "I honestly don't understand. If there was money to be made, shouldn't I have made it? I fired that arrow because the purple scale dragon was about to get away. Maybe he's telling the truth," she thought. Getting a beast soul isn't that easy. She leaned in closer to him and pointed a finger at his chest. "All right, forget we had this conversation, but stay out of the Son of God's way. If he decides to beat you down, don't come crying to me." He smiled. Understood. He thought to himself, "If she hadn't stepped in for me today, I got really lucky. I should stick close to her for now." A while later, he was washing up, laughing to himself. Sin looked at his hand as he activated his new ability. Divine blood and the soul of a purple dragon. A system window confirmed it. Hunt successful. Purple dragon slain. Beast soul acquired. Consume the flesh and blood to obtain the genes of the divine blood. He began to laugh out loud. "That one arrow is going to make me rich. A soul like this is incredibly rare in the entire sanctuary. And I got it." Humming a tune, Sin stepped out of the shower and walked over to a cage. He looked at the creature inside. "Hey, your color. The copper-toothed scales have changed." He grinned. "Its bloodline has reached the divine level. Its armor is incredible," the protagonist said, stroking the creature. "In just 3 months, at this rate, the crystals can mature into a beast soul in 3 months. It took Shen and the Son of God over 10 years to get this far," he mused. "At this pace, I can hit that target in 5 years, and then ascend to the divine level. I'll consume this meat now," he decided. "Then buy a primitive level creature and raise it myself. To increase my beast levels, I can't afford to waste a single moment." With a flash of his knife, he finished off the creature. A short while later, he was savoring a thick, rich soup he'd made from its meat. A system window appeared. "You have consumed the creature's flesh. You have obtained 1 divine blood gene." The protagonist happily gnawed on the bones and was rewarded again. 1 divine blood gene. He threw his head back and yelled, "That's 7 new genes with the 18 I had before. That brings me to 25." Sin headed to his workshop. "These Z-class arrows vanish after a single use," he muttered. "They're way too expensive. I have to figure out how to get a soul beast arrow." There has to be some info online, even if it's like finding a needle in a haystack. The protagonist began sifting through the endless stream of data. An article titled "Journey Through the Dark Swamp" caught his eye. He grimaced. "I've heard stories about that terrifying place." The post was clearly written from first-hand experience. "I was being hunted by some mutant I'd never seen before." It read, "I had to run hundreds of miles just to escape." Later, the writer learned that people called it the Immortal Swamp, and it was filled with countless strange creatures. After spending so much time there, he'd only managed to kill a single needle bee. "Fortunately, I got its creature soul a poisonous flying arrow right as I got out of there. But that place, it's a nightmare. I screamed, trying to survive. If you hesitate for even a second, you can kiss your life goodbye. I'm certain it was some kind of mutant needle bee." Sin's eyes widened as he read the post. His heart raced. If he could get the soul of a needle bee, he'd have his own soul arrow. Then reality hit him. Wait, there's no specific location mentioned. It's too risky to just dive into the dark swamp blind, not to mention the journey would take forever. He grabbed his head in frustration. "I can't get bogged down by this. I need to focus on what I can do right now." A little later, the protagonist walked into the weapon shop and approached the smith. "You have a ton of weapons here. Did you make all of them yourself?" The seller nodded. "I have to say, I didn't expect you to use up that arrow so fast. But since you're a regular customer, I'll cut you a deal on something better." After a moment, The seller presented him with a dagger. Sin took it, examining the blade. A dagger with 5% Z steel content. This costs 300,000, he murmured. He started inspecting the weapon more closely. It's the same price as the last model I bought. He decided, I'll take it. As he looked around the shop, his gaze fell on another weapon. You've got a lot of different blades here. The rack isn't just full of knives. There must be something special here. What kind of sword is that? The salesman smiled slyly. That's a masterpiece. It contains 75% Z steel. I could sell it for millions. The protagonist was floored. Are you bragging or just crazy? How can a weapon possibly contain 75% of that steel? The salesman suddenly shoved him out of the shop. Get out of here! You can't afford this anyway! Sin got indignant. That's not fair. I just asked for an explanation. Don't try to deceive me. The salesman shoved him again and slammed the door. The protagonist stood there with his hands on his hips, completely bewildered. That's impossible. With our current technology, a weapon can't hold more than 5% Z steel. So what in the world is that sword? At that moment, his phone rang. It was Dan Fang. Sin answered. What's going on? Be in Xiao tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, Dan Fang said. I have something to show you. What is it you want to show me? Is it really that hard to just record it on video? No way, Dan Fang replied. You have to see this with your own eyes. I'll see you tomorrow. The next day, in Xiao, the protagonist followed Dan Fang down a long hallway. You're being nuts. Just show me what you wanted. Dan Fang just smiled. If this doesn't surprise you, I'll treat you to a delicious meal. They entered a room where Hua was sitting on a sofa, staring at his phone. I called you both here today to show you one thing, Dan Fang announced. Hua finally paid attention to them. Oh, my brother is here too. Sin raised an eyebrow. He's here too, he thought. Why did this little brat suddenly start calling me brother? They sat down on the sofa across from him, and Dan Fang began, and now I'll show you the main event. He activated his ability, and a cloud of smoke shaped like a tiger materialized above his hand. A moment later, a beautiful dagger appeared in his palm. Dan Fang held the weapon with confidence. So, what do you think of this dagger? Can I wield this beast soul or what? Sin was completely shocked. The power coming from that soul is incredible. He hugged the stunned protagonist. I've named this knife the Snow Tiger. That's pretty good, Sin admitted. A powerful name, he thought to himself. Even this crazy guy has a beast soul. I'm so jealous. Dan Fang opened the case for his old dagger. Now that I have the Snow Tiger, I can't use my old knife anymore. You can take it. The protagonist thought it over. This steel knife is definitely not cheap. This is crazy. I can't accept it. Dan Fang pressed the case into his hands. You're my brother, aren't you? Why let a perfectly good weapon just sit around collecting dust? Sin took the box and nodded. He looked at him with a smile, thinking, he really is loyal to me. I'll have to repay him in the future. My own steel knife is worn out, so this gift is right on time. Hua watched them, thinking, they have such a good relationship. I also want to get along with the protagonist. Even though I was sitting at the same table with Shen, I felt bad about it. But if I can get his help to get into the rifle squad, who cares? He made up his mind and walked over to Sin. Brother, he said kindly, I have some business with you. Sin gave him a sullen look, but at that moment, Hua's mother, Hanum, began approaching the room. You little brat, she yelled, aggressively throwing open the door. I asked you to attend Mr. Hu's banquet. You said you had important business, but you're just here fooling around. She grabbed his hand and began dragging him away. Mr. Hu invited his son and friends to dinner. They're all elites. You should be making friends with them. Mom, let me go. Wait! Hua protested. She glared at him with fury. Stop mumbling, Li Bon, the eldest son of the Li family. The Mori family is attending the banquet too. Word is their son's in the rifle squad, so I should introduce myself. He glanced at his mother in surprise. The Mori family? Aren't they just a bunch of new money upstarts? He mused. This was his chance. If he could get close to them, he wouldn't need S's help anymore. Danfeng watched as his friend's mother dragged him away. He's a grown man, he wondered aloud. So why is she still controlling his life? He sighed, asking what she even meant by fooling around. The whole situation was just awkward. Shin scratched his cheek, certain he'd heard the name Bong somewhere before. A short while later, within the lavish Xiao banquet hall teeming with well-dressed guests, a stunning woman made her way over to Bong. Smiling, she said how delighted she was to see him there and asked for his number. People weren't usually so forward. He simply stood with a glass in hand, offering her a faint smile. Nearby, two men were observing the interaction. That's the eldest son of the Mori Company, one murmured to the other. Their family must have done some amazing deeds in a past life. Talk about being born lucky. They bought a worthless planet and discovered a rare mineral deposit. A small firm became a mining titan virtually overnight, turning into one of the largest organizations in the sector and earning the envy of many. A woman then approached Bong with her son. She introduced herself and her son, who added that he'd heard a great deal about Bong and was thrilled to finally meet him. Bong smiled and greeted them, asking what he could do for them. Murmurs began to ripple through the hall. People wondered if it wasn't a bit bold of them to monopolize his time like that. Who are they, anyway? Someone asked. Another guest chuckled. They're from some minor company, probably trying to network their way up. The mother leaned closer, noting that their family was also under the protection of steel armor, and that they could become valuable allies in the future. Her son smiled. He added that if Bong ever needed a hand, he should feel free to reach out. Bong laughed a little uncomfortably. Actually, he admitted, I just wanted to ask you about someone. His eyes found Shin and Dan Feng in the crowd. As Shin praised the delicious food, Dan Feng mentioned that the family's chef was legendary. The woman glared in their direction, thinking, what are they doing here? She turned back to Bong with a practiced smile. If you're looking for someone, you should really ask my son. Why don't you two talk? She suggested. I have to sort something out. With that, she strode over to Shin, grabbed his arm, and demanded, What do you think you're doing here? I saw you speaking to him. You need to leave now, she hissed. Your reputation is filth. Don't you dare tarnish my son with your presence. You know you can't achieve greatness on your own, so you came here to leech off high-ranking officials. Isn't that right? She pointed an accusatory finger at him. Do you really believe you're worthy of being here? Shin stared back, annoyed. Why do you care where I am? We have nothing in common anymore, she pressed on aggressively. I'd hate to have to remind you what my Han family is capable of. At that moment, Bong noticed her raised voice. It looks like Mom's arguing with someone, he thought. Then his eyes widened. Wait, that guy. He's the one I've been searching for. He immediately bolted toward them, shouting, Brother, it's really you. I finally found you. Bong embraced him tightly, but Shin was utterly confused, thinking, Who the hell is this guy? And why is he clinging to me? Bong joyfully grabbed his hand. My brother, my savior, I've been looking for you for so long. As soon as I heard you were at the steel armor hideout, I came straight here. A bewildered Dan Feng asked, Wait, you saved Bong, what's going on? The crowd erupted into whispers. Did he really save Bong? His life is about to change forever. Is he single? Who is he? He's the catch of the night. We have daughters available. The woman's son looked at his mother in shock. Did he just call Shin his savior, or am I going crazy? His mother looked equally stunned. How is this even possible? Shin coughed, apologizing. I'm sure you're mistaken about something. We can talk about this later, I promise. Bong just tightened his grip. Where are you going? My private plane is right outside. Let me take you. Shin held up a hand to refuse. That's not necessary, but I appreciate the very generous offer. He waved as he backed away. I really hope we'll see more of each other, Bong called after him. Your younger brother will be waiting for you. The guests at the banquet continued to buzz. Who is that young man? Why is Bong treating him with so much respect? He doesn't look like he comes from high society. He's not one of the known elites or nobles. But if he saved Bong, he's not an ordinary person anymore. Dan Feng clapped Shin on the back admiringly. You're the center of attention now. We have to talk about how you saved Bong. The protagonist simply smiled. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," he told him. "First, we need to get out of this place. Then we'll discuss everything." Yum and Hook, however, remained rooted to their spot in the hall. She glared at him with pure aggression, wondering what this bizarre stunt would mean for her son's future. Hook, meanwhile, assumed Shin was a worthless parasite who relied on women. Seeing him on the verge of securing the support of such a powerful figure was absolutely infuriating. A short while later, Shin was walking down the street. He thought to himself that they'd finally cleared up the whole situation, though he never expected to run into Bong again. Judging by how rich he is, I don't need to worry about him not paying me back. Just then, a skyscraper in the distance erupted in a colossal, thunderous explosion. Shin froze. "What was that?" he shouted. A system window materialized, warning everyone to be on high alert. An unknown object was attacking the populace. He broke into a sprint towards the explosion, running against the tide of ordinary citizens fleeing the flames. People screamed, "It's a fire! Run for your lives!" Shin's mind raced. "If I saw that correctly, a fireball came from an aircraft. The only ones with that technology are the Azura clan. The Azura clan, humanity's only known enemy in outer space. They appear human-like, but their masks and horns are unmistakable identification symbols. Humanity fought the Azura clan across space for hundreds of years, but due to the Azura's superior physical development, our forces were pushed back. It was only 200 years ago, with the discovery of the Sanctuary of the Gods, that the situation finally stabilized. But the long war is still raging. People fleeing the fire yelled that the city's energy shields and defense systems were destroyed and that they urgently needed backup. "Our communication gear is fried too. We have no choice." The protagonist thought this was all very strange, because the River Alliance prioritizes business above all else. So what is an Asura, a tyrant demon, doing here? This is a grave situation. He couldn't even tell if there were casualties yet. His eyes scanned the bombed-out building, and he saw her, a little girl, dangling from the wreckage, crying. She was screaming for help, absolutely terrified, calling out for her parents. Sin shouted up to her, "It's too dangerous, you're going to fall." In that instant, he realized what was happening. The explosion was just a diversion. A massive iron sphere's door was blasted open, and a warrior with a colossal weapon stepped out. The protagonist froze, a chill running down his spine. A golden horn. One of the Asura nobles. The little girl saw the creature and her cries turned into shrieks of terror. The Asura fighter raised his weapon, aiming straight for the child, but Sin had already decided to intervene. "Activate!" His armor materialized around him in a flash of light. He shot toward the little girl, just as a reporter, Fan Mingan, was filming the entire scene from nearby. Mingan watched with awestruck eyes, yelling into his camera, "I'm getting this, all, who is that?" The protagonist zipped in closer. He snatched the little girl and pulled her to safety, blocking the warrior's enormous weapon with one hand to secure their escape. Mingan filmed in sheer disbelief, shouting, "He saved her! This is amazing! A true god! I can't believe my eyes!" He'd been struggling to find a story for the news, but now he'd hit the jackpot. Tomorrow's headline was his. Sin flew clear of the enemy and told the girl, "Don't be afraid." He knew that weapon could easily shred his armor. "I can't fight him directly." The Asura warrior leaped from the iron sphere, charging the protagonist. He swung his massive weapon with incredible speed. How is he so fast? Sin thought, trying to put some distance between them. Flying toward a nearby rooftop and smashing through a window, he set the girl down inside the building. "Hide under the table, and don't make a sound," he ordered. She nodded, wiping her tears. "Thank you," she whispered. The protagonist turned back to the fight, his mind racing. This is bad. Why are there so many of them? The Asura fighter pounced, slamming his weapon down hard. Sin staggered from the powerful blow. "That hurt. I can't keep taking hits like this." Mingan continued to film, questioning. "Why isn't the god dodging? He should be able to." On the live broadcast, viewers began to flood the chat. This is horrible! So much for Christmas! The power of that young golden horn Asura is immense. Our god doesn't have enough power if this goes on. Even immortality won't save him. All we can do is wish him luck. The Asura warrior attacked again, this time with a bone-crushing punch. The reporter, hunting for the best angles, wondered. Was it right to start this live broadcast? What if it ends up showing a god being killed? The protagonist fought back with a powerful kick. Even if I die, he thought, I can't let this monster get any further. His opponent's weapon was a blur, slashing wildly and drawing blood. He's becoming more bloodthirsty, Sin realized. I won't be able to survive this. Mingan was frantic, shouting. He has to evade those direct strikes. But it would be almost impossible for the protagonist to escape. Viewers pleaded in the chat. God, get out of there. Don't die in this fight, just dodge. But he held his ground, determined that no one would feel guilty over a child's death. The Asura warrior roared, die, and unleashed his strongest attack. But suddenly, with a change in Sen's tactics, the tide of the battle began to turn. The chat exploded. The god is fighting back. Teach that monster a lesson. That thing can't be left alive. Our god is invincible. He's like a guardian angel. We love him. Sin grabbed his opponent, and together they began to plummet to the ground. Are you out of your mind? The Asura fighter shrieked. The spectators continued to watch, completely captivated. He's amazing, they wrote. Let's call that move the earthquake aura. It's a beautiful sight. Look at how everything is shining. The Asura must die, but what will happen to the god himself after a collision like that? They picked up speed, then they slammed into the ground, and a massive explosion rocked the city. The chat was frantic. We're so worried. Who survived? What happened to the god? We need a closer look. The god has to be okay. Mingan ran towards the blast crater. I want this to be the top story, but I don't want to be a hero, he thought. Please let the god be alive. After a moment, he got closer, filming the scene of destruction. The corpse of the Asura warrior appeared in the frame, stunning everyone. The reporter looked around in shock. The Asura is dead. Then where's the god? Suddenly, children near a collapsed building began to panic. Our brother fell in. What do we do? Mingan swung the camera in their direction and started filming. The audience immediately started commenting. Why are there so many school children there? Isn't that where the god was just fighting? Now it makes sense he didn't unleash a huge attack on that monster because he was protecting the children. He's so kind. A real hero. But where is he? Is he alive or dead? We have to find him. Sometime later, the protagonist was at home, patching up his wounds. A live news report was playing in the background, filled with discussion and praise for the god. That Asura was seriously strong, and he thought. I got lucky this time. Thankfully, his gene count had increased significantly lately, but he was still injured, and that entire battle was recorded. He'd escaped right after killing the Asura, so he wouldn't be able to reveal his identity. Fortunately, the Asura was wounded and he managed to get away. He was incredibly fortunate that he could take this trophy with him. He held the massive weapon of his defeated foe, examining it from all sides, Sin noted. The Asura's weapon technology is far superior to anything humans have. Moreover, this belonged to a golden horn, an aristocrat. This sword is undoubtedly top class, but it's far too flashy. Anyone who's seen the news broadcasts would recognize it instantly. I need to alter its appearance. After slightly changing the color and inscription, a piece suddenly detached from the hilt. He wondered if he'd broken it, but a moment later, he spotted a memory chip. He carefully pulled the chip from the weapon and slid it into his laptop. The protagonist couldn't help but smile, certain this was a major find. He had to see what was on it. A system window materialized, indicating the sword possessed a heart strike skill. He gasped, realizing these were the legendary secret combat techniques of Asura. With these instructions, He could completely master their fighting style. He visualized himself executing the technique and wondered, is this the Heart Strike? The power felt immense, incredible. He was laughing with joy when the phone on his desk began to ring. He saw it was Nord and answered. "What's going on?" he asked. "Bro," Nord called out cheerfully. "Why haven't you swung by the hideout? Your little brother's been waiting for you to take him on that big mission." The protagonist apologized, saying with a grin, "I've been buried in work lately. Plus, I've got a very important event on the horizon." A short time later, he arrived at Shen and Manly's office. Sin approached them and stated, "I know you're both very kind and generous, but I really don't want to enroll in Blackhawk Academy. I'm set on going to Star River Academy." The two women exchanged a look before Manly shot him a glare and yelled, "Are you an idiot? Leon Blackhawk is one of the top 50 elite academies. Star River doesn't even rank in the top 1,000. What could you possibly accomplish there?" She uncrossed her arms, exasperated. Neither the instructors nor the equipment at Star River can hold a candle to Blackhawks. They don't even have the capability to run armored mechs. Yo. Or battleships, do you understand? She moved closer to him. If you graduate from there, you won't have to serve a long tour in the military. I'm recommending you go, she insisted. With your current level and abilities, you could go far. He knew she was right, but Blackhawk Academy was just too far away. Who would take care of my mother and sister? He mulled it over and fell silent. Manly looked at her fingernails dismissively. You're throwing away an opportunity most people would kill for, she said. Turning to Shen, she added, My colleagues and I need to analyze that video footage. Their attention shifted to the large monitor. Right away, Shen said. Put the video on. The live broadcast of the protagonist's most recent battle filled the screen. He seethed internally. If I ever find out who that damn reporter was, I'll hunt them down and beat them senseless. Shen's voice cut through his thoughts. Did your colleague spot anything unusual? She inquired. Just a fool playing God. The other woman replied. The protagonist thought, a woman just called me a fool. What's her problem with a handsome guy like me? Manly, however, was studying the footage intently. We can confirm the target's strength and speeds are top-notch. Plus, he has wings, making him the best long-range marksman. But in close combat, he fought like a complete amateur. She put a hand to her chin. Your colleague is right. Oro was already wounded. Otherwise, our god would have been killed. Sun watched them with a sliver of disdain, thinking they truly deserved to be the army's top female soldiers. Manly narrowed her eyes. This is the second time he's been recorded, the first being at the testing hall. Who the hell is he? Jian offered a faint smile. His armor and wings are transformed through a fusion of a beast's soul and divine blood. Curiously, he didn't use a bow and arrow. He's a complete anomaly. The protagonist felt a blush creep up his neck as he suppressed a laugh. How can they possibly analyze the movements of a god? She turned back to him. You may leave, but give Blackhawk Academy some serious thought, and don't let me down. Later, Sun walked through the city streets, thinking, Xian is just treating me like a prize to be won. This is getting annoying. I'm not even 20 years old yet. And I'm already being pushed into the military. If they do send me to Blackhawk, I'll have to leave enough money behind for my mother and sister before I go. I need to set them up for a life without worry. Sun called Nord. I'm calling about that blade with 5% SE steel content we talked about. Send it over. Brother, Nord replied, there are only 2 of those blades available. Our family has a partnership with the company that makes that steel. I could get you much more. Better yet, why not take it with you on your trip? I could definitely lend a hand, he replied. It's far too dangerous there. You shouldn't take that kind of risk. I'll pay. And if I'm lucky, I'll give you a creature core as thanks. A while later, the protagonist left the safety of the shelter and headed toward the swamp. After 2 days, he finally arrived. Sun activated his senses and muttered, So this is the infamous dark swamp. The creature hiding here is said to contain the arrow soul I desperately need. No matter how treacherous this path gets, I won't turn back. I must become significantly stronger. Just as he'd heard, the dark swamp was on another level. The mutated creatures here were larger and far more ferocious. He wished he could just kill them all. But he had to pick his targets carefully. He summoned his armor and continued toward his goal. The protagonist took aim at a serpent and declared, "You'll be my, first kill." He unleashed a lightning arrow. Thinking, I only have 2 hunting arrows, like, I can't afford to waste them. His shot found its mark in the water snake. He then activated his skill, and the arrow began to return to him. As it flew back, it dragged the massive snake's body up from beneath the water's surface. A system notification appeared: hunt successful. He had killed the king snake but hadn't received its soul. However, if he consumed the creature's flesh and blood, he could gain from 1 to 10 mutant genes. He admired his kill for a moment before continuing his hunt for a new target. Sun struck a rather large fish with an arrow, and then a second one. He raised his hand to the sky, feeling a surge of adrenaline. The more I hunt, the more exhilarating this becomes. Sun began to reel in his catch by the attached wire, yelling, "Come to me, my treasures!" The fish put up a fierce struggle, but after a tense moment, he overpowered its resistance. A system window popped up. Hunt successful! He'd killed a sawfish and received its soul, eating the flesh, and blood of this creature could grant him a mutant gene. The protagonist was stunned, then shouted with glee, "I got the soul of a mutant beast!" The dark swamp is a hunter's paradise. Later on, he built a fire and cooked a soup from his catch. As he ate the delicious meal, he savored his success. System notifications flashed before his eyes, confirming he'd acquired a mutant gene. Miao Jun sat beside him, nibbling on the master's latest kill. It had only been a few days since he'd entered the dark swamp, yet his mutant gene count had already climbed to 31. Sin gripped the spear in his hands. It was a shame the sawfish soul became a weapon instead of an arrow, but this spear was excellent and made up for many of his shortcomings. Suddenly, a fierce wind tore through the sky. The protagonist was startled and shouted, "Who's there?" A colossal hawk appeared overhead and began to dive for an attack. He dropped into a fighting stance, thinking, "That's a massive flying creature, but mutants don't usually attack people unprovoked." After the creature touched down on the ground, a man leaped from its back. He tossed a piece of meat in Sin's direction and demanded, "Is this meat yours?" as if accusing him. The protagonist studied him, realizing he was riding a beast's soul. He never imagined that other people would be bold enough to venture into the dark swamp alone. He simply gave a negative response. A short while later, Yan was sitting before a bowl of soup, saying as he ate the broth, "These are poisonous centipede claws. You should know that." A system window appeared, announcing he had consumed and obtained 1 mutant gene. He leaped to his feet and cheered. "I got a gene! This is incredible! Are there many mutant creatures here?" Wei-Yan aimed his weapon at Sin. "I think you and I are going to make a trade. Otherwise, you'll be a meal for my iron wing bird." Sin looked at him menacingly. "Did I not make myself clear, or did you just not hear me?" he asked. He thought to himself, "This guy is practically begging for a beatdown." With his outrageous behavior, Yan charged forward with an attack, yelling, "If you won't do this the easy way, we'll do it the hard way." He landed his strike but gasped in surprise. His knife hadn't inflicted any damage at all. Sin activated his ability and summoned his spear. "You dare use such garbage against me?" he asked with a threatening tone. He slammed his spear against Yan's weapon, shattering it. "Besides, he added, "before you attack, you should first understand your own capabilities." Sin struck at his opponent, but he dodged and leaped backward. Yan clutched his face and screamed, "You scratched my cheek!" He scrambled onto his beast, shouting, "Don't get cocky, you're going to pay for what you did today!" The giant hawk soared into the sky, But the protagonist refused to give up and flew after it. Sin yelled, "You really think you can get away from me just by taking to the sky?" Wei-en started to panic when he saw Sin in hot pursuit. He shrieked in terror. "He can fly too, and he's that fast. Is that a divine blood beast soul?" Sin smirked and, pointing his spear at him, said, "Your answer is correct, and here's your prize." The main character's spear pierced his opponent, but Wei-en just screamed, "You hit my beautiful buns!" Sin twisted the spear in deeper and said with a smile, "I just made another piercing for you." Wei-en began to howl in pain. "I'm a great lord, please. Don't drag this out. I can't take it anymore. Forgive me. I was so wrong and I'm so guilty." He reached into his pants, pulled out a piece of his underwear, and began waving it like a white flag in surrender to his opponent. A short while later, they were sitting by a fire. Sin crossed his arms and stated, "Your life is in my hands now." "You'd better help me with something. Where is the black mutant bee?" Wei-en stared at him in astonishment. "A mutant bee? Why would you need that? It's a really dangerous place, so I wouldn't dare go there." Sometime later, they were on their way, flying on their beasts. Wei-en turned to him. "Those are all black mutant bees, and the largest one has to be the queen. Are you really going to attack those things?" The protagonist put a hand on his shoulder and said, "To save your own hide, you should shut your mouth and not stray from the plan. After we pull this off, I'll definitely split the loot with you." Wei-en agreed with his companion and they kept flying. After a bit, he flew up to the target carrying a stone and muttered, "Is anyone down there?" after he got to the dark swamp. He had only met crazy people. His bird dropped the stone, which fell and shattered several hives. The bees swarmed toward him, causing him to panic and scream, "The black mutant bees are coming at me! My bird has to fly faster and higher!" Sin straightened his posture and said, "This is my chance." He flew towards the swarm of black mutant bees, preparing for a fight. Sin sliced a massive mutant bee into several pieces. A system window popped up, announcing a successful hunt. He had killed the black mutant bee but received no soul. If he consumed the creature's flesh and blood, he could gain 1 to 10 divine blood points. After a while, he had killed several more mutant bees, and some of them dropped souls. Sin celebrated his victory, shouting, "This is so wonderful! I finally got a soul!" Now he had a soul in the form of an arrow, and he was thrilled and relieved. Sometime later, the main character walked near his shelter, thinking that after his hunt in the dark swamp, his mutated gene points had increased to 47, and his divine points had reached 29. Very soon, he would advance to a new level. The people around him were in a rush, yelling for everyone to move faster. The martial arts conference is about to start. The registration deadline is today. We all have to hurry. This is a major event for all the planets in the Alliance. Sin was surprised. A martial arts conference, he thought. I was gone for a few days and totally forgot about it. If I get into the top 10 warriors, I can get a random soul of a divine blood beast. I have to be in this event. Later, at the Shinui Martial Arts Hall, Sin walked up to the registration kiosk, and a ticket was dispensed. He looked at the number with a grim expression and remarked, "I'm already the 8,888th person to enter the martial arts hall. Is it really going to be this intense? This year?" The protagonist thought, "I don't know what kind of opponents I'll meet here, but I'm already looking forward to it." After a moment, the event organizer announced, "This year is promising. The number of participants is much higher than in previous years. Make a name for yourselves in the martial arts hall, and you will become the leaders of the Steel Armor Shelter." Some participants had already begun their trials, shouting that their opponent must die. "We have to settle this once and for all today. I will be the victor." Sin looked at the participants and thought, according to the rules, only 100 people. The board announced the rules for this competition in each round. Everyone fights to the death. The survivors move on, but only one person from each bracket will remain. The current bracket was for groups 51 to 55. A participant remarked that with over 50 groups, he should have been in the 80s by now. Tianzi closed in on the protagonist, who figured he wouldn't be able to fight today. He just needed to find a spot to sit and observe. Tianzi spun around and demanded his number to check if they were in the same bracket. Sin just smiled, saying he was about to be disappointed because he wasn't even participating. Tianzi's face twisted with rage as he jabbed a finger at him, calling him a coward. He spat that if Sin knew what was good for him, he'd better not show his face again, or he'd kill him. Just then, Momi and Zen walked in. One of them turned to Tianzi, asking if his match was up soon and if he was ready. He looked back at her with a confident smirk, saying he was definitely going to climb the ranks. He pointed to himself, telling Zen to make sure she watched his performance when it was his turn. Zen approached Sin, asking if he was actually afraid of the son of God. He just nodded, watching her reaction. Her brows furrowed as she asked why he was so scared of him. Sin explained that the guy was insanely strong and the heir to the Starry Sky group. He was completely out of his league. Manly came over, reminding him that he knelt down so bravely after killing the purple-scaled wyvern right in front of him. Zen asked if he was trying to protect his family, worried they'd get dragged into his feud with Tianzi, so he was trying to lay low. The protagonist thought to himself that she'd hit the nail on the head. Zen was right. His mother and sister were the only people he had left. Besides, Vimai. The Starry Sky Company had something to do with his father's death, but now was not the time to settle that score. Zen smiled, saying it was clear he cared deeply for his family. He absolutely had to get into the Hawk School, but he'd have to pass the entrance exam first. Sin asked, what made her so sure? She walked to the window, explaining that once he was in the academy, she would get him assigned to a special team. Their family members would receive military protection, making them untouchable. She locked eyes with him, adding that this protection extended to threats from the Son of God. The protagonist was stunned. He admitted her proposal sounded tempting, but wanted to know what this team actually did. She just grinned, telling him to wait until he got in, then he'd find out. A little later, Sin was walking down the street, thinking that he should seriously consider enrolling in that academy. It offered too many advantages. What if the Son of God decided to go after his mom and Yen to get to him? He would never let that happen. Meanwhile, in the martial arts hall, everyone was staring at the electronic scoreboard, murmuring about who the last person was and why they hadn't shown up. Maybe they got cold feet. 99 people waiting for one person, how disgraceful. If he wasn't going to show, he should just forfeit, or he'd be the first one to get beaten down. Sin entered the hall in his disguise, apologizing for keeping them all waiting. The crowd erupted in discussion and shouts. No way! Is that really him? It's the guy who took down the golden horn. It's the god of war, Sin chuckled to himself, thinking that his real self wouldn't appear in public. But the god of war would be more than happy to. Moments later, the battle began. Sin slammed a punch into one fighter's gut, then drove his fist into another's shoulder, smashing him into the floor. He sent a third opponent flying into the air with a single kick. His rivals were scattered on the ground, groaning that their arms and stomachs were broken. The god is too strong, one cried. It's like he's from another world. None of them stood a chance. Sin waved his hand dismissively and asked who was next. Step right up, he challenged. The fighters started laughing nervously, saying he earned the title of a god and they would admit defeat. That's right, we're all giving up. It's an honor just to have the chance to fight a god. Just let us go. Sin crossed his arms and laughed, telling them to accept him as the winner. Then he raised his hands to the sky, shouting that he had won the fight and was grateful for everyone's support. The spectators roared with applause, chanting that he was 1 against 100, that he was invincible. He truly was a god, the best of the best, with no one on his level. Zen stared at him in disbelief and asked if they could have a word with a god. The protagonist looked at them, a flicker of alarm in his eyes. Why were these three here together? She stepped closer, saying she wanted to introduce him to the people from Steel Armor. Sin smirked and asked if the three of them were trying to recruit him. He feigned a little shock. Tianzi crossed his arms, declaring that he had once stolen the divine blood of a rare creature. He revealed his face, thinking they needed to get properly acquainted. Shen added that among everyone here, the three of them were the most powerful potential allies, no matter how skilled he was. Surely he wouldn't want to make them an enemy. Sin began to walk away, saying he would be neither their enemy nor their ally. He was used to being a lone wolf, and now he really had to go. Po stepped in front of him, telling him to wait. If he didn't want to join them, fine. But since he'd obtained a creature with divine blood, he had to tell them more about it. The protagonist smiled inwardly, thinking the guy was pretty sharp. He started gesturing wildly, claiming it was just a stroke of luck and nothing more. But he had a ton of mutants, and did anyone even care? Po's face lit up with greed as he shouted that he had so many. He wanted to buy them all. He just had to name his price. Zen yelled in protest. What do you mean? Buy them all? Am I nothing to you? Tianzi raised his hand, shouting that he had way more money and to just give them all to him. 1.5 million for a single one, he'd pay whatever it took. Sin laughed internally, thinking how easy it was to make allies turn on each other. Figured the black bee from the dark swamp might come in handy soon. He cleared his throat and announced that they shouldn't bother. His mutants weren't for sale. However, he was willing to exchange them for an S-rank card. They were stunned into silence, asking if he really wanted an S-rank card. Zen looked at him with a grave expression, explaining that the stone has the highest level of control. Even with all the money in the world, it was impossible to buy. Tianzi asked if that wasn't too steep of a condition, offering 2 million yuan and asking what he thought. The protagonist started to leave, stating that he didn't need anything except the S-rank card. They could go find. 1. Sometime later at a shelter near the forest, Sin met up with Zen, who was waiting under a tree. She held out a card and asked if he had brought enough mutants. He took the card and confirmed he had. Sin grinned, saying she caught on quick, which made her much more reliable than those other two. He tossed a bag of mutants onto the ground, telling her there were about 30 black bees inside. If she consumed them all, her mutant genes would. To sweeten the deal, Sin revealed another bag, saying, I have more of this sawfish mutant snake king meat. If there's anything else you need, I'll sell it for 3 million. Shen scoffed. Money is no object. I can buy everything you have. But you're a god, an intelligent man, so you must realize I didn't make this deal just to acquire mutant genes. Later, relaxing in his room, the protagonist admired the card he had received. He smirked. An S-rank card. Everything went even better than I'd hoped. Shen certainly lives up to her title as the queen. She has to be doing this. Get to me. If she suspects I'm the god, then she's trying to test me, but first I need to pick my new technologies. The card is only good, for one set, so I have to choose carefully. He approached his laptop, thinking aloud. I can't be with my mother and sister around the clock, but if they could master a martial art, their strength would skyrocket in a short time. Then I wouldn't have to worry about anything. This holy angel technique seems perfect. It improves the body. The process is gentle, and it's risk-free. Based on the description, the holy angel is quite similar to the jade bone technique I practice. A cultivator quietly grows stronger, but it's not quite the same. S-rank martial arts are on a completely different level. Compared to Long Yuan. Who is he? Anyway, sometime later, at Star River Xinhua Elementary School, Teacher Chuang asked the protagonist, Are you here to request a leave of absence for Yan? Sin confirmed. Yes, a few things have come up at home recently. It might drag on for a while. She put a finger to her cheek. Her parents are quite irresponsible. They've never once come to a parent-teacher meeting since Yan enrolled. You're the first one to ever come here. And ask for time off. Sin replied apologetically. I'm so sorry. The family has been overwhelmed. We've been careless. He thought to himself, I can't very well tell her I want my sister to learn the holy angel technique. Wang continued. To be honest, Yan is an excellent student, but she's using a standard nutrient solution. If you Don't upgrade her to a more advanced one. She'll be left behind by everyone else. I truly hope your family will take this seriously. The protagonist asked, What kind of advanced solution? She nodded. The higher the quality of the nutrient solution, the more rapidly the human body develops. She needs to enhance her physical fitness and accumulate energy. You don't want her results to plateau right at the start, do you? Sun looked at her with a serious expression and asked, How much does the perfect solution cost? Wang replied. S-level costs 15 million a year. Since you enrolled her in this school, you should have that kind of money, he realized. I don't have enough on me right now, and I can't ask my mother. The fastest way is to use the crystals to cultivate mutants and, then sell them. Later, he arrived home to find his sister training in front of the television. Watching her, he thought, Yan's aptitude is incredible. She absorbs all the information so quickly. He was filled with pride for his exceptional sister. He walked over to her and said, You're amazing! As soon as Mom gets back, we're going to start learning the Holy Angel technique. Yan's face lit up. For real, I can learn it too. He nodded. But you can't tell anyone about this. It's our family secret. Once I buy the proper grade of solution, your progress will accelerate immensely. Yan beamed. You're the best brother in the whole world. Your little sister is going to be super strong, like, too. Sometime later, at headquarters, Mumley approached Zen. What's your plan? Zen closed her eyes and replied, Don't worry about it. It's not that important. She then turned away, adding, After all this time, that guy still hasn't responded to me. My patience has run out. I'll have to show him what I'm made of. Shen showed her colleague a pill. I don't believe this man is worth fighting for at all. But if you insist, I won't hesitate. Later, in the battle room, the protagonist sparred with Shen, showcasing his fighting prowess. He thought, What is this woman trying to get from me? Does she just want to touch me? At that moment, Zen's foot connected with his face, sending him flying. He thought, What the hell is she doing? Why is she attacking so hard? What did she eat? She stood over him in a commanding pose and said, Your progress is too, slow. It seems I had too much faith in you. Drink this and take a break. We'll train again later. The protagonist mentally scratched his head. After a while, they were both resting, but Sun eyed his rival suspiciously. What made her beat me so fiercely? He opened the bottle of Mundaughter she'd given him, and suddenly felt a bizarre sensation. Zen appeared before his eyes in a cloud of steam, twirling her hair as she asked, Am I, the beautiful Theosin thought, Evil cannot corrupt a flawless body. The jade bone technique worked. There's a sedative in this bottle. What does she want from me? Zen then drew closer and asked, You probably find my body beautiful, don't you? The protagonist thought, Why is she asking such provocative questions? I can't let on that I'm not hypnotized. He smiled. Your breasts are the most beautiful part. She pressed. Why do you think so? He answered. They're big, round, and look very tender. Shen was internally revolted. All men are the same, utterly disgusting. She then approached him and said, I'll let you touch them. As his hand began to reach for her chest, she slapped it away, thinking, It seems he's completely hypnotized. This is perfect. Her face grew serious as she posed her real question. Tell me, are you the man in the golden armor? S focused all his concentration and answered in the negative. Zen then asked, Why didn't you want to join Blackhawk Academy? He replied, Because the academy was far from home. I wouldn't be able to look after my mother and sister. I wouldn't be able to protect them at all. She thought, He said the same thing, Hei. Last time, perhaps he really does care about his family that much. She asked, Who is in your heart right now? You are, he said. You're in my heart, and you will be mine. You're the most beautiful girl I have ever met, the most beautiful woman in steel armor. Zen was so surprised she slapped his cheek in embarrassment. He never saw the blow coming. The impact snapped him out of his act, and he yelled, What did you do to me? Grabbing his cheek, he said, I only remember drinking the water. You gave me... She jumped up from the floor, saying, Nothing like that happened. We were training hard, you got overtired, and I just woke you up. Huh. Is she really this flustered? A smirk played on his lips. He was telling the absolute truth, but it seems she's just a woman after all. She's completely lost her composure. Good. There's no way she'll doubt me now. Pushing himself up, he realized he could use her as the perfect cover. This would allow him to get much stronger. He had only revealed a fraction of his true power. One day, he would silence all their doubts completely. A little later, Sin met Bong in the forest by the shelter. He passed him a large sack. This is what you begged me for, he said, explaining he'd deliberately waited a few days. This was to avoid drawing any attention. You must not tell a soul about this, he warned. Bong opened the bag. A sawfish, he gasped. I am completely loyal to you. I won't tell anyone. Don't worry. I'll do exactly as you instructed. Just then, two people started walking toward them. It was Tianzi and Tianyang. Tianzi squinted. Am I seeing this right, Bong? Why are you standing next to him? Bong spun around. What a coincidence, he said nervously. This man here is my brother. My friend, I know you two had a misunderstanding. So you should just let it go. Tianyang's face flushed with anger. Let it go. It's impossible to forget something like that. Tianzi calmed him down. We should go, he said. We can't waste our time. We're fighting that player in the next match, so we need to prepare. The protagonist's brow furrowed as he thought, so I'm fighting him in the second round. My circle of enemies is surprisingly small. Sometime later, at the Shinho Martial Arts Hall, the crowd was already gathering in the stands. Now we get to see a real show, one spectator yelled. Tianyang is no pushover, but it's hard to say. If he can actually win against a god, maybe their power levels are the same. Then again, no matter how strong this god is, he's no match for the son of a god, right? Shaya, who was also in the stands, grinned happily. The god will win, no doubt about it. Hanga walked up beside him. We need to look at this from all angles, he said. It's going to be a very compelling fight. I wonder what abilities the god has. A short while later, they sat down. As they took their seats, Shaya noticed a man in black robes next to him. Hey man, aren't you hot in all those clothes? Is that a cosplay? He asked. Hanga whispered. That god is the one who took the son of a god's creature, the one with divine blood. I bet he'd trade his high-level beast soul for a chance at revenge. Shaya crossed his arms. Isn't it just a King Kong's soul? The god has plenty of divine blood from his own beast souls. He won't last a single minute. His companion agreed. Let's make a bet then. I say the son of a god won't last 1 minute. If I'm right, you give me your mutant beast. And if you lose, Shaya countered, your Nightwolf is mine. He paused, thinking. My Nightwolf in his hands. Manly, sitting nearby, overheard them. Men are such boring creatures, she muttered. This fight has nothing to do with them, but they're still wagering their prized possessions. The scoreboard lit up. The matchup was announced. The armor versus Tianzi. The spectators erupted. The fight is starting. Where is he? Where is the god? Suddenly, the man in the black robe stood up, drawing everyone's gaze. Sin threw off his cloak, revealing his golden armor. Shaya was stunned. No way, he yelled. The god was sitting right next to us this whole time. Manly was shocked, thinking, I didn't even notice his presence. Shaya shouted, My god, you have to crush him in 1 minute and save my beast. The protagonist thought to himself, This guy always finds a way to make things difficult for me. Tianyang warmed up his hands. Any dog that serves a so-called god is about to die. After a moment, a complete list of his abilities and accumulated souls appeared before the protagonist. He thought, I'm in pretty good shape right now. I have 3 god-level beast souls and 4 mutated genes. Turning into a 3-headed cat would be useless, but the other beast souls could be helpful. The scoreboard flashed, signaling the start of the competition. Tianyang activated his power and roared, You better watch out, because I'm going to tear you to pieces. A massive King Kong spirit materialized behind him before merging with his body, transforming him into the creature. Hanga laughed. He used the divine beast soul. I'm definitely going to win this bet. Shia grabbed his hair frantically and yelled, God, you have to! Beat him in under a minute. I can't give up my wolf. Tianzi watched the display, sneering. 1 divine beast soul, and 2 mutant souls. It cost me a fortune to get rid of this god. He absolutely has to lose. His face was a mask of rage. My greatest regret is that I can't kill him with my own hands for the humiliation he caused me. He seethed. But my follower will avenge me. Sin activated his own ability. Who gave you the right to be so arrogant in my presence? He asked, blasting forward and slamming his weapon into Tianyang's shoulder. Tianyang screamed in agony but managed to swat his opponent's weapon away. Hanga was ecstatic. A magnificent strike, my champion has him. Tianzi smiled. Finish him! He yelled. Tianyang's body pulsed with aggression as he let out a guttural roar and charged toward his enemy. The protagonist met him head-on. Sin swung his weapon, landing a vicious blow that made his opponent bleed. Tianyang spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. Then, he collapsed to the ground and lay motionless. The spectators in the stands were stunned into silence, not understanding what they had just seen. What the hell just happened? What was that? Hanga was shocked. That's impossible, he shouted. Manly was terrified. He was killed, with a single blow, she screamed. A god defeated him, Shia yelled. The electronic scoreboard confirmed that the match had ended in just 9 seconds. Shia began to cheer wildly. He blew away all my expectations, he shouted. Less than 10 seconds. That's my god for you. Tianzi, however, was enraged. My sacred beast, my personal servant. How could you fail me? He shrieked. You useless fool, get up and finish the job. But Tianyang lay still on the floor, lying in a pool of his own blood. The magic slowly drained from his body until he reverted to his normal state. As the spectators erupted into a roar of adoration, the god bowed to his audience, apologizing for being unable to finish his opponent today. Tianzi, however, was consumed by rage. He screamed that this wasn't over and that he'd make him beg for death. Later, the archery grounds stood empty as Shia sat atop his beast near the building. He was laughing, telling everyone to get a look at his magnificent red-hoofed beast. The academy students crowded around in awe, saying how incredibly fortunate he was. His gamble had paid off big time, and now they were eager to make a bet on the captain. 2. Shia Chao warned them against it, calling him a vengeful fool. He was certain the man would seek revenge. Nearby, the protagonist stood thinking, I'm the one who actually won the duel, so why is this guy getting all the attention? He didn't even have a beast of his own. Shia approached his friend, telling him the captain had just been looking for him a moment ago. It had to be something important. Shin wondered what she could possibly want. He hadn't messed anything up yet. Trying to cheer his friend up, Shia asked if he wanted to take his new beast for a spin. The protagonist just scowled and rejected the offer, thinking, Don't get so smug, you jerk. I'll have my own beast soon enough. A short while later, he knocked on the captain's office door. Shin walked in and asked, You were looking for me? Manly was sitting at her desk, piled high with documents. She explained that the garrison leader had requested special training be assigned to him. You were aware of this, correct? She asked. Maybe after that hypnosis incident, she's not suspicious of me anymore, he thought. This could be my chance to finally join the army. He nodded and kept listening. She told him he needed to report to the Army training hall for an assessment. You should know, the leader has high hopes for you, so don't let her down. However, she added, you're not a particularly strong cadet, so you can leave at any time if you feel you can't handle the task. Later, at the training hall, the protagonist approached his captain and reported that he had finished his characteristic assessment. Manly carefully studied his results. This is even worse than I thought, she said. Your score is still below 10. This wasn't a difficult test, so why do you look so exhausted? Shin rubbed his forehead. He thought, all my stats broke past 10 a long time ago, but they'd be even more suspicious if I revealed my real power. Beads of sweat ran down his face from the effort of holding back his strength, he told her sincerely. I just need to keep training harder. She waved him off. We're not wasting time. Let's move on. A moment later, Manly strode toward a specific training room as all eyes followed her. She instructed the protagonist. Watch carefully, because I'm only showing this once. The students from the academy began to whisper, asking what was so special about the room their captain was heading to. Isn't she just going to repeat a martial art form? Another student explained. That space is for gravity training. Inside, there are simulators that create a field with altered gravity. People call it demonic training. The captain moves that easily because of her immense strength, but anyone with stats below 10 would struggle just to walk in there. A short while later, she emerged from the training room looking tired and said, Now it's your turn. Shin, repeat every movement, and then report back to me. Now we'll see how he dances, Bao, she thought. This will teach him to listen to me. The other cadet whispered to the main character. The captain cranked the pressure setting so high you probably won't be able to breathe. While she was in there, if you want, I can tell you a little trick. It'll only cost you 2 packages of Black Forest, Shen asked. And you're sure this information will help me? After a moment, he walked into the training facility. Inside, he looked around. My body feels like it's made of lead, the main character thought. It's not easy to move at all. But if that guy knows how to alter the device's settings without getting caught, then I don't have to worry either. In fact, I'm just going to set everything to the maximum. He approached the controls. He thought, this is the only way to find out what my true limit is. After cranking all the settings as high as they would go, he began his strength test. He perfectly imitated his captain's movements, thinking, looks like I still have plenty of room to grow. I can get much stronger than this. A while later, he stepped out of the training room and went to his captain. Manly looked at his results and angrily demanded, Confess, did you cheat? He respectfully told her. Ugh. Absolutely not. I was simply following your orders. The entire training session was recorded on video, so you can check it yourself. Shin began to worry, thinking, well, I was cheating, but in the opposite direction I made the settings even harder. Do I really need to pretend to be even weaker? She became furious and said, I'm interested in the data from that machine. Your strength is on a completely different level now. How were you able to finish the training so quickly? He stood up confidently and declared, It was all thanks to you, Captain, your incredible kindness, your honesty, and your unwavering spirit helped me unlock my true potential. Manly was completely flustered by this and said, You're just sucking up to me. It wasn't me who unlocked your potential. You're dismissed for now, but the next training won't be this simple. Shin left the office, trying his best to hold back his laughter. He thought, so she really likes flattery. Good to know. The next day, a crowd of people gathered near the academy, discussing the latest news. They were asking if everyone had heard who the god was fighting in the finals. It's Shen herself. She's the strongest among the steel armors. How can the god possibly stand against her? It would have been a better fight if the god and Kenzie had fought. That would have been a real show. It's a shame he lost to Shen. Somewhere near the shelter, the protagonist met the man who had helped him with the settings during training. He handed him his promised payment and said, You deserve what I offered, so here. Take it. The man thanked him. Ah, the divine aroma! And the taste is even better because this is the purest product. You're very lucky my friend's family grows Black Forest. He thought, I'll never be able to smoke normally again. As a token of my gratitude, I'll show you something! The man took out a knife and with a swift motion, pressed the blade to his own neck. Shin was completely shocked by this. He screamed, "What are you doing?" A moment later, the blade vanished, only to reappear in the man's hands. The protagonist yelled, "Where did the blade go? Why did—" As the blade materialized in his hands again, the man twirled it skillfully and asked after a moment, "So, do you want to learn the heaven in hands technique?" Sin stood masked in the training hall, deep in his practice. "This feeling again," he murmured. "I never expected my secret technique would be a virtual simulation. This game, Heavenly Hand, is something else. The controller is an exact copy of the hand's muscle structure, and it only responds when the right muscles are flexed. It's an insane workout for him." The protagonist pushed himself, believing this training would sharpen his reflexes and dexterity, but the difficulty was immense. He hadn't even cleared 20% of it. Just then, Zen entered the training hall and gasped. "Is he training the Heavenly Hand technique?" The man flinched, addressing her by her title. Shocked, she asked, "Is this just the beginner level? Even seasoned warriors need 7 or 8 years to master this style." She considered how the game had 3 tiers: skilled, excellent, and a final one, each with 10 difficulty settings. He was starting this art far too late. Still, if it helped him get stronger, it would be an asset in the army. Sometime later, the arena roared for the final battle. Spectators filled the stands, split into 2 factions, those chanting for God and those screaming for Zen. Members of the Academy observed, noting that the final match for first place in the steel armor shelter was about to begin. "The garrison leader will finish this god in 1 hit, one said. "She'll get revenge for all of us." Tianzi seethed, muttering that if the fool had an ounce of sense, he'd just surrender. After that, he'd kill him personally. The crowd's cheers intensified, in anticipation of the duel. The protagonist raised a hand, calling out, "I'm grateful for all your support." He promised he wouldn't let his fans down, though inside, his nerves were shot. He was about to face the Queen of Steel Armor. He'd been so consumed by his Heavenly Hand training that he'd completely forgotten about this fight, and his hands were still trembling. Zen spoke up. "I'll make you a wager, Bo. If you lose, you become the Vice Chief of Steel Armor. When I advance to the second shelter, you'll take my place as its new leader." He stared, dumbfounded, shouting, "What did you just say?" "In the stands, everyone!" leaned in, waiting for her to respond. Tianzi was equally stunned. "What is she offering him? Is she trying to recruit gold coin?" One F-rank asked with contempt. No matter how powerful gold coin is, why would she speak to him with such respect? Zia stood from his seat, shouting, "God, you'd better agree to that bet." What is she thinking? Momi wondered. The Steel Armor Squad is the face of our entire union. S apologized to her, saying, "I'm afraid I have to refuse your offer." "Why?" she demanded. "2 reasons," he replied. "First, you can't beat me, and second, I'll reach the second shelter long before you do." Zen's face darkened. "How dare you speak to me like that?" "My apologies," the protagonist thought. "I really didn't mean for it to come out like that," but even without confidence in his victory, there was no backing down now. He had to see this through. Manly crossed her arms, smirking. "Does gold coin really have a coin for a brain?" Xia Chao just smiled. "I'd expect nothing less from God. He's so cool, a man should earn his own fortune." Tianzi roared with rage. "Enough talking to him. Just kill him already." Sin stepped toward his opponent. "I have a counter— Oh! Wager," he said. "If you win, I'll reveal my true identity." Zen's eyes widened. "What?" The protagonist jabbed a thumb at his chest. "And if you lose, you'll give me 1 S-rank purchase card." In that instant, she unleashed her ability. Let's begin. He dropped into a fighting stance. A sacred poison butterfly knife, he realized. That thing can slice right through my armor. I can't afford to hold back. He activated his own ability, roaring. Let's go all out, the protagonist charged, thinking, after so many battles, I know her techniques inside and out, but to her, I'm just God, a total unknown. That's my edge. Zen leaped back, dodging his opening strike, which made him pause. She's fast. She twisted in midair, landing perfectly before lunging at him with her own attack. A smirk played on her lips. You've got a great sword, but you're not fast enough to ever hit me. Her blade neared his throat, but he just smiled, unmoving. She stared at him, confused. Why isn't he dodging? Suddenly, Sin launched an attack from behind her. A counterattack. Zen realized, he's taking a huge risk. She stopped, remarking, You fight as recklessly as you talk, he retorted. I can afford to. You can't kill me in a single blow. He swung his massive weapon. But one hit from my blade would split you in two. Zen effortlessly sidestepped every one of his strikes, taunting. Then move forward and try to catch me. Impossible, he thought. She dodged it even after I used the Aura Race's reverse vortex strike. This girl is unbelievably strong, Zia screamed. God is pressuring the leader. She can't even get an attack in, Manly scoffed. You don't get it at all. She can dodge forever. She has atomic division. All she has to do is wait for him to burn out, Zia Chao asked. What kind of skill is atomic division? It's a hypergenetic art that rewrites the entire body, she explained. It targets the smallest particles, reinforcing them. A user of this art becomes many times stronger. She literally can't get tired, and she's prepared to fight to the death to become one of the top 10 chosen. Victory is already hers. Tianzi watched gleefully. Kill him quickly once he's exhausted. Chop that fool's head off. Qin, standing beside him, disagreed. God won't lose. Tianzi noticed him and sneered. So, Mr. Yuan and Qin decided to watch the match. It was a total coincidence, Qin replied coolly. You still don't understand the subtleties of high-level combat, Tianzi said, so you shouldn't make such bold predictions. You'll end up looking like a fool. What subtleties are you talking about? Everyone knows God has made a fool of steel armor time and again. Isn't that right? His exploits are legendary, and today will only cement that. Reputation! Tianzi was seething at his words. Just then, S threw his weapon at his opponent. Something's wrong, but she thought. I've mastered atomic division, so I haven't even broken a sweat. Why doesn't he show any signs of fatigue either? He walked over to his weapon, declaring, I can read it in your eyes. He was right. He wasn't tired at all. He hoisted the weapon onto his shoulder. And that's no surprise, considering To become steel armor's top warrior, his stamina had to be unparalleled. He figured his ice jade skin was what kept his body calm and regulated his energy consumption. After the gravity training, he'd grown even more powerful, and it seemed he could finally fight her on even ground. Or so Shen said. It looks like I'll have to use my special technique on you, she declared, activating her ability. She yelled, but I summoned the soul of the Her entire form was enveloped in a torrent of energy as a colossal, roaring lion materialized before them. Tianyi gasped, shouting, She actually summoned her sacred beast, the golden lion, Momi said. This is the first time I've ever seen Xian use this skill, Xian thought to himself. So her sacred beast can alter its form mid-battle. The god is in real trouble now. The massive golden lion, with a casual flick of its paw, swatted the protagonist's weapon away. He panicked, realizing. She instantly became several times stronger. I can't possibly dodge attacks from both of them at the same time. Sen activated his wings, soaring high above the arena. Xiao Xiao screamed in astonishment. The god can fly! Those wings are so cool, and they appeared in a flash. Mila angrily snatched him by the collar, yelling, "Whose side are you on?" He apologized out of pure fear. Maybe she screamed, should just fire you, then you can run off to your precious god. Tianyi cursed under his breath, watching their squabble. Chan, meanwhile, was munching on popcorn, observing. She can't reach him up there. The golden lion leaped across the battlefield, but its claws met only empty air. The protagonist circled the beast from all sides, calmly watching its every move. Xian grew furious, screaming, "Is this fool mocking me?" The spectators in the stands watched with bated breath. What is she going to do now? She'll never get to him. He's just making fun of her. Last time he stole his opponent's sacred spirit. Now he's mocking our goddess. He's going to, And besides, I owe it to the one girl who seems to have my back. Suddenly, Zen's furious roar echoed. You call this a fight? Get down here and face me in a proper duel. Let's settle this like real men, he bellowed. The other man simply floated above her, his voice cold. You of all people should know that only victory matters. Ask any other champion, and they'll tell you the same. Fly. Are you just going to foam at the mouth and scream at them, too? Did you really expect me to just land obediently on the ground? Xian frowned, utterly speechless. She couldn't offer any reply. Chan remarked, He makes a lot of sense. You can't demand everyone fight by your rules. You have to win, no matter the cost. That's the law of the damn battlefield. This fight is effectively over, so we should go. After that, he turned and departed. Tianyi seethed, shouting, That arrogant, insufferable bastard! How dare he, Xian thought. I can't even reach him, let alone fight him. With that realization, she recalled her beast and announced, I accept my defeat. The outcome stunned everyone. The crowd erupted into discussion. Did she really just give up? It can't be. But what else could she do? She would only humiliate herself further. Victory is what's most important. So the god deserved his win. The announcer's voice echoed through the stands. The new winner of, the tournament is Gold Coin, Office of the Steel Armor Squad. For a while after, people kept talking about the tournament. It's all over, so we should go check the ranking board. The names of the best warriors are all listed on that plate. It's so cool someday. We'll be just as amazing as them. You know, I forgot his name is actually Gold Coin. Since everyone just calls him God, it's a pretty strange nickname. When do you think he'll reveal his true identity, and could he actually defeat a real god? That's just crazy talk. Let it go, man, or it'll come back to haunt you. Sen observed it all, thinking. She's clearly still furious about losing. In the finals, showing up at her office as Gold Coin would be a terrible idea right now. He started to slip out of the crowd. That's not important for now. I need to prepare for the Tournament of the Gods. Besides, I have no use for that card. I should ask for a beast instead. After some temptation, he arrived at the training ground. Xiao Xiao was training relentlessly. Your skills are already at such a high level, his friend said. Why are you training so hard? You should just follow the captain's orders and not stress about it. The protagonist replied, What's the point of that? I believe there's no limit to perfection. Sometime later, members of the organization were discussing him. One of them asked, Did he head to the gravity chamber again? What a hard worker. He must be trying to get the captain's attention. I bet she assigned him that training. The man who had shared the secret training regimen with him, thought. He's already finished the first phase, and no one even noticed the change in difficulty. What is he doing in there? Maybe he actually likes it. Senern pushed himself, thinking. This training is damn hard, but thankfully, I'm still holding up. There will be many champions from other shelters in the tournament of the gods who are much stronger than me. I don't want to lose, or rather, I simply cannot lose. 2 days later, within the academy walls, Xian walked down a corridor, thinking. Several days have passed since the tournament ended, but God still hasn't appeared. Before me, that was a wise decision on his part. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him leave so easily. The sounds of intense training echoed from the walls. She was surprised. It's so late already. Is someone still training? Extremely curious, she decided to go take a look. After a few moments, she was looking at the protagonist session. He's still practicing the heaven-enhanced skill, she thought. I'll see just how much he's managed to advance his difficulty level. Skilled, level 3, she gasped. How is this possible? Xian thought. He rose to the 3rd level of skilled difficulty in just a couple of days. I've never seen such a rapid pace of development. Even I needed several years to achieve that kind of growth. He has incredible potential. At that moment, Senku was completely focused on his training, thinking, using the ice jade skin technique, my agility has noticeably improved. It's much easier for me to move now. A short while later, the training was successfully completed. He removed his VR glasses and sighed in relief. He chuckled, saying, "It feels so nice to finally clear the level." "You did a great job," a voice said from right behind him, offering a bottle of water. He was so scared he screamed. What was she doing here? He eyed the water warily, thinking, I don't know if I should touch this stuff. The last time I drank it, I passed out completely. He figured she was probably planning something else. Shen just told him to do whatever he wanted, then turned to leave. A smile crept across her face. She was pleased he was on her side. Even with his current skill set, he'd be useful, and considering his rapid learning curve, he was bound to become a powerhouse. A few days passed. Sinim sat at his desk, admitting, "The God tournament starts tomorrow, and I'm starting to feel the pressure." From the participant profiles, he knew at least 2 of them posed a serious threat. The list showed previous God tournament, rank 5, Tang Jinglu, previous God tournament, rank 2, Lin Fom. Everyone knew who Xingu was, but this Fom guy was a total enigma. That surname seemed familiar. Could he be related to Bayon? But looking at their described powers, they could have easily qualified for the 2nd Divine School ages ago. So why were they still competing in this tournament? The whole thing felt off. Even setting aside their overwhelming power, their sacred beasts alone were a massive problem. He desperately hoped he wouldn't run into them before the finals. Even if he could somehow win, the battle would leave him too injured to continue fighting. Just then, his phone buzzed. Who could be calling an unknown number? He answered. "Hello? Who is this?" Fan Zini's voice came through. "Is this the right person?" Before introducing himself, Sin's mind raced, realizing this was the same 4th brother Shizi. "I got your number from the old drunk," he explained. "Anyway, I need to talk to you about the God tournament. If you can meet me, one of my friends can make it worth your while." Sin was completely lost. "Wait, why do you want to talk to me about the God tournament?" A short while later, he arrived at the meeting where they were showing him a video of the last tournament. Sin asked, "Did you seriously call me all the way out here just to watch this?" Tang Jinglu spoke up. "Doesn't it feel a little familiar to you?" Sin found this hilarious. He was just stressing about facing Xingu and Fom, and here they were, wanting to meet him. What a bizarre surprise. Still, the man in the video was incredibly powerful. His style is a bit like Heavens and Sleeves, like he mused. But his movements are cruder, heavier. He practically radiates bloodlust. "Who is he?" Jinglu explained. "That's Yu Dongle, the grandson of the demigod senator." "The senator's grandson?" the protagonist asked. "What's that got to do with me? I try to stay out of politics." "Don't worry," Jinglu replied. We have no intention of messing with the senator either. Besides, his grandson is always under heavy guard. We want you to copy his fighting style and spar with us to help us prepare." Sin frowned. "Are you sure you want me for this? That old drunkard is a much better martial artist. You should be asking him." Shingu smiled. "He's the one who told us about your incredible potential. We know how fast you cleared that game on advanced difficulty. Just spar with us. In return, name your price." Sin's eyes lit up. This was one of the most famous warriors out there. If he lent a hand, he could definitely get something good out of it. He held up a finger. "I want an S-rank purchase card." Xinglu grinned and agreed instantly. Fom, looking up from his book, added, "I'll send you the footage of his battles. Study it closely." They started to leave. "The tournament starts tomorrow, so you won't have much time to sleep." Later that night, Xinglu paced nervously. "It's been hours. What's taking him so long? Shizi is already asleep." Fom told him to calm down. "This is a good sign. It means he's taking it seriously." Right on cue, the protagonist walked in. "All right," he announced. "I think I have a decent grasp of this guy's style. We can start the duel now." Jinglu smirked. "You sound pretty confident." After a moment, they handed him a blade. Sin examined it. "A light dagger, and it's not even sharpened," Fawn explained. "It might not be able to hurt us much, but we'll still be careful." Shingu crossed his arms, scoffing. "Sharpened or not, what's the difference? It's not like he could actually hurt me with it." The protagonist immediately began his attack, shouting, "You shouldn't underestimate me!" Shangluo yelled. "What are you doing? We haven't officially started. Why are you attacking?" Sin shot back. "You really think Dongmu would politely wait for a signal?" His hand darted toward his opponent, and the blade vanished. Jinglu was stunned, shouting, "The blade, it's gone!" With a flick of his wrists, Sin made the weapon reappear in his hand. A moment later, the protagonist managed to slice his opponent's cheek. Jinglu was speechless, completely shocked by the move. Fum frowned. "It's a very good thing that dagger wasn't sharpened." The fight raged on. Shingu attacked with blinding speed, but his opponent dodged every move. One blow finally connected, making the protagonist think, "Damn, he's strong, but way stronger than me," Jinglu warned. "Don't burn yourself out too early." Sin knew he was outmatched in raw power, but he had other tricks up his sleeve. He charged forward with a ferocious assault that caught his opponent completely by surprise. Sin lunged, but Jinglu sidestepped with a smirk, immediately launching a counterattack with his bare hands. "You're not experienced enough to take me on," he taunted. The protagonist wondered, can he really see through all my moves? Then, he suddenly caught his opponent's wrist, stunning him. In one fluid motion, Sin twisted his hand and struck with his other. Shingo was completely blindsided, thinking, what was that? The dagger was in his right hand. How did he switch it so fast? Fum clapped slowly. "Not bad at all. You're much better than the real Dongmu." Sometime later, on Rock Street, Sin celebrated with his new card. "Finally, all that work, and I got the card." He laughed to himself. Even though he was thrilled about beating Jinglu, he knew the guy had let him win. In a real fight, he probably wouldn't have stood a chance. It made him wonder just how powerful Fom truly was. Thanks to his training with Heaven in Hand, his movements and ability to find an enemy's blind spots had improved dramatically. Still, compared to Dongmu's footwork, he was leagues behind, and that was just his training in the gravity department. He glanced at the card, asking, "Can this be used to buy the hypergenome leg technique?" At that exact moment, Shingo turned to Fong and told him. They had fought for hours, but he still couldn't gain the upper hand. He admitted the guy was probably right. He was definitely on par with Dongmu. Fong explained that while Dongmu had a perfected OBO technique, Sin's true strength was his adaptability. Had he followed the same training regimen as Dongmu, he would be far more powerful. Jinglu looked at him, saying, "You're giving me too much praise. Well, if that were the case, you'd surpass me in a couple of years." Fong raised a finger and pointed out that he was, in fact, the undefeated champion of the first shelter. Jinglu sighed. It's probably for the best. If you don't ask about that. A short time later, the square around the Shining Stars fighting ring was teeming with people, all of them chanting praises for the god, Shia exclaimed happily. The battle of the gods starts today. The champion from our shelter, the pride of the last armor, is the god he is about to step into the ring. The crowd of fans, holding up posters, screamed. We love you. The god, you have to win today's match, even if we can't be there. Remember that we're rooting for you with all our might. Sin walked past his fans, thanking them sincerely for their encouragement. They kept chanting that the god was the strongest. Sin thought to himself that an incredible number of people were supporting him. The persona of a gold coin had attracted a massive following, but he knew one day he would claim all the glory for himself, but only as Sin, as expected. Zen did not show up to support him. Apparently, she was still upset with him. This was his chance to prove to her that he could bring honor to the Last Armor's hideout. The combatants started to enter the portal for the fight. People in the stands buzzed with excitement, discussing the event. They were saying that the rumors about the Battle of the Gods were no lie. It was a true spectacle. It was like a war where only 1 in 1,000 survives. But in this battle, only 1 in 10,000 would be victorious. They urged each other to check the match list and watch. As the tournament was about to begin with one-on-one duels, his time had come. Sin looked at the participants, thinking that his chances of winning would skyrocket if he properly analyzed his enemies. He examined the bracket more closely and saw his opponent Dongmu. He was stunned, realizing that according to the chart, if neither of them lost, they were fated to meet in 10 rounds. Xingu and Fong. He just had to fight for a place in the top 10, or he wouldn't stand a chance. The irony was thick. Zhonglu had been terrified of facing Dongmu, so he trained with him. But now, in the finals, he was matched against him. That training had helped him immensely. Feeling a surge of power, he thought, Dongmu better not dare lose before our match. The scoreboard showed that. Zhonglu was up against Shangtong. After their match, a system notification declared that the fight was over and Zhonglu was the victor. Sin thought, he won, just as I expected. His fighting style is pure dominance, putting constant pressure on his opponent. The next fight was between Fong and Kenji. A hard-fought battle. A system window announced that the match was over and Fong was the winner. The protagonist mused that he fought as if he was using every last bit of his strength. Yet he was the runner-up of the last tournament. His opponent had been completely unremarkable. Fong gave off a strange feeling of uncertainty about his power, which was a world away from Shingo's directness. For now, it wasn't particularly important. He needed to watch Dongmu's battle. Sometime later, the protagonist ran into Finn. Finn introduced himself, saying he was extremely lucky to meet him there. You must be the one they call Gold Coin and the Steel Armor. Right. Sin agreed, yeah, replying that he was just a simple warrior, not deserving of his attention. They shook hands as a formal introduction. Finn smiled and said, Every great champion was once a simple warrior. I will see you in the finals. After that, they went their separate ways. The participants in the corridor stood there discussing the protagonist. They wondered if the runner-up from the last Battle of the Gods was actually waiting for this guy in the finals. Did I hear him right? Who is this Gold Coin anyway? They asked. We've never heard of him. Sin turned around, thinking that this guy wasn't just unpredictable, he was terrifyingly so. A little while later, the board displayed the next match, Dongmu versus the Dragon Warrior. The Dragon Warrior stood before his opponent and said, I've heard you're a skilled dagger wielder. How about you make the first move? The Dragon Warrior was one of the top 10 from the last Battle of the Gods. Dongmu simply raised his dagger and stated, Let's skip the pleasantries. The people in the stands were buzzing, noting that the Dragon Warrior was a top contender from the last battle and hadn't lost a single match in this tournament. They figured it would be a long and grueling fight. Suddenly, on the battlefield, the Dragon Warrior's hat flew off as he crumpled to the ground, bleeding. The protagonist watched this, completely horrified. Dongmu leaped over his defeated opponent and slammed down on his chest. A system window appeared, announcing that the battle had ended with Dongmu as the victor. The spectators in the stands were in an uproar. shouting, "What the hell was that? What just happened? That guy just took out a former top 10 ranker in a flash. What a nightmare, thank goodness we'll never have to fight him." Sin realized that the dragon warrior must have died from the first strike, but Dongmu kept attacking because that psychopath reveled in torture and murder. At that moment, Zhonglu was watching the fight and asked, "That wasn't a fake dragon warrior, was it? How could he have killed him so quickly?" Fong, reading a book, replied, "This only confirms that we were right to prepare. To face him." Jinglu walked away from the viewing window and demanded, "Why did you even come here? You're not even watching the fight, you're just reading your book. There's nothing interesting here anyway. We should go get a drink." Fong looked at him and said, "There is one more fight that you cannot afford to miss." The scoreboard then showed that the match between Goldcoin and Lei Ban was currently underway. Ban loosed an arrow and asked, "Is this your first Battle of the Gods tournament? You'll have to forgive me, because I'm about to show you the bitterness of defeat." Sin activated his ability, thinking, "Just as I figured, there are no weaklings here. His arrows, much like his attacks, are laced with a special poison." He managed to deflect 2 arrows with his skill. Ban launched another attack, shouting, "Then try this on for size, Sacred Beast Soul arrows." The protagonist was nearly struck by the volley and thought, "These arrows move with incredible speed, and they're homing projectiles." He tried his better to dodge those arrows. Just then, Shingo turned to his colleague and declared that they absolutely could not miss Goldcoin's fight. What was wrong with it as the enemy closed in the stands? The crowd began to murmur about the unfolding scene, saying they had specifically looked this person up. They call him a god. People claim he is a legendary warrior from the steel armor shelter. Is he truly what the word legendary implies? He is just a weakling. It is a good thing this tournament is only broadcast live. Otherwise, every resident of his shelter would perish from humiliation. Abruptly, the protagonist soared into the sky, igniting all his abilities. A system window then appeared, announcing the battle's end with the winner being Goldcoin. Jinglu smiled and wondered, did he just use his transformation on a mere archer, or was he imagining things? He thought this so-called god did not seem powerful at all. So, why was Fawn so intently focused on him? About 2 days later, at the teleportation hub, Zen and Manly stood in their office when Manly yelled for her to look at this. All the matches had been uploaded online, and here was the recording of God's battle against B. The very same reporter had also written about his clash with Shurus. The article claimed that the most formidable participant in the Battle of the Gods was him, describing one of his legendary feats. He is a legend at the other armor's hideout for being able to defeat Race and Zen single-handedly, securing his place in the God battle. He is certain to claim first place in this competition, Zen scrutinized the post and declared it was all a fabrication. The god fought like an amateur. Is this reporter his biggest fan? People flooded the comments, asking why he published such fawning news. They demanded he write what actually happened in real life. Goldcoin had used a dirty trick to secure his victory. This is the champion of steel armor. He is nothing but a weakling. It would have been better if she had gone in his place. She fought admirably last year. He was simply lucky. His name is not God. He is just a lucky guy. So, this is a brilliant idea. I propose we change his name. Xian remarked that these armchair analysts were writing entire novels. Manly pointed out that the god had no significant victories against Ban or anyone else. His next opponent is Dan Mu, who ranks in the top 10. Did she believe he could defeat him? She stated that since he went and took her spot, he had to win, no matter who he was, if he had any pride as a man. Suddenly, she saw another clip and said that here was another video that had everyone shocked. It took place in the corridor at the tournament's start. They watched the video where W told Goldcoin that they would meet in the finals. Shen considered this and wondered why he would say that to a god. What exactly happened there? Mam smiled and noted that everyone else was laughing at this too. An absolute pushover versus the eternal number 2. This was going to be fascinating. On the second day of the Battle of the Gods, the protagonist faced Dongmu. They both stepped onto the battlefield. Dongmu aimed a finger at his rival and declared that today he would end him. This battle would decide who entered the top 10. He then rushed forward. With his attack as the stands debated his move, They questioned if Gold Coin was charging directly at Dongmu, a master of close combat. You cannot win like that. Dongmu activated his power and asked if he was running toward his own demise. He respected his decision. A colossal gorilla materialized from his body as Enhal. Explosion of transformation energy erupted. Shingo noted that Gold Coin's transformation level was sacred. Why was his opponent not using a transformation of the same caliber? Fawn explained that it would be ineffective. Dongmu's specialty is close-quarters combat and swift kills. He lacks a human-type transformation, which is why in order to unleash his full power, he must lower his rank to stay in a humanoid form. He is confident this will be more than enough to win, especially considering he is wielding a sacred dagger. Dongmu, in his transformed state, pounced on the protagonist, but his opponent managed to evade his attack multiple times. Sin thought that he knew everything about his adversary. In his eyes, he was like an old, open book. He swung his weapon and readied himself to strike Dongmu, who carefully analyzed his opponent, thinking that this was a familiar combat style. Sin discreetly pulled out another weapon and concealed it within his sleeve. With his new ability, his opponent noticed this and was stunned by the revelation. Jinglu also saw it and asked if he already recognized this style. Fawn concurred with him, saying that this was a shift to the heaven-in-hand martial arts style. As expected of Gold Coin, he had not let him down at all. Now, the victor is clear that the protagonist moved his body with lightning speed to assault his opponent, executing a reverse heart strike. He leaped over Dongmu and struck him in the heart, causing him to collapse. Dongmu fell to the ground, his power utterly depleted. Jinglu was incredibly surprised and asked if he really won so quickly. Fawn smiled and said that this victory solidifies his title as a legend of steel armor. Dongmu, still on the ground, began to hurl insults at his opponent before the demon transformation completely faded. The crowd erupted, asking if Dongmu was unable to get up at all. Gold Coin had defeated him with a single blow. So, that is why Fong had said those words. What was that? Did they just stumble into a movie or something? The main character glanced at the stands and noted that his internal organs were damaged. At this rate, he would not last even 5 minutes. If he managed to survive, he would require urgent medical attention from specialists. Dongwu fought to get to his feet and screamed that he would see him again. Next time, he would kill him. A system window materialized, declaring the fight was over, with the winner being Gold Coin. The spectators roared that he was their god, the god of steel armor. Sin lifted his hands to the sky, basking in his victory. Sometime later, in the academy office, Xen was at her computer and asked her colleague if she remembered that report on Gold Coin. Part 2 was out, and it had become immensely popular. This video has millions of views. This reporter became the most famous person in a single day. Moni added that Dongmu is now a forgotten warrior. Gold Coin did not tarnish the reputation of our steel armor shelter. Shen said that the Gold Coin truly is a god. She was growing increasingly curious about who was hiding behind his mask. After a while, the rest of the armor in the protagonist's house, he sat before the monitor and mused about leg training. If he had better developed legs, he would have defeated him even more quickly. He clutched his head and started pulling at his hair, exclaiming that there were so many incredible items in the S section, he could not make up his mind. At this moment, the 12 called him, so he wondered why he was calling him yet again. He truly hoped he would not ask him to be his sparring partner once more. He picked up the phone and asked what was wrong with him. De 12 said that Fawn and Jinglu were extremely pleased with his assistance, so he wanted to propose a fantastic job to him. The main character leaned back. So, we have a deal in principle. What about my reward? Sin was told he'd find out once he arrived. His attention snapped from the call to a monitor flashing a message, particle training type. Moments later, just outside the shelter, things were getting tense. The protagonist was standing near the shelter's entrance when a group from the academy swaggered up to him. Is this the guy Fourth Brother was talking about? One of them sneered. This is our support. He's a complete weakling who'll just get in the way. Sin looked them over and said, Your team was planning to handle this alone, weren't you? All because you don't want to share the profits with anyone else, right? At that, one of the group stormed over and grabbed him. Spitting as he spoke, he grabbed him by the collar and yelled, Damn right! That's what we wanted! We're not here to mess around. So you better keep your mouth shut. We have to get to the second shelter to evolve the first brother's divine gene. We should have found someone better. We can't trust this guy, another added. Hold on, a third cut in. Fourth brother vouched for him, and even the people we're hiding this from know his name. We have to give him a chance. He approached the protagonist. You will follow our plan to the letter. I can't guarantee your safety, but after you complete the mission, I'll reward you with a mutated beast. You won't get a second chance. So prove to us you're not just some shelter rat. Sin just smiled and said that he would do his best. Sometime later, high in the mountains, the group was riding on massive creatures. The protagonist gazed around in shock. He thought, this place is 7 kilometers from the Spring City shelter. Yet we got here in only 3 days. This is a magnificent beast. And so fast. Soon, they arrived at a cave and began to dismount. One of them announced, We're on foot from here, so get ready. The others roared in agreement, ready for anything. As the entire party entered the cave, the main character asked, Are these bloody traces from your last hunt? The leader nodded grimly. That's right. The sacred beast was too strong and fast. We lost a lot of people. The second in command added. The beast lives near the watering hole. We can't distract it while it's underwater. Your target is its stomach, Sus. And your only chance will be when it can't see you. You have to kill it in one blow. The main character nodded in agreement. A short while later, they drew closer to the beast's lair. Here it is, the second said. The scaly armadillo. All these caves are interconnected, so we must follow the plan perfectly. Sin stared at the beast, thinking, what a huge creature. The defensive power of this beast must be at the highest level. He turned to the first brother. Your plan is too risky. What if the armadillo doesn't fall for your trap? You could be seriously hurt. I want my spiritual beast up front. The leader's eyes flashed with anger. You're still bargaining. In a place like this, at a time like this, one of the others scowled. I knew it. You can't trust this freak. And another warned the first brother. We can't give him the beast. What if he just runs away? The leader held up a hand. Everyone, calm down. If he really runs, his reputation will be ruined. Forever. He has to take this. At that moment, he extended a ball of crackling energy in his hand to the protagonist. After that, they scattered to different sides of the cave. The leader commanded, split into 3 groups for different maneuvers. We'll draw the beast's attention, while 2 of you stay put and wait for the perfect moment. We'll lure the beast from its home with a thumper. Then you act according to the plan. A moment later, the first and second teams began to hurl stones at it, shouting, Let's begin. The rocks flew directly at the enormous beast. The leader noted, just as we thought, the stones didn't even leave a scratch on it. Suddenly, the massive creature roared, coiled itself into its powerful shield, and shot forward. One of the teams yelled to the main character, Dive into the water now, while the beast is distracted. Immediately after, Sin put on a mask and plunged into the pond. The beast began to rage, smashing every stone in its path as the team scrambled to escape. We have to run faster, they yelled, or this whole cave might collapse. The other team shouted, Now it's our turn, keep the beast's attention. With that, they started throwing rocks at the creature, after which the armadillo rolled towards them. They started running for their lives, shouting, We need to get out of here faster. The beast is already close. We have to get out of here. Sin, deep inside the pond, thought, Enough time has passed. I think it's my turn. The armadillo completely uncurled from its armor and went to drink from the pond. The protagonist watched this, thinking, This is perfect. I can see it's only an open spot. He activated his ability and sank his arrow into the beast's belly, causing it to cry out in agony. The armadillo whipped the back of its body toward the pond and slammed the water with its tail. At that moment, the protagonist was close to the surface, and the beast's tail smashed into his stomach. The armadillo folded into a ball again and ricocheted around the cave. The group of people ran after the beast, shouting, "We need to run! After it! We absolutely have to catch it!" Just then, Sin emerged from the pond. He gasped for breath and checked his body for wounds, after which he cursed. That was not worth it. The whole group began to flee the cave, one asking, "How is this beast rolling so fast? It was wounded. So why is this happening? Did that kid really miss? That must be it. The armadillo is running like nothing happened." The main character started to leave the cave, clutching his wound. "This can't be," he said. "I hit him right in the belly. Yes, it has no immunity to the poison. It should already be on its last breath." He pointed his finger at the trail. "We have to go that way. Faster, or we'll miss it." They all ran towards the blood trail. "Don't lag behind," they shouted, navigating a labyrinth of tunnels. A system window popped up. "The hunt has begun. Armor scales destroyed. Sacred soul obtained. Absorb the carcass of the beast to obtain 1 to 10 divine genes." Sin ran with the team and suddenly noticed something. The leader turned back and asked, "What happened to you?" The protagonist stated flatly, "The armadillo is dead." In the distance, they heard an unearthly sound which made them freeze. The leader screamed, "What kind of sound is that? We have to stop. It's incredibly big. What is that?" The entire team hit the deck. They scrambled to their feet and sprinted toward the noise. The protagonist was stunned because right in front of him sat a colossal eagle, its talons pinning an armadillo to the ground. The eagle shrieked with fury before spreading its wings, issuing a clear threat to whatever was approaching. A member of the team yelled, "We need to split up and run! We've stumbled on a terrible monster! Someone, please, help us!" Sin stood his ground, observing the creature. He realized the massive white eagle had to be some kind of sacred beast as it soared towards him. "We've invaded its territory," he thought. "The first brother and the others, they won't have time to escape. I have to help them." He readied himself. He drew his weapon and shouted, "Hey, you overgrown bird! Look over here!" Sin took off running as the massive beast flew right after him, nearly knocking him off his feet. The main character screamed, desperately trying to get away from the eagle. The second team member said, "That kid is drawing the eagle away so we can get out of here." "Is he not afraid of death?" the first one asked. "That kid is incredibly brave. We owe him now, and we have to admit he's no pushover." He activated his ability, thinking, "When is this thing going to give up? Let me go, you devil! You are not eating me today!" The eagle continued its relentless pursuit, but then Sin saw it. An opening appeared before him. "Wonderful!" he yelled. "An underground river birds can't swim, can they?" He thought he was saved and leaped into the water, but the eagle dove right in after him, snatching his body in its enormous beak. He thought, "This beast can get me even in here. What an incredibly long beak. It would have killed the armadillo in a single strike if it weren't for its sacred armor. Its back is completely exposed. The protagonist used his ability, releasing a gigantic fish from his grasp. He thought, "I never imagined I'd have a use for this creature." He grabbed onto the body of the beast and slipped free from his opponent's grip. He silently prayed the fish would swim away from this place. His very life was in its hands. Sometime later, at Xingu and Fang's house, Fang was sitting on the couch, reading. While Xinglu worked out on the treadmill, he turned to Fang and asked, "Why are you laughing? You look like a complete idiot." Fang just smiled. "I'm just waiting for something," he replied. "That's why I'm so happy." The cover of his book read, "A detailed description of the past battle of the gods." "What are you waiting for?" he asked. "Are you that eager for a fight?" Fang held up the book and explained. "The battle of The gods operates on a point system. I might not have earned enough points for the finals, but I guarantee that next year, my name will be in this book. At that moment, a girl named Lachaux was leaning over the main character. She tried to rouse him, asking, "Can you hear me?" Sin's eyes snapped open in a panic. "That's great. You're awake," she said. "It looks like my herbs actually worked." He asked, "Where am I right now?" Not far from them, Zhuangqian was sitting, roasting meat over a fire. "You're in a forest near the glory shelter," he said. "We pulled you out of the nearest river, half dead." After a bit, Zhuangqian pointed into the distance and explained, "We're 7 kilometers from the glory shelter." He turned to the main character. "You owe us $110,000 for medical care and your escort fee to the shelter." Sin apologized. "I'm grateful that you saved me, but I don't have that kind of money on me," Sang Chan replied. "It's fine. You can just transfer it after we get back to the shelter," Xiao protested. "What are you doing? People should be helped from the kindness of their hearts," he shot back. "We've only managed to kill a single primeval beast since last night. Our genes are evolving way too slowly, so every coin helps." The protagonist looked them over and thought, even though these two are wearing basics equipment, they're still hunting for primeval genes. I was really lucky to meet hunters like them. Suddenly, Xiao noticed something at the base of the mountain and shouted, pointing with her finger. She yelled, "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" They spotted countless monkeys and cried out, "There are so many black-haired monkeys, and among them..." "There's a mutated, poisonous one. We have to run. Now there are too many of them." They were terrified. Sin looked on and asked, "If I get a couple of mutated genes for you, would that cover my debt?" Zangan stared. "What did you just say?" The protagonist loaded his weapon and said with a smirk, "Let this monkey from the Haven of Glory feel the power of steel!" His arrow flew from the bow and struck several monkeys at once. Xiao was stunned by this. "That's incredible," she said. Zhangqian was just as shocked. "Is that an arrow from a mutated beast?" They stared, mesmerized by his actions. He continued to strike down the beasts, saying, "Let's get another one." In front of him stood a massive mutated beast, pounding its chest with its fists. Zhang Qian began to panic and yelled, "Run away from there! A mutated monkey is much stronger than a normal one." The protagonist just smiled. "You don't have to worry about it," he said. "One arrow will be enough." His arrow curved around the beast's ears and pierced straight through its head. After a moment, the enormous monkey collapsed to the ground. The protagonist smiled. "All done." They ran up to him. "That was incredible. Who are you? Anyway, how are you so cool? What an incredible archer." A while later, inside the glory shelter, Sin followed his companions and remarked, "This is my first time in the glory shelter. It's really lively here." He thought, "By the way, Bi and Longyan came from here too." Kangi looked at the protagonist and said, "You don't owe us anything anymore." He smiled back. "I figured that, thanks to the genes from the mutated black monkey, your mutated and primitive genes would get even stronger." Xiao screamed with joy. "I'm so grateful to you. These genes are much better than $110,000, Sin said. "You should always feel free to ask me for help," Sang Shen promised him. "Someday, I'm going to become stronger than you." At the entrance to his shelter, explaining it was a teleportation hub that could take him to the common space. But there was a catch. Their station was only linked to the outer ring, so he'd be forced to walk from there. He couldn't jump directly to the main armor depot from this location. Said it was impossible, which was a real shame. It looked like he wouldn't make the final of the Battle of the Gods in time. Honestly, he didn't really care. He'd already cracked the top 10, which meant he was getting a random sacred blood beast soul. He waved to his companion and thanked them for everything. Xiao waved back, returning the thanks and wishing him good luck. At that very moment, back at the tournament, System Window appeared, declaring this year's champion of the Battle of the Gods, Finn. As the crowd went wild, Finn began to walk down the stairs. People in the stands started chattering. saying they heard Goldcoin never even showed up for the main event. His opponent had challenged him to a final showdown, but he must have chickened out. Just another pathetic warrior, too afraid to face his rival. Reporters immediately swarmed Fang, asking if he thought the god skipped the fight because he was scared. Fang smiled. I think something must have come up. The guy I know is just as fearless as I am. Mingan shoved a microphone at him. In that case, let me ask, who do you think would have won your fight? Fang grinned and said, We'll have to find that out in a personal match, won't we? Shingo scoffed. Hey, I took second. Place this year too, but I guess you all forgot about me. Fang thought to himself that Goldcoin's no-show was unexpected, but now he would be even more relentless. Sometime later on planet Roka, Sin strolled across the platform of the teleportation station. Damn, I'm lucky that white Mai eagle didn't eat me, he called Chichi. Hey, tell First Brother I'll give him the beast soul when we meet up, Jixi said. Don't worry about it, the eagle ate most of the carcass. But First Brother salvaged a ton of good stuff. His divine gene is already maxed out, so he's about to start preparing for the second god's sanctuary. He wanted me to thank you for the help. The protagonist scratched his head. It was nothing. Still, I regret not having a sacred blood bow and arrows. If I did, then I definitely would have killed that eagle. Jixi took a sip of his tea. Funny you should mention that. First Brother just got his hands on a sacred blood bow, but he doesn't need it, so the weapon is going to Thumb. Sin smiled. Will Thumb sell it? He replied. You've helped him twice now, so be honest with me. You absorbed the soul of the armored beast, didn't you? Sin agreed. Yeah, it created a pretty tough thorned soul shield, Jixi said. Perfect. That's exactly what Thumb needs. You keep the shield for now, and he'll call in the favor later. The protagonist grinned. You got it. You're turning into our personal broker, always connecting people and finding us work, aren't you? Jixi laughed at that. Shut your mouth. Just then, Xian came up from behind and called his name. He thought, why now? What terrible luck? Xian looked furious. Where have you been all this time? Do you have any idea the Blackhawk Military Academy entrance exam is in 3 days? He was speechless. She shoved a ticket at him. I already spoke to the academy. Take this ticket and get to the starship in 3 days. It'll take you to the exam. She lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar, screaming. If you run away at the last minute like Goldcoin did, I swear I will end you. Sin just smiled to himself, thinking, so that's why she's so mad at me. It wasn't like he wanted to miss the final. Who could have known this would happen later, at the protagonist's house? Sulan asked her son, Are you really sure about this? He agreed, the principal expects a lot from me, and besides, a chance to train at the Black Eagle Academy doesn't come around every day. Plus, once I join the military, you'll all be under its protection. Yan looked at her brother and asked, Big brother, are you leaving for a long time? Will you be able to come back? He stroked her head. The military academy is very strict, so after I enroll, I can only visit on holidays. You have to study hard in school and practice with the Holy Angel more often. Sulan started to cry. You're all grown up now. I can't stop you from doing this. If your late father knew how hard you were trying, he would be so proud of you. Sin smiled. I won't let him down. After a while, at the interplanetary spaceport on planet Roka, the terminal was bustling with people. A voice over the loudspeaker announced that all tickets were confirmed and wished the passengers a safe flight. Sin scanned his ticket on the monitor and went, through the turnstile. My first time on a military starship like this, he thought. This thing is huge. Being here is every guy's dream. He boarded the ship and found his seat. Next to it sat a girl named Jian Ran, completely absorbed in a game. Sin walked up to her. Wow, lucky me. You got the window seat. He sat down beside her, thinking, is that girl wearing a Black Eagle Academy uniform? It looks like she's playing that new game, Hand of Heaven. It was a 3-player battle where a third hand was controlled by a completely different person. I've played the single-player version, but I've never played against real people, Jianran suddenly cheered. Yes, 10 victories in a row. Achievement unlocked, man. These guys are all weaklings. She turned and noticed the main character staring. It's impolite to stare at people like that, she snapped. Sin smiled. My apologies. I was just watching you play. You handled that other player brilliantly. Jianran looked at him suspiciously, thinking. He was obviously staring at me and just using the game as an excuse. I hate guys like that. He leaned in a little. Are you a student at the Black Eagle Academy? I'm just flying over to take the entrance exam. I didn't expect to meet a future classmate. Jianran looked at him, surprised. So we'll be classmates? The protagonist asked. If I can get in, yeah, he said. But from what I understand, the exams there are pretty easy. She got furious and shouted, Aren't you a little too confident? Maybe I should teach you some manners? She slammed the table and glared at him. Sin was surprised. Why is she so angry? Let's play Hand of Heaven, why? She declared. If you can defeat me, I'll become your girlfriend. The protagonist asked, So if I can defeat you, if she lost, would she truly become his girlfriend? She confirmed it, saying this was exactly what she'd promised and that she always keeps her word. He replied that he'd never competed against another person before. Having only experienced single-player mode, she offered to play 5 practice matches before the real deal. Seeing as to enter the Black Eagle Military Academy, one had to master any weapon within 3 training sessions. He mused that she was incredibly confident in her victory, even coaching him as if she hadn't just been furious. Shin opened his device and declared they should skip the practice. If I'm good enough for your academy, then I should be able to handle this game. Just give me a minute to get used to the new interface. Yenran asked if he was certain. Don't come up with excuses later that I didn't give you a fair shot. Shin simply shrugged and said that he wouldn't dream of it. This game tests your reflexes. After all, the rest is secondary. He finished registering us, and they were ready to start. The board displayed his username, Must Win and Get the Girl. Yenran frowned. Did you intentionally choose that nickname? Shin smirked. It's exactly what's going to happen when I win. She flared up. You actually think you can defeat me? I'm the leader of the Academy's Heavenly Sleeve Club? She demanded he add her as a friend, create a duel room, and set the mode to difficult. She cracked her knuckles, thinking, I'm going to completely obliterate him. Dots began to flash across the screen, and they both started tapping and dragging them. In no time, Shin had already secured 3 wins, leaving his opponent in shock. A few seconds later, he won another 2 matches. His hand was just closer. It has to be a coincidence. Yenran thought, but Shin's fingers moved like a blur, pressing the keys so rapidly that he managed to claim 4 more rounds. How is that even possible? She wondered. The protagonist thought, this is my chance. Those 4 points are closer to my side. He reached his hand over the screen and started tapping the buttons on her tablet, winning 4 more rounds instantly. Yenran was stunned and thought, why is he stealing my points just because they're closer to his side? She shouted, Are you deliberately trying to make fun of me? Shin, focused on his victory, moved his fingers with blinding speed. As his hands flew across the device, he secured 6 more rounds and told her not to get distracted. She frowned, thinking that even the best players in the Heavenly Sleeves Club wouldn't dare to so brazenly poach her points. She leaned closer to the tablet. This guy is definitely cheating. This shouldn't be possible. And then he did it again, stealing her points once more. He's too fast. I can't keep up with him at all. Suddenly, his fingers flashed right in front of her face, and she lost another 3 rounds. A sign appeared, Winner must win and get the girl. The final score was 100-0. Shin stretched his fingers and asked, Is that all you've got? Apparently, the game ends after the first 100 points. It's much simpler than the single-player mode. Yenran finally snapped, yelling that he was a horrible person. The protagonist, confused, asked what he did wrong. She pointed a finger right at him and screamed, You cheated! You definitely cheated in this game. I'd swear on it. He held his hands up defensively and asked how that was possible, since it was the first time he'd ever even played this mode. She slammed the table and shouted, "Nobody beats me that humiliatingly! You had to have cheated!" Jin scratched his head and swore on his godly jeans that he wasn't lying. Yenran crossed her arms. "If you want to prove your innocence, we'll have a rematch on the professional machines at our academy." He smiled. "You're on. We can do it anytime, and right after you get admitted." She began to walk away, adding, "I'll be looking forward to it. I can't wait, because the Black Eagle Academy doesn't accept liars." The protagonist was perplexed. Maybe I went too far. Should I have given her a head start? I probably should have. Let her win. But this is my favorite game. Sometime later at the Black Eagle Military Academy, the main building was swarming with people. The protagonist walked through the main hall, thinking, "So this is the recruitment center for the military academy. It's packed in here." Sin approached the chief examiner, CU, who asked if he was the one recommended by the station master. Shin greeted him and gave his name. CU explained that with Shen as their guarantor, they wouldn't be overly strict. The written test would suffice. However, to enroll in the archery department, you must pass the practicals. The protagonist replied that he was ready anytime. He thought, so some people really can pull strings. A practical test isn't just having hands enough to pass. This military academy is seriously strict, and the atmosphere is intense. I'm getting a little nervous. He walked into the room where bow aptitude was being tested. Okay, I'm here, he thought. Wait, do I enter with my left foot or right? He stood on the platform, and suddenly metallic constructs began to rise from the floor. Shin admired the setup. A holographic archery range. Very cool. He took the weapon in hand and thought, I've never used a mechanized armor bow and arrow before. This is going to be fun. A system window popped up, signaling the test was about to begin. He aimed the bow at the targets. The targets can move in all directions. I should try out the results of my training. Accelerating the flow of my super. Particles. Let's begin. I'll hit every single one. After a while, he lowered the bow. It's finally over. I feel much better now. The protagonist stretched his shoulders, thinking. See? You said official enrollment is in 3 months. There's still plenty of time, so it won't be difficult for me to head back to the steel armor shelter. Suddenly, 2 students ran past him, chatting. One of them called out to her friend, Hey, wait up! Don't run so fast. The other replied, Hurry up! We're going to be late for class. Shin smiled at the sight of them and remarked, Student life really is wonderful. How exciting! Around that same time, CU was looking over his results in shock. These scores are simply incredible. He passed almost every test with an amazing result. Later, at the city transfer station, she put her device on the table and said, I was surprised you called me. He replied, I wanted to thank you for sending us such a wonderful student. Of course, sending him to the Black Eagle Military. Mommy agreed that joining the academy was the right move and said she would visit my family later to apply for my military certificate. I told her the sooner, the better. So, I asked, am I eligible for the squad now? She confirmed I was, adding that when the time came, she would have a special mission just for me. A few days passed. Outskirts of the Glory Shelter, I activated my ability, thinking that since the admission process was finished and things here were stable, I could finally head back to the steel armor shelter. The fastest path was straight through the unfamiliar dark swamps. I figured I should use the mutant mount my brother gave me. It was the perfect plan. Several days later. Back at the steel armor shelter. I collapsed onto my bed. Why was it so loud? What was that rustling sound? The rumbling just kept coming, one after another. I bolted upright. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, it clicked. Is that an earthquake? I screamed, scrambling toward the door. I threw it open and looked at my beast's pen. It had evolved. A system window appeared before me. Divine Blood Beast. Super God level. I shouted in disbelief. The creature I'd bought last time had completely transformed. I had just gotten back from the glory shelter. After traveling for more than 10 days with almost no sleep, I passed out the second I got home yesterday. It's a good thing this creature didn't break out of its cage. I would have been a dead man. I grabbed my arrow. Man, I'm starving. I need to make up for lost time with one hell of a meal. Once I returned, I put the beast down. A system notification followed hunt successful. Target divine blood beast. I didn't get its beast spirit, but by eating the flesh. I could randomly gain super god gene points. A short while later, I had a soup simmering, and I dug in. Notifications for gaining super god genes started flooding my vision. I stuffed myself until I was completely full. In just half a year, my super god gene count reached 34 points. I checked my stats. After the others ate the four-tailed venomous monkey, my mutant gene count hit 52 points. I looked at the crystal, thinking, I'm getting so much stronger, and no one has any idea. Soon, I'll surpass all of them. What creature should I buy next if I manage to get a beast soul with the super god gene? I'll make a fortune. Suddenly, it hit me. I shouted, the super god beast soul. I still haven't claimed my reward from the god of war later, at the Shinho martial arts field. I crouched behind a tree, scanning my surroundings. I saw a huge magic stone on a hill. I thought, this field was sealed off after the tournament ended. And it's the middle of the night. Who else would be here? I stepped forward with determination. I'd almost forgotten about my prize. From the god of war, the soul of a divine blood beast. It was the last item on the list, but if I didn't claim it, I'd lose my access to the god battlefield and have to wait for the next chance. I walked up to the stone and placed my hand on it. A random divine blood beast soul. What could it be? The stone began to glow brilliantly. A weapon. A mount. I couldn't stand the suspense. Fiery energy flared in my palm, and a spirit resembling a girl appeared before me. I was shocked. A beast spirit in human form. Then, a powerful stream of magical energy shot directly into the center of my forehead, and I clenched my jaw. A system notification appeared. You have obtained the Empress, the divine blood beast spirit. I threw my arms wide and yelled as my body was consumed by an overwhelming energy, lifting me into the air. I exclaimed in shock. It's fusing with me! Awesome! In the next moment, the spirit merged with my body, covering me in armor. Powerful energy crackled in my hands. Hansen smiled. The Empress? Huh? This fusion gave my body incredible strength and a perfect sense of balance. My eyes lit up. I thought that while it might not be as tough as the Divine Blood Blackbug's armor or the Blood Assassin's, I then focused my gaze on the forest across the field and saw a bird resting on a tree. I felt like I could see everything from far away, down to the smallest details. Looking to my side, I noticed a flying insect. Its movements seemed to be in slow motion. I smirked, putting a hand to my head. Is this the Empress's power? But why don't I have any imaginary wings? Forget it. How can I possibly be disappointed with this? I started walking in the opposite direction from the magic stone, thinking that the most important thing was that I could use the Empress Spirit Beast just like any other, and that treacherous golden coin. Would have no clue what kind of spirit beast I actually got. Sometime later, at the male dormitory, building number 9 of the 20th Academy, I stood. Outside door number 304, voices boomed from inside. Shijikong slammed the table and shouted, "Then it's decided!" Zhang Yang clenched his fists. He glared at his neighbor. So, we're fighting for it first. Lu Meng crossed his arms, looking at them coolly, and asked, "Is that what we've agreed on?" At that moment, I opened the door to the room. "Sorry," I said. "I'm a new student in this dorm starting today. My name is Han Sen." the people inside, turned to glare at me with annoyance. I awkwardly clenched my teeth and backed away slightly. What's going on? Guys? Shijikong walked up to me, grabbed my hand, and dragged me into the room, shouting, "You're finally here! What took you so long? You have to come in!" The door slammed shut behind me. I protested, "What are you doing? Don't—" Then I looked at them, confused. "Why is everyone so aggressive?" Shijikong pointed a thumb at himself and said that it was crucial to choose a room leader who would embody the image and spiritual philosophy of their room. 304. As a senior, I have plenty of experience, so I'm clearly the best choice for leader. Lu Meng adjusted his glasses and said with a smirk, "Leadership is for people with a high IQ. My IQ level is 167. Zhang Yang cracked his knuckles and looked at me with a grin. "Newbie, what do you think? How about we decide it with force?" I smiled awkwardly, completely lost. "You guys can handle it, I really don't care." I could tell there was some serious bad blood between them over this decision. Zhang Yang picked up a star-shaped object, looked at it, and offered his own idea. "How about this? Proposed a competition. 100 arrows each," he said. "Whoever scores the most bullseyes will be the dorm leader." The others exchanged serious glances and gave their consent. The protagonist flashed a smile, saying it was a fair way to decide and that he was in. At that, Jin Young shrugged off his jacket and strode. As he walked towards the exit, he announced to the other trainees that they would compete to decide their room's leader. Just as he got to the door, Xiong pointed at him and yelled, "Who said he could go first?" "Does he think he's special?" Lu Meng grabbed his arm, telling him to just ignore it. "He's just an arrogant fool who loves to hear himself talk." Sin scratched the back of his head and frowned, thinking that life with these three was going to be anything but peaceful. A short time later, on the open archery range, the contest for the title of senior in room 34 was over. Xiong was in utter despair, clutching his head as he cried out, Why am I the lowest score?" "This can't be happening." Jian Yan approached him with a calm smile and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You can still grow," he encouraged. "You just have to keep this up. You need to put in more time training." Jian Yan had won first place, automatically making him the senior of room 304. Lu Meng stared at his hands in disbelief. "How strange," he muttered. "I tried my hardest but only managed second place. Maybe I lost my focus." Having won second place, he became the vice senior. The protagonist reached out to Xiong and told him not to worry. "It was only a game. You're the oldest anyway, so you'll always be our big brother." Lu Meng, who came in second, didn't want to be the vice senior or settle for third. Xiong grabbed his hand and said with a grin, "Being the youngest brother is the best. If you ever need help, just say the word." The protagonist smiled and replied, "All right." He then looked at his roommates and thought that Jian Yang's archery skills were definitely a cut above the rest, and he was eager for the role. "I'll let him handle all the troublesome stuff," he thought. Suddenly, Jian Yang looked off to the side and asked in surprise, "What's with that massive crowd?" A long line had formed to recruit members for the God Hand Club. Sin noticed a girl smiling from a poster on the side of the entrance and thought she seemed familiar. Xiong pointed at the poster with a huge smile and yelled, "Whoa, God Hand is recruiting, and Ji Yanran is on the poster." Sin thoughtfully put a finger to his chin. Ji Yanran. He then remembered exactly where he'd seen her before and asked, "Is she really that popular?" Xiong stared at him in complete shock. "What, Junior, you don't know who she is?" He smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head as he answered, "Not really." With a look of pure adoration, Xiong explained, "Ji Yanran is the president of the God Hand Club and the most beautiful girl in the entire academy. She's a goddess levels. Figure she's from the Shiha clan, a brilliant and gorgeous girl. They say she has rejected every single guy who's ever asked her out." Lu Meng walked up and adjusted his glasses, saying, "You might want to wipe that drool off your face. She won't like you either. You need to spend more time on your training." Xiong looked at him furiously and shouted, "Stop talking trash!" Jian Yang, adjusting his sleeve with a smile, suggested, "Come on, guys, let's sign up. I want to defeat Ji Yanran and become the next president of the club." Xiang looked at him, surprised, and thought, "Is that all he thinks about? What a hopeless virgin!" Lumong grabbed the guys, pulling them aside. "Don't embarrass yourselves, duh," he told them. "Do you really want to stand in line all day? We're from the archer squad. Stop messing around." Xiang desperately put his hand out and shouted, "No, I have a chance to win! You have to let me go!" The protagonist glanced back, thinking, "Wow, she really is popular at this academy. Probably better not to tell anyone that I already defeated her." A few days later, Sin was sitting in a classroom as the teacher lectured the students about genetic evolution, which had reached a new peak thanks to humanity's advanced civilization. Various genetic differences between men and women had been discovered. The protagonist looked at the paper in front of him, jotting down notes. "We already went over this at my old school," he thought, "but I'll use this as a chance to fill in any gaps in my knowledge." Soon, he found himself in a shooting lesson where the instructor was holding his arm back, telling him, "Keep your hands slightly above the elbow, elbows out to the sides, lower your shoulders, and concentrate." Sin thought to himself that Blackhawk Academy was so incredibly rich. It was amazing. After some time, the student stood before a giant robot. The instructor pointed at it and announced, "This is a battle mech. It handles the heavy-duty work. Next up, Hansen." The protagonist raised his hand high and shouted, "That's me!" He then sat down in the chair and took control of the robot. The instructor came up behind him. "This is the control console. You need to set the clearance in the green zone first." The protagonist grinned as he looked at the screens, thinking, "This isn't a dream, is it? I could fly across the whole universe in this thing." After a while, the other guys were asleep in their room, but the protagonist sat at his desk and kept studying. "This week's homework is pretty intense," he thought. "I can barely keep up. Next week, there will be twice as much. I have to get ahead of it if I don't want to fall behind." Then, his attention snapped to his phone, which was ringing. Looking at the screen, his mouth fell open in surprise. "Fang Jingqi? Why so many missed calls? In the forest next." To the steel armor shelter. A man held out his own phone and asked indignantly, "Why couldn't I reach you? Fang Jingqi, do you want this bow from the god-blooded beast or not?" The protagonist scratched the back of his head, apologizing. "Sorry, I was swamped with academy work and didn't get a chance to call you back." The man smiled. "Lucky you! Blackhawk graduates have a bright future." He then extended his hand, presenting a bow that was shrouded in a magical aura, and added, "You saved us and proved your loyalty. A bow crafted from a horned viper is the perfect weapon for a battle archer like you." Sin handed him a shield in return and said, "I brought the spiked shield you asked for. I hope your brother can lead the group well." He then secured the bow to his back and looked over his shoulder, thinking, "With this bow, I'm one step closer to becoming the strongest." Sometime later, in the male dorm. Number 9, the protagonist stopped at his room door. As he placed his hand on it, he froze in surprise, hearing someone ask, "Does he really think he's that strong? Doesn't he want revenge?" A player replied, "How, with talent like his, he could have been a super god, but unfortunately, he just doesn't have it." Sin was puzzled. "Why is there a girl's voice in our dorm?" The player on Xiang's device then shouted, "You're an idiot who's incapable of anything!" Xiang responded indignantly, "Look who's talking. All you do is ruin the atmosphere of the game." Sin walked up to him and asked, "Fourth brother, who are you talking to?" Xiang looked up at him and offered, "You should play God's hand. You have to help me punish these bastards." The protagonist put his bag down on a chair. He plopped down beside Chakan, requesting God's hand, and got the okay. Just then, a player named Little Bird yelled, "He's completely useless on his own, and what a bunch of jerks, scum like that will never get a girlfriend." Wang Long, whose handle was Ancestral God, shot back, "Is the trash looking for a carry? Even his assistant is trash." Shin scowled at the screen. Hey, it's just a game. Why are you being so toxic? Ancestral God retorted. Are you trying to lecture me? He should just sit his butt down and play. Daddy's about to make a man out of him. Zhang turned to his neighbor and said, I'll add you, then we can get this started. Our hero noticed his username and remarked, Optimus Prime, that name actually suits you. Zhang just grinned, pointed at the hero's screen and said, You're added. First, connect to the school network. Then you can log in. The protagonist repeated, Connect to the network and log in. Right. He'd have to forget his old account. He'd just make a new one. For his nickname, he typed in Xianran's boyfriend. Shikong immediately asked, What's with that name, Little Bird? Then asked with a smirk. His girlfriend Jianran. What a joke. That's hilarious. Ancestral God added, His ancestors would definitely be ashamed of him. Shikong then shouted out in shock. He's not even on his main account. Isn't he scared people from the academy will track him down and beat him up? Jin just stared confidently at the screen in front of him and demanded, Are we playing or not? I only have half an hour. Ancestral God replied. Fine, but don't go crying later, Little Bird added. Let's make sure the whole academy knows she's his girlfriend. A moment later, the game launched, and our hero immediately started racking up points. Shikong frowned, staring at the screen in disbelief and yelling. What? I can't even keep track. The score kept climbing, making Ancestral God exclaim, That's impossible. I haven't gotten a single point. Little Bird yelled, Brother Long, what's wrong with you? Get him already. You're too slow. Why didn't you catch him? You fool, is he stupid? Why didn't he get closer first? We're supposed to be moving together. Faster! Ancestral God roared at her. Just shut up! And she asked, Why did you kill me? Meanwhile, the students were in an uproar, all talking about the news that Wang Long, one of the top players in the God Hand Club, was utterly defeated by a newcomer. One student threw his hands up in confusion. I heard Wang Long even called Luca and Lie for help, but even with a lineup like that, they still lost to a newbie with a score of 100 to 80. A girl covered her mouth in shock. No way, you mean? Luca and Lie. How could they have lost? At that same moment, Yanran was walking down the street when Chu Lily ran up behind her, calling her name to get her to stop. She turned around. Lily, what's up? I'm in a hurry. Lily raised a finger with a sly smirk. Yanran, be honest with me. Do you have a boyfriend? Yanran stared at her, then down at her phone. When did he pop up? What are you talking about? Lily replied with a grin. That the entire academy is already talking about him. She told Yanran to just look it up herself. Yanran's jaw dropped in. Disbelief, as she exclaimed. What, I have no idea who was using that nickname. Lily smirked. Stop pretending. He's so strong that he totally crushed Luca and Lie. So, when are you going to introduce us? Yanran handed the phone back, annoyed. You actually believe garbage like that. I already told you, I don't have a boyfriend. At the same time, the students from room 304 were walking down the street, and Jin Yang threw his arms over the protagonist's shoulder. It's incredible that you managed to hide your skills, but now you've caught the attention of the whole academy. And, you're still a complete unknown, Zhang shouted. You practically crashed the academy's internal network. You should check out how many views it has, Ling added. Hiding your strength and accomplishments to avoid trouble was a very clever move. Just then, Yanran walked past them, muttering that she would find him and teach him a lesson. A few days later, at the Luogia transfer station, Qin Xuan slid a folder across the table. This is your first mission. No mistakes are allowed. The academy has already granted you a day off. The protagonist looked at her. Station Master Qin, you haven't told me. The mission details. She met his eyes and stated flatly, "You're going to be a nanny?" He asked, shocked. "A nanny? But I'm a guy," she replied. "That you're responsible for protecting certain children with special statuses or backgrounds, like Yuanxia and Qinxia. Protecting them can earn you unique rewards, such as an S-rank sanctuary card." Taking the file, our hero remarked, "That sounds very tempting. Where is the mission taking place?" "In the Body Desert," she replied. "The Body Desert?" he asked, startled. "Did I hear you right, Body Desert? I can't guarantee we'll make it back alive." On the file in his hand was a photo with a description: name, Wang Mang Mang, age, 16 years old, status, secret, education, Blackhawk Military Academy, special group. Time to return to shelter steel armor, 1 month, Chen Xuan added. If you fail, not only do you not get the card, but you'll also be fired, and I will be punished. Sometime later, in the Body Desert, Mang Mang turned to Hansen. "Which squad are you from?" "It has to be the strongest one, since the boss herself assigned you to protect me." He looked at her and replied, "I'm a member of the Archer Squad, and you can just call me Hansen." She hugged his arm with a smile. "Okay, Mr. Hansen." He looked at her, surprised, and thought, "This is unexpected." Qin Xuan sent Su Xiaokao and the others with me too. It seems this girl really is a big deal. I just hope everything goes smoothly so I can get my card. Not everyone has armor and weapons like this. She must be some kind of celebrity. The difference between people is truly enormous. Someone like me needs super god genes just to have a chance at becoming a noble. One day, my family will be great, too. Suddenly, Ji Yanran pointed ahead, yelling, "Be careful, a mutated beast! It's a one-horned sand fox! What luck finding prey so quickly?" Mang Mang dashed forward, pulling out her daggers. "I'll handle this! Myself, don't you dare interfere!" The protagonist followed her and called out, "Su Xiaoqiao, we're on the flanks! We need to help!" The rest of the team agreed and ran. "After them!" Mang Mang threw a dagger at the fox, shouting, "Take this!" But the dagger flew wide, and she exclaimed in frustration, "It's so fast! It reacts so quickly!" Then she raised her hand, dagger held high. "Stop! You're not getting away!" She then summoned her beast soul, named Meowth, and yelled for it to go. "After that fox, don't let it escape!" Xiaoya cried out, astonished. "Is that a benevolent spirit beast?" Jiao responded. "Judging by its fur, it is." Meng Meng vaulted onto her mount and sped off. "Everyone, on your beasts, don't let her get too far ahead," Sen commanded. The entire party was already charging forward on their mounts. "Lady Meng, you have to wait for us," Xiaoya yelled, while Jiao shouted, "Don't go in alone! It's too dangerous." Reaching a small hill, Meng Meng raised her dagger high and yelled, "The fox is getting away! Surrender, I need that genocore!" The creature's eyes glowed fiercely, a cruel grin revealing rows of teeth. In that instant, dozens more like it materialized from the shadows. Meng Meng gasped, "More foxes, it's a trap!" "So cunning! What now?" She yelled at Toby to fall back, and they immediately bolted in the other direction. As the pack gave chase, she urged her mount, "Toby, faster!" Just then, a fox lunged and sank its teeth into her beast's leg. The bear-like creature shrieked in agony, and seeing its pained face, she cried out in terror. "Toby!" The pack swarmed her mount, attacking from all sides. She hugged her beast tightly, watching with dread as the monsters closed in on her. Just as fear took hold, Several arrows slammed into the attacking foxes. Xiaoya, keep firing Zhao! Get Meng Meng! Hansen yelled. Her eyes filled with admiration as she exclaimed, Mr. Hansen! Xiaoya loosed another arrow, retorting, I told you this was incredibly dangerous. Zhao charged in, striking down a fox. He engaged the pack in close quarters, yelling at Meng Meng, Get out of here! She clung tighter to her mount, crying, Toby, hang on, we have to escape. She glanced back at Hansen and stammered an apology. I shouldn't have charged in by myself. This isn't the time for apologies, he roared back. You need to get out of here! Just then, Xiaoya spotted fissures cracking the earth behind him. What's that noise? He yelled. A colossal worm erupted from the ground. Hansen's eyes widened. Sandworms, we're in deep trouble. They immediately fled in the opposite direction from the new monstrosities. Damn it, Xiaoya exclaimed in shock. How is that? Massive thing so fast. This is their natural habitat, Hansen replied without missing a beat. They're in their element, like fish in the sea. And it looks like they hunt in packs. Meng Meng turned to him, confused. What do you mean? Suddenly, a pillar of sand and dust exploded from the ground right in front of them. Xiaoya couldn't hide his panic. Damn it, now we've got to fight off foxes and worms! Hansen reached his hand out to Meng Meng. Get off your beast and ride with me, he urged. She hesitated. I'll just slow you down. But he ignored her protests and yanked her onto his mount right behind him. It'll be easier for us to coordinate our attacks this way, he explained. Then he turned and yelled, Zhao, you ready for this? With a cigarette clamped between his teeth. Zhao grinned. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Just leave it all to me, he declared. He charged forward, sending wounded foxes scattering as he bellowed, My Tibetan blade will carve us a path of blood. As Hansen swiftly maneuvered past a sandworm, he shouted, Don't fall behind Zhao, or you're dead. We have to move faster, clinging to his back with tears streaming down her face. Meng Meng cried out in despair. This is all my fault, I didn't listen, and now… I've put everyone in danger. I'm so sorry. Hansen dismissed her apology. This is our mission. If you get hurt, it's on us. It would be our failure. Just stay calm. Meng Meng's eyes went wide as she thought shyly. He's actually comforting me right now. How sweet. Meanwhile, Hansen scanned the battlefield. Zhao's holding his own in melee, but the sheer number of foxes is overwhelming. I'm out of arrows. Only the black needles are left. At that instant, the alpha fox threw its head back and let out a piercing howl. Hansen stared at the beast and muttered, What the hell is that? A system window materialized before him. It read Alpha Fox, Super God Class, Detailed Description. Unknown, Zhao ground to a halt and yelled, Everyone, group up. The Alpha's here with its entire pack. This is going to be a real party. Unable to compose herself, Meng Meng wiped at her tears. Just leave me and run. This is all my fault, so just let them eat me instead. At that, Hansen slid off his mount, then reached up to help Meng Meng down. She stared at him in surprise and asked, Mister, it's way too early to give up, he answered. Now, give me your daggers. Then he asked, Ever tried fighting from someone's back? It could be interesting. What? She exclaimed in shock. He quickly used his belt to strap her securely to his back and then activated an ability. Close your eyes if… You're scared, he told her. Turning to Zhao, he commanded, Cover me. I'm breaking through. Xiaoya, provide suppressing fire. The others voiced their agreement. With grim determination, he surged forward, leaving a trail of monster corpses in his wake. Xiaoya couldn't hide his astonishment. Sen's armor, it's so badass. Where'd he even get that? Yes, with every kill they bow. A system notification flashed in Hansen's vision. Successful hunt, primitive fox soul, not acquired, consuming. flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 primitive genopoints. As he continued his assault, he thought, wow, they're so slow, thanks to the Spirit Empress. They all seem like they're moving in slow motion. I can take down several at once. This effect won't last more than 10 minutes. I have to hurry. Clinging to his back, Meng smiled shyly to herself, thinking, Hansen is so incredibly handsome. At that moment, the alpha fox perched on the cliff's edge continued its relentless howling as the team fought on, battling the primitive foxes. Zhao gritted his teeth. That damn alpha is a crafty one. It's hanging back and conserving its energy while we're wasting ours. And all its minions. Xiaoya, still on his mount, trying to evade the sandworms, glanced back and yelled, What's the plan? I'm completely out of arrows. We're almost cornered. The alpha is just waiting for us to tire ourselves out, Hansen said. We have to take it down first, Meng cried out. Anxiously. Hansen-ki, can you even hit it from this far? It's hundreds of meters away. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and yelled, I have to take the shot I'm going to kill. That alpha fox and turned the tables. With that, he released the arrow. The alpha watched its approach with a contemptuous smirk. Is it? Xiaoya asked in disbelief. Just sitting there? Zhao, keeping his eyes on the monster, added, It's like that fox is mocking him, confident he'll miss. Meng gripped Hansen's shoulder and yelled, Mister! But in that exact instant, the arrow struck true, and the team stared, their jaws hanging open. Holy crap! Zhao exclaimed. What insane accuracy! Meng gasped. A direct hit! What an incredible shot! And the power behind it! Amazing! Xiaoya added. With their leader gone, the pack descended into chaos. Shia realized the sandworms were also lagging behind. They forged ahead, slaying the primitive creatures in their path. But before they could warn the others, Sin told Ming to summon her beast. Power gathered in her palm as she yelled, and in a flash, they were mounted on Dubai. Suddenly, a colossal sandworm erupted from the ground before them. Geog cursed. Damn it, it's a golden one! Standing atop the creature was the male's fox, baring its fangs. Shia clutched his head in disbelief. What kind of monster is that fox? It can control sandworms! Geog took a swig from his flask, adding that the golden sandworm was also a super god-class creature. They immediately turned and fled, with the massive worm giving chase. The protagonist yelled to Geog and Xiaoxia to split up, one heading east and the other west. They shouted back for him to be careful as Sin spun around and scowled, thinking, So it's after me? He decided it was time for some payback. He drew his bow and yelled to Ming, Jump! She complied, pressing herself against his stomach as the arrow flew. A notification window popped up for the antagonist hunt. Successful, you have hunted a one-horned mutant and obtained the soul of a god-blood beast. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant from 0 to 10 supergod points. He thought, did it just disobey me? Then he turned and shouted with a grin, If I'm lucky, I'll take its soul too. Bring on the rest of your minions. The fox snarled as Ming yelled that Dubai's stamina was critically low and their pursuers were about to catch them. The protagonist shouted, Time to try something more extreme. Pointing straight ahead, he commanded Dubai to run that way. Ming was horrified. Huh, that's a cliff. Does he want us to jump? Dubai could never make that. Nothing is impossible, Sin retorted. Just hold on tight, she yelled. Okay, I believe in you. Dubai, you have to jump. The next moment, they were airborne. As Sin drew his bow, he shouted for Ming to recall Dubai. The arrow then struck the worm's head just as the monster burst through the cliffside in pursuit. Ming cried out in despair. It's over. Dubai didn't jump far enough. We're going to crash. Then she turned her gaze to the dense forest below and realized they seemed to be flying, not falling. Noticing a shadow flickering across the leaves, she wondered, what is that shadow? Does it have wings? She recalled hearing stories of people with a beast soul like that. They were legendary. She looked up at Sin's chest and thought in astonishment, Golden, it's really him. Once they landed, she looked into his eyes and demanded, Where are the wings? I just saw them. He was baffled, scratching his head. Wings. Oh, you mean that shadow that was just from the clouds? Ming Mang grabbed his hand. How could that have been the clouds? She looked past him and gasped in terror. Oh no, the sandworm. Sin turned, saying, Looks like its rage made it careless, and it fell. He then suggested they head back to find the others, since it was too dangerous to linger. Just then, a system window appeared before him. Hunt successful. You have hunted a super god-class golden sandworm and obtained a god-blood beast soul. He smirked. Another god-blood beast soul. Excellent. Sometime later, Ouyang Xuan was training intensely. One of the girls watching him cupped her cheeks, sighing. So handsome, young, strong, and influential. I just want to kiss him. Her friend chuckled and told her to stop dreaming, doubting he was even attracted to girls. She then puffed out her chest, asking, Is he looking at us? Maybe he wants this body. Just then, Liu Fang, the headhunter of the Heart of Ji Yanran fan club, appeared. Behind them, shoving them aside, he snarled, Out of the way, you ugly things! The indignant girl snapped. Huh, how dare you! Her friend quickly covered her mouth, smiled nervously, and apologized. We're leaving right now. That was Liu Fang, the best Hand of God player in the entire academy. Is he here to challenge Ouyang Xuan? She whispered. Rumor has it Ouyang is stronger, but he never competes, so he's unranked. This will be interesting. Her friend put a finger to her lips. So that's why he called us ugly. The other girl put a hand to her mouth, staring after Liu Fang. He scared me too. Death, I thought those two hated each other. Why did he come here alone? Her friend shushed her. Be quiet or he'll hear you. At that moment, Liu Fang walked up to Xuan and demanded, Is Ji Yanran your girlfriend? Xuan replied, That's none of your business. Keep your jealousy to yourself. Liu Fang spun around, glaring back furiously. Fine, then I have nothing more to say. He stormed off, muttering, This is an insult to Yanran. I'll make that idiot regret this. Later, in room 304, the protagonist sat at a table, arms outstretched in confusion. This Liu Fang guy is challenging me. I don't even, know him. Why would he do that? Lu Meng adjusted his glasses and explained. He's challenging you over a girl, Ji Yanran. Zhang Yang leaned his head on his hand and held up his phone. Everyone at the academy knows he's obsessed with her, and now you're involved, he said. You should see the posts on the academy forum. He pushed the phone forward. The screen displayed a thread where a student was backing Liu Fang. What's Liu Fang's level? Nobody in his club can beat him. Maybe Ouyang Xuan could. Another post read, Liu Fang is willing to fight for love. No one else dares to face him. He has been quiet lately because he was hunting for some punk. Taking the phone, Sin asked, Why are they all trashing me? It must be tough being in love with Ji Yanran. Interesting, he mused. I guess I have to prove that Ji Yanran's boyfriend is worthy of her. He then typed a reply. Challenge accepted. Tonight at 10:30 p.m. First, I'll take a shower. Then I'll tear him apart. As he showered he thought, the mission was a success, but I still didn't receive the S-level temple card. Qin Xuan didn't keep her word. She's indebted to me. He recalled her telling him that while Ming Mong was very pleased with his performance, she couldn't give him the card just yet. He had to continue protecting her in the shelter, and the rest of the armor was already on its way. She'd give him the card once all 3 of his gene slots were filled. He looked at the energies swirling in his hands and thought, good thing I got 2 beast souls out of it. At least it's something. By the way, I haven't even checked them yet. The next moment, a system notification appeared, 1-horned mutant beast soul. He thought, this one isn't that big of a deal and I already have a mount, so I can just sell this for some cash. Now he decided to check the second one. The system notification read, a golden sandworm soul. A pet soul. He was furious. Had he really risked his life for this garbage? He sank to the ground in utter disbelief. Clutching his head, he groaned. Could this day get any worse? His morale was completely shot, and he still had that upcoming fight with Liu Fang. Just then, an announcement from the Academy's reporter, Jong-deed, crackled to life. He urged everyone to find their places quickly, as the battle was set to start in just 10 minutes. The highly anticipated duel between Liu Fang and Ji Yanran's mysterious boyfriend was finally here. With limited spectator slots, it was a mad dash to grab a seat. It seemed like the entire academy was tuning in. Back in her room, Yanran stared at the broadcast. Gazing at her phone, she noted only 5 minutes remained. Lily, her roommate, piped up. "So, who's going to win, Liu Fang or your boyfriend?" Yanran shot back irritably. "He is not my boyfriend. I'm just as curious as everyone else to see who this idiot is." Meanwhile, near the arena, a student behind Liu Fang checked the time and nudged his buddy. "Only 1 minute to go. You think he's even going to show?" His companion smirked. "He's probably chickened out." Liu Fang, with his arms folded, coolly watched his own screen and announced, "All he has to do is show up and apologize, and I might just forgive him." Abruptly, a system notification popped up. Ji Yanran's boyfriend has entered the room. Zhang Dad, the announcer, whipped his head toward the screen in surprise. He actually dared to show, a grin spreading across his face. He raised the microphone. "Welcome, everyone. Friends, to a truly grand event. This is your Academy reporter, Zhang Dad, bringing you the action live. Get ready to witness the battle we've all been waiting for." The match between Liu Fang and the mysterious Ji Yanran's boyfriend is about to start. You are here to witness the ultimate showdown between the so-called real boyfriend and the fake one. The first round begins now. "And we're off!" He roared into the mic. In this corner, a man who needs no introduction, Liu Fang, as the #1 player in God's hand. His strength is legendary. And his opponent, a player who hasn't even shown his face, has only competed in a handful of games. His true power remains a total mystery. And the match begins. Liu Fang immediately scores. Look at that incredible hand speed. You can't even track his fingers. The man is a god. His opponent hasn't had a chance to react, and the score gap is already widening. And there's another 5 points. Incredible! The other player is just sitting there, completely unresponsive. At that moment, our hero was casually watching the screen, taking a sip from his drink as the announcer's voice boomed. "Is he refusing to even put up a fight? Is he terrified?" Liu Fang sneered. "And here I thought he was just some cocky newcomer. He shouldn't have been so bold, especially not before I completely demolish him." The announcer shouted, "A 8-8 combo. Liu Fang has already racked up more than 40 points, and his opponent still has a big fat 0. The crowd watching on the massive screen was going wild for Liu Fang. Voices of outrage rose up. Does Ji Yanran's boyfriend even care about winning? He's making 0 effort. He should just quit now. There's no recovering your reputation after a disgrace like this, competitively speaking. This is an incredibly dull match." Zhang Di raised his arms with a showman's smile and declared, "This has gone from a competition to an absolute public shaming." At the same time, Lily glanced at Yanran. "Your so-called boyfriend is getting steamrolled," Yanran murmured. "I don't understand. I watched his previous games, and his skill level was actually decent." In the game, Liu Fang taunted his opponent. "What's wrong? You're not actually scared of me." "Are you? You should start playing for real!" Behind Han Sen, Zhan Yang leaned in, gripping his chair. "Bro, it's over. Just let it go." But at that very moment, a smirk played on our hero's lips. He whispered, "Too slow. Now it's time to show you some real hand speed." A quick glance at the screen showed Liu Fang at 74 points, while his rival, Ji Yanran's boyfriend, was still sitting at 0. The announcer declared with satisfaction, "The gap between them is becoming a chasm. It seems we're about to say goodbye to Ji Yanran's mysterious suitor." 6 new point nodes popped up, and Liu Fang snatched them instantly, pushing the score to 80-0. But then, the announcer froze, staring at the main screen in shock. A public message from Ji Yanran's boyfriend flashed for all to see. It said, "Apologies, had to take a bio break. Let the real match begin now." The entire audience was dumbfounded. The crowd erupted in fury. They were in disbelief that he'd vanish in the middle of such a high-stakes game. Many concluded it was just a lame excuse to hide his own fear, but in the next second, our hero finally made his move, instantly scoring 9 points. Zhang Da, who was watching the whole thing, could only stare with his mouth wide open. He finally exclaimed in shock, "What just happened?" The audience was in an uproar. How could anyone score 9 points that fast? What kind of speed is that? There's no way a rookie could pull that off. Wait, could that actually be the legendary Ouyang Zhuan on that account? Liu Fong, watching the comeback, was just as shocked. How is this possible? He thought. The announcer recovered, shouting, "What a turn of events! That guy just snagged 9 points, and Liu Fong didn't even have time to blink. He must have timed that message perfectly to throw off his opponent. What a dirty tactic!" But Jiang Didi quickly corrected himself. Wait a minute, that message was sent to the main broadcast screen. Liu Fong wouldn't have seen it at all. He earned those points through sheer speed alone, leaving his rival no window to counterattack. The crowd shouted in disbelief. Holy crap, Liu Fang's point was just intercepted again. What's going on? I can't even keep up. Is the stream lagging or something? Liu Fang is ranked number 1. He should be the faster one. Yanran watched the spectacle in total shock, and Lily right beside her was equally speechless. She screamed, "What is going on? How can a human being move their hands that quickly?" Luing, one of Han Sen's friends, clenched his fist in excitement. "Wow, how is he even doing this?" Zhang Yang threw his hands into the air, shouting with glee, "This is amazing! His speed is unbelievable!" Han Sen, however, remained completely focused, a look of intense concentration on his face as he continued the game. He thought to himself, "This gene infusion has made me so much faster. My opponent's movements feel like they're in slow motion, so this is the guy who's after Yanran. He'd better pick up the pace." In the next instant, the game was over. The final score 80-100. The victor was Ji Yanran's boyfriend. The entire audience, both live and streaming, gazed at the screen in absolute shock. Yanran gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. The final score was 100-80. Liu Fong was consumed by pure fury, veins bulging on his temples as he roared, "Impossible! How could I possibly lose? I can't lose." Later that evening, Shikon threw an arm around our hero's shoulders and held up a bottle of liquor. "That was awesome tonight. We're drinking Han Sen's entire account balance." He roared with laughter, adding, "The entire academy is saying Liu Fong is unworthy of his number 1 rank now. A bunch of his fans have already bailed on him, all because he got beaten by a complete newbie, John Yang, practically inhaling his food, couldn't contain his triumphant grin. He called out to the server, 'Hey, bring us another 50 skewers of lamb.'" Luing held up his bottle and noted with a grin that a lot of people are trying to track down the real owner of that gaming account. And even though our friend here is footing the bill tonight, we all know it's basically a fee for keeping our mouths shut. Shikon glanced at our hero and said, "Hey, just kick back and enjoy the meal. We promise we'll keep the whole thing under wraps. Provided you keep footing the bill, of course." In response, Han Sen just grinned and said, "With your appetites, I'm not so sure I can afford that." At that exact moment, someone named Mangang approached their table and asked, "Han Sen, is that you? Forward." She waved, surprised to see him there. The girl standing just behind her smiled warmly, introducing herself as Wang Chan. Her friend also waved and chimed in, "My name's Li Jinin." The protagonist, slightly flustered, managed a hello. Just then, Chi Kong grabbed him by the head and demanded to know when he had found such gorgeous girls, accusing him of keeping secrets. Sin angrily swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "What kind of garbage are you talking about?" "Let me go." Lumeng, adjusting his glasses, speculated that with the protagonist's stamina, he could probably handle 3 at once. Jian Yang, clenching his fists, asked in awe, "Are you for real the legendary Casanova?" Sin, awkwardly holding his hands up, shouted that it wasn't what they were thinking. Just then, Ming Meng said she had a request for him. Chi Kong swaggered up to her, flexed his muscles with a grin, and assured her that he would grant her every wish. She beamed at him, clapped her hands together, and asked, "Is that so?" She then thanked him, pressing her hands to her chest and explaining that their club was short on members and could really use some help. She suggested they join the Heavy Armor Club. The boys' jaws dropped in disbelief as they all shouted, "What these hotties are from the Heavy Armor Club!" A short while later, the guys arrived at the club, where a member, Shoho, asked in surprise, "What's the Archer Squad doing here?" John Young crossed his arms and shot back indignantly, "What's wrong with that? We were invited." Lee Pongzi, the president of the Heavy Armor Club, explained that archers were typically people with lower stamina than average. Sho added, "It's not as if you have a choice, but you must have at least level 11 strength." Ming Ming smiled, took the protagonist's hand, and told the president not to worry, assuring him that Hans wouldn't disappoint them. She offered to take him to the training grounds. Soon. They arrived at warehouse number 7. John Yan looked around and gasped, "Damn, this can't be real!" Sho noted that the Heavy Armor Club was unbelievably powerful. "Are we actually going to train with these machines?" Ming Ming walked over to the mechs and explained that there were 3 units in front of them, a rhinoceros, a porter, and a builder. The builder was a multifunctional unit with powerful armor, so it was best not to pick it if you were a beginner. In the adjacent room was a virtual training simulator they could use any time. Chi Kong stared at the machine, completely stunned, and said it was his first time seeing such a powerful piece of equipment. Jin Young smiled, remarking that they looked far more advanced than the ones at the academy. Lumeng adjusted his glasses and asked if he could come train every day. Ming Ming grinned and stuck out her tongue, saying she was all for it. Their club was even planning to host a competition in the near future. The protagonist eyed the machine and thought, "Awesome, waiting in line for a mech at the academy was such a waste of time." He thought that joining this club just to train whenever he wanted was a brilliant move. Sometime later, Luo Xiangang, the coach of the Battle Armor Club, threw his arms wide and confronted the director, demanding, "What is this nonsense? How can warehouse number 7 be used as a training area for these students? Can ordinary kids even handle these machines?" The director replied that they were good, disciplined students. So what was the issue? The coach scoffed in annoyance and said, "Disciplined, good students. They're just a bunch of rich kids. That's the only reason they get special treatment." He conceded that he could allocate warehouse number 7, but the machinery could not be damaged, as he needed it all back. He threw open the doors to warehouse number 7 and announced that the Senyu Championship was fast approaching, and they were running out of time to train. They were in dire need of heavy armored mechs, and he had to secure them today, even if it meant angering some rich kids' parents. His eyes landed on one of the machines in surprise as he thought, "Someone is piloting the builder. Could that be the new coach of the Heavy Armor Club? Not bad. To reach this level is quite an accomplishment." He then climbed into one of the other machines, declaring that he wanted to see who was behind the controls. Sin, piloting his mech, said with a smile, "Oh, this builder is awesome. It only took a couple of days to get the hang of it." Suddenly, an attack warning flashed on his screen, and he asked, "An attack? Who could that be?" Gritting his teeth, he maintained control of the machine. Xiangyang, his opponent, boasted that he could execute a full range of offensive and defensive maneuvers. "At last, a worthy opponent has appeared. Now I'm ready to show you what I can really do." The protagonist frowned, sweat dripping from his face as he thought that the porter wasn't built for attacking. Could it be President Pan or Shoho? They're both strong. Then, his builder was struck like. He gritted his teeth, yelling that he was just a beginner and there was no reason to be so vicious. Their battle raged on, and he shouted that his opponent was too powerful and that he had to evade to prevent damage to the mech's body. Xiangyan, excitedly piloting the porter, roared that he hadn't had such a thrilling fight in a long time. "The warm-up's over. Now I'll show you what I'm really made of." The protagonist frowned, desperately thinking that he had to retreat. President Pan, "Shoho, who the hell is this guy? I haven't done anything to him. You can't be this cruel." But his opponent's thought was, Fast hands combined with this machine's power will show them what I'm capable of. Builder, attack. His machine shot forward as the fight continued. Xiangyan gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking, damn, he doesn't spare you at all. What a dangerous move. Then he smirked. Staying in this club with talent like that is a total waste of time. I'll dodge this attack, and then... The builder slammed its foot into the porter. If you even try to move, I'll counter, he warned. After that, Sin climbed out of the machine, saying his hands were numb from the strain because it takes an immense amount of strength and endurance to execute such a powerful technique. Xiangyan, still inside the porter, thought that he wasn't overwhelmingly strong, but his courage demanded respect. With talent like that, he has no business being in this club. He then descended to the floor, looking at his opponent. Huh? He's in a uniform, he asked, surprised. He pointed at him and shouted, a student! He thought it had to be President Pen or Shouho. He was shocked that the guy had called them cool. Xiangyang asked, is he really just a student? The protagonist held out his hand, introducing himself as Hans. Is he some kind of leader? His skills are nothing to scoff at. He then asked, have you ever piloted a machine before or had any professional training? He wondered if the kid was a spy from another academy, sent to gather intel on their machinery. How could a student this powerful be a complete unknown? Not at all, Sim replied. He's only ever trained on our academy's machine in the club. We let him pilot the heavy ones, Xiangyang asked. What squad aesthetics he really likes that the system window notifies that the masterpiece, the koi scale handkerchief, is in his hands. The protagonist sighed tensely and thought, since Romeo liked him so much, what should he do? Ho needed to distribute the points he got from the exorcism of the succubus who had possessed soul. Romeo extended his finger to the system window. It increased the points of the luck characteristic. The system window notified that luck was now 5, and there were 0 remaining points. The protagonist thought that now there was only one thing left to do to hope that everything would work out. Hi. Knelt down, folded his hands, and looked up. Begging for luck, Romeo happily looked at the thing in his hands and said that apparently Marcello had sent the vest as a gift. It would go very well with his scarf. The protagonist was very lucky. The protagonist thought that this was not true at all. He did not want such luck. The system window quickly notified that a class quest had appeared. Ho wondered what else was there. Romeo was very surprised by what he saw. The system window notifies that the attack on the Demon King is suspended. He first needs to complete the previous quest. The protagonist wondered if it was suspended. Was there really a previous quest sometime later in Japan at the headquarters of the Inazuma Guild? The NPC throwing sheets of paper loudly asked if they were really losing to the JN Guild in ranks. What could be more shameful than that? In this way, they were practically betraying themselves. His Sage, with a scratch on his cheek, closed his eyes and said his name, saying that he would make sure that they recovered from this shame in the permafrost. The NPC pointing at him said that if Heisey made a mistake again, he should better be prepared to commit suicide. Did he understand his words? Heisey agreed with his words. After some time, he clenched his palms into fists and walked down the corridor. The analyst sadly extended his hand in his direction and turned to the master. Hei interrupted him, adjusted his hair with his hand, and said that permafrost had appeared in the sea near Hokkaido. This information was top secret. So the analyst should not tell anyone outside the guild. The Japanese government would buy them some time. So in the meantime, they should try to raise their influence and affinity in the permafrost. The analyst asked loudly with a frightened look. Would they really not let other players approach? They don't know yet if the permafrost is safe or not. This goes against Ao. His Sagai didn't let him finish and punched the wall next to the analyst with great force. He said with veins sticking out on his neck that the permafrost is a city for barbarians and Tom Min from the J&N Guild is a first-ranked barb, Aryan Hissy. Adjusting his glasses, said that they lost to Jen in the lands of Ascura and Iser. There won't be a next time, and they will surpass Jan again. The analyst agreed with him. In fear, his eye quickly turned around and told the analyst to give the order to all guild members to go to Hokkaido. He raised a finger with a smile and addressed the analyst and said that if he wasn't going to commit suicide for him, he should watch his behavior. Everyone was behaving so frivolously because they weren't the ones who would have to take responsibility. The analyst with beads of sweat appearing on his face from fear. took the phone in his hand and laughing said that he would take this into account. The analyst wrote a message that permafrost will appear near Hokkaido. The man thanked him and wrote that he would transfer the money as soon as they checked. The analyst wrote a message, when will he be able to contact him at the house. Same time, the NPC quickly picked up the phone, ran to his comrade, and loudly said that they received a message from Inuma. They will post the news and leave immediately. Ichimon-san, sitting in the boat, loudly asked where she was. The NPC loudly said that she was in Hokkaido. His comrade needs to hurry. The NPC assumes that the analyst will tell everyone else too. Moon-san, pressing the keyboard loudly, said that it was Hokkaido. After some time, the news said that permafrost had appeared near Hokkaido. Dimitri, holding the phone in his hand, loudly addressed Roxas and said that the analyst had just called him the guildmaster. Looked at him, raised his hand, and loudly said that he had already seen it. He ordered to get ready because they were moving out right now. NPC put his hands near his mouth, loudly ordered the Shining Ones to get ready at the same time. The huntress quickly ran into the room, loudly calling out to everyone. Showing the phone screen, she loudly asked, "Is the guildmaster really an idiot? They need to take ski equipment." Leon said that the huntress would freeze there if she took only swimming trunks. The huntress has definitely gone crazy at the same time. W. Kong happily covered his mouth with his hand and, turning to the audience loudly, said that the permafrost is in Hokkaido. The viewers wrote that he is very cute today. And what about Boss Hoyle? Why Kong today has no hair in his nose? The northern city of permafrost. This is the city where you can get the barbarian class. It was one of the main bases during the time when Arcano was a game. There were blacksmiths, NPC, and various shops usual for a metropolis. People were delighted for a reason and called this event the beginning of the return for humanity. If deity content is the same as in the game, then this city will greatly help players after some time in Hokkaido and Kao. Front of the portal to the permafrost, Taemin angrily put his sword on his shoulder and asked, "What is this? What are they even talking about? Have they gone crazy?" Nam Ch, holding a tablet in his hand, asked, "What's wrong?" Taemin, angrily pointing his finger back, turned to his brother and loudly said that they require passports. He has never been asked for a passport. How did he become a player? Nam Cho raised his hand, smiling, and said that there must be some kind of mistake. He said hello and said his name. NPC, holding a gun in his hand, asked for forgiveness and said that they cannot enter without a passport. Nam Chul, surprised, exhaled hot air from his mouth. Taemin loudly said that they do not let anyone in and have sealed almost everything. This is not only with him, but with everyone. At the same time, among the dense forest covered in snow near the permafrost, the Enuma Guild is quickly running through the snow. His loudly ordered them to run faster and said that they don't have much time, they must get there first, even if it's just for 10 minutes. The hunter was amazed and said loudly that he saw the gates of the permafrost right in front of them. The guildmaster smiled and said loudly that they were finally here. He instantly changed his expression. Hassaj, I stepped on a branch with his foot breaking it in half. The guild members looked at something in surprise and stopped. The bodies of dead people were lying on the stakes. The guildmaster asked with a frightened look, Is this the permafrost? The guild members quickly began to spit liquid out of their mouths, making loud sounds. The hunter panicked and turned to his sage eye and asked, What is this? The guildmaster loudly told the hunter to be careful. The guild member asked in fear, What is this? A huge finger pierced his chest. The guild members quickly ran away and said loudly that there was a demon here. They loudly asked for help. I looked up with fear on his face. A huge demon with a terrifying look pointed its hand at him. The guildmaster thought that it was not suicide that he needed to be afraid of. A few hours earlier at the Ho residence in the Wairei archipelago, Sol was sleeping on the bed. Making sounds, she remembered what happened and quickly opened her eyes. Sol immediately got up and thought, Why is she still alive? When did she lose consciousness? She didn't embarrass herself too much, did she? This is a very big shame for her. Did Sol burst into uncontrollable tears when the protagonist said that she was amazing? She owes her life to him. How will Sol now answer for all the inconvenience caused? Romeo thoughtfully holds his hand on his chin and looks at the system window. He thought it seems like the Demon King has started to act. The system window notifies that it is time to return to the burning permafrost captured by demons. If the scale is empty, the quest will be failed. Romeo wondered, Will there really be a failure with an empty scale so far? He does not see any scale. Will it really appear when they arrive? The protagonist closed his eyes, raised his hand, and said that it was time for him to go. He thought that first he needed to wake up. Sol, Romeo looked to the side and saw her. He calmly asked, "Has she really woken up already?" H, frightened, raised his hand and thought that the protagonist needed to say something. Se embarrassedly lowered her head and thanked him, saying that she sincerely regretted all the inconvenience caused to him, who also saved her life. She covered her face with her hand, saying that this debt means that she will pay it off by any means necessary. Sol reached out to his jacket and said that he was really kind and could ask for anything he wanted if necessary. She would pay with her body, heart, and even her dignity. Romeo, holding an envelope in his hand, said that she would pay in any way. Hei looked at him in surprise and thought, "Is this really an envelope with a payment request?" That's right, he raised his luck. Prayers generally work strangely. This is simply incalculable wealth. The letter says that the payment for production is free. The Tower of Magicians does not charge a commission fee from magicians with the authority level of the supreme magician or higher in return for striving for heights through labor. The protagonist thought, is this really free? Perhaps it is because of that new function. Hoi looked at the letter in surprise and thought that he loved Marcelo very much. Then he did not have anything specific to ask for. Maybe he should ask for premium mythical rank. Taharan turned to Hoi and said that it was him. Romeo turned around with a disinterested look and allowed him to enter. The commander said in surprise that the protagonist already had guests. He approached Romeo with a smile and covered his face with his hand and said that it seemed that the rumors about a knock bursting into tears after Ho rejected him were true. The protagonist tiredly put his hand on his face and told Haran to get to the point. Hoi, standing between them, raised his hand and thought that these rumors were groundless. The commander said with a smile that His Majesty the King would discuss the reason for the visit with the protagonist in person. Haran happily said that he had something to talk about with their savior. The knights escorted him here. H thought for some reason it seemed like more and more people were coming to him each time. Sol smiled ominously, put her hand on her chin and said that this was a big omission. She apologizes for the late introduction. Sol put her hand on her chest and introduced herself and greeted Hakuna and Haran. She thought sheepishly. Perhaps Ho was wondering if she had a split personality. The commander turned around smiling and said that it was Sol, and he had heard of her. She was very beautiful, as people said. The king folded his arms and said that this was more important. He extended his hand forward and addressed the savior and said that he understood that it was too late and apologized for the intrusion Hakuna had come for. His wise advice. Romeo sternly asked what was wrong. Sol tensely clenched her hand and wondered what was going on. The king of Usra had not only come for a personal visit, but also asked for advice. Hoyle was much more influential than she thought. Hakuna raised his hands, smiling, and said that a resident of the Arcana had recently settled in Usra, wanting to start life anew. However, in the past, his behavior in the Arcana left much to be desired. Therefore, the king wishes to entrust his fate to the protagonist. Hakuna looked at Sol and said that if they did not mind, he would bring this person here right now. The king turned to the guests sneaking around his kingdom and the dead of night and asked if she could step aside, who thought that Sol was in fact an uninvited guest in Use, which meant that Hakuna had come. Romeo addressed her by name with a serious expression. Sol called out to him loudly. She closed her eyes in embarrassment, raised her hands and thought that her voice had broken and that it was very embarrassing for her. Sol said that she was listening to him. The protagonist, holding his hands in his pockets, looked at her and said that she should return home now. Sol needed to est-lish in writing how far mythology was willing to go for the good of the Uasura kingdom. She also needed to bring him a recording for the next meeting. So, looking at him in surprise, loudly agreed. Ho thought that in this way, he believed that in some way he would make amends to the king. The system window notifies that a class quest has appeared. Se, looking down with embarrassment, said loudly that she realized that she needed to document everything. She wondered, does the next meeting mean that they will see each other again? Se raised her gaze and looked at the doomed look of the protagonist. She raised her hands in shame and loudly asked for forgiveness, saying that she was harboring sinful thoughts. Romeo, quickly straightening his jacket, asked Hakan for forgiveness and said that he must leave immediately. The king, looking at him in surprise, asked what Hoi was talking about. Where is he going in such a hurry? The protagonist, taking off his jacket, said that it was permafrost. Heron, surprised, asked what kind of sudden business who had there. Maybe he could explain everything. Briefly, Romeo, with a stern look, said that the Demon King had arrived. The system window notifies that someone has taken the first step into the permafir and the quest has begun. The remaining half of the people are alive. If the bar is empty, the quest will fail. Back to press Diok Kaido in front of the portal. To the permafrost, Taman got really angry and hit the table hard, leaving a crack on it, and said loudly that he told the NPC to get out of the way. Something is definitely wrong here. The NPC raised his hand and loudly asked for forgiveness and said that this was unacceptable. The guildmaster said, loudly and furiously, that something was wrong. Doesn't the NPC know who his Hei is? These guys have been in the permafrost for some time already. He quickly showed the NPC his phone and loudly told him to look at the guild ratings. They haven't changed at all. If they'd achieved anything, their rank should have gone up, but it hasn't changed no matter what the NPC said. Rock, scratching the back of his head, interrupted him and said that he wasn't going to interfere so as not to embarrass himself. But now he felt uneasy too. He asked confidently, they understand that this violates the established agreement, right? If they are unlucky, this incident can turn into an international problem. Are they really planning to start a war? Are they really okay with this? Taman looked at him in surprise and thought that it was an American NPC, put his hand on his helmet and asked, is that really so? He said loudly that it was. Accepted, an NPC raised his hand and loudly ordered everyone to retreat and leave their positions. They need to get into formation faster. They loudly agreed with him, Tamin squeezing the hilt of his sword in. Surprise asked what was going on and why was everyone leaving. Is this really because of the Americans? Authority, the hunter, quickly raised his hand and loudly addressed Rox and said that a recording of the drone that was sent into the permafrost had arrived. The guildmaster looked at the recording in fear. He asked loudly, is this really the Inazuma Guild? And the demons? After a while, Kojiro put his hand on his head and loudly addressed Heizi and said that the government was going to send out bombers. The guildmaster looked at him with fury and loudly told Kojiro to tell them not to do unnecessary things and not to interfere with the players. His sage, I thought that the rift was an inaccessible area. They would be able to use modern weapons, but they would kill them too. He tensely clenched his teeth and thought, is this how they want to deal with this? The assistant screamed loudly in pain and his body instant split in two. The guildmaster loudly called out Koho's name in fear, his Seijai holding a bloody weapon in his hand. Hears the screams of his comrades. He looked at the huge demon and thought that this was total extermination. Romeo quickly directed powerful mana from his hand and loudly called out to Tam. Min Hisi was very surprised by what was happening. The demon's body quickly split in two. Tam Min, with a terrifying look, struck the ground with great force, destroying it and cutting the demon. Hai, looking at him, asked why him. Guildmaster Gana, clutching his clothes with his hands, said that Hisai is weak. Taman, hitting his face with his hand, said that Guildmaster and Amma is punished for behaving so dishonorably he was going to abandon him, so Hai's should thank Guildmaster, and Isuma asked what Tammin was talking about. Hissy, looking towards the people, asked who Hoyle was. Is there really someone on the cliff? Maybe reinforcements have arrived. Romeo, standing on the cliff, ordered to go forward. The hunter, looking up at in surprise, said loudly that the main character was there and the Knights of the Lionheart. Order with him. The knights quickly jumped down and ran forward. They strike the demons with their swords. Romeo, sternly looking at the bodies lying on the spears, thought that this, according to them, was historical permafrost. Allowed themselves to mock the inhabitants, putting their bodies on display. The protagonist said with rage that this is the Demon King. He covered his eye with his hand, enveloped the space around him in fiery mana, and said that this is ridiculous impotence. The Demon King awaits a proper end. Romeo guarantees this. The system window notifies that there are less than half of the survivors some time ago. The hunter asked, did they really come to help them? Heron, looking at what was happening, thought that Hoyle said about this. He believed that the Demon King appeared in the permafrost. The commander did not expect that the city itself would be in such a bad situation. Heron, looking at the protagonist with fear, thought that Hai knew about this and was still going to save the permafrost alone. Romeo thought that he feared the worst when he saw how the survivor scale was rapidly falling. Hoy, smiling, thought that he would be doomed if he came here alone. Does Romeo really think that they could handle it themselves at the present time? The protagonist, looking at the commander, thought that they were really lucky that Harang went with them a few hours earlier at the Hool residence in the Waira archipelago. Hakuna angrily raised his hand and addressed the savior, saying that this would not do. The king did not doubt his abilities, but the demon king was a great danger. Hakuna definitely could not let the protagonist leave alone. They would soon organize the fighters, so he asked to postpone his exit. The commander tensely said that His Majesty was right, the protagonist's life was in danger. Romeo confidently asked what life was. Haran talking about demons must be exterminated. Someone's life is not a reason to wait. The commander was very surprised by his words. The protagonist sternly said that exterminating demons was the only way out and there was no other choice. Haran, putting his hand on his face, laughed and said that Hool had always been like this. That is why he would not let this night go alone. The system window notifies that the number of survivors is decreasing. Romeo, with fury, clenched his lips as to let him pass, the commander taking out. His sword said that he promised to return to His Majesty after exterminating all the demons of the world. Haran, holding the sword in front of him, said that he also promised the protagonist to become his sword in this world. The commander smiled confidently. He said that, thanks to Hool, his tired spirit was calmed, since the protagonist is strong, Haran will continue to be his sword. Hakuna, smiling, closed his eyes and told the savior that this is good. As long as the commander is with Ho, the king can rest easy. Romeo, looking at Hakuna, asked who will accompany him. Then Sol, raising her hand, said that she will take on this role. The protagonist turned to her side after hearing her. She, putting her hand on her chest, bowed and said that she created so many problems for His Majesty. And Hoyle and Irasol asked to give her a chance to improve. Romeo addressed her by name with a serious expression. Hakuna said, with a smile, that they were ready. Now he hoped for the safe return of the savior and asked to bring peace to the permafrost. The protagonist quickly raised his hand and said that he had no choice but to submit to the will of the king. The system window notified that the number of people left alive was rapidly decreasing. Romeo tensely put his hand on Harkin's shoulder and said that then they would hurry up right now back to the present in the permafrost in front of the southern gate to the city. Current location at the southern gate are the guilds of Jen and Inumaho, and the commander Hasi looked at Tom Men in surprise and asked what he meant by gratitude to the protagonist, Guildmaster. Jay looked at him in surprise. He raised his sword and looked to the side and said that just as Hoyle passed through the portal, he immediately said that the main task is to save the survivors. His Sage, I was very surprised by his words. Taminkli said that they were just guys trying hard to curry favor with the protagonist. Saving the survivors is not that bad. So there is no reason to disobey. Guildmaster Inesuma quickly put his hand on his face. He thought that even their homeland Japan wanted to finish them off along with the permafrost. His ass, I said in despair that they are fools. They are their competitors. Romeo stands on the cliff with his arms crossed along with the knight. He thought with a serious expression that it was as expected of the Lionart Knights. They quickly cleared the area in front of the city gate. The title of the strongest knights in the empire is theirs by right. Thanks to them, they will be able to enter the city faster than expected. Heron looked at the protagonist's hand in surprise. Romeo quickly enveloped his hand in light. Monorox was very surprised and shook. He quickly looked at the gates to the permafrost. Camilla sighed and addressed him by name. This shining guild is at the western gate, she asked in surprise. What's wrong? Dmitri leaned over tiredly and, turning to Rox, asked where they were going. They had long since passed the city gates. The guildmaster said. With fear that he had seen one funny post on the Arcana forum, it was some strange post on the topic of permafrost. There were less than 10 views, but the same person continued to post the same thing. Usually, Rox would have simply ignored it and forgotten. Today, right after leaving the portal, someone said, exactly the same thing as in that post. The guildmaster remembered the past. Romeo confidently exited the portal and said that right now the Demon King is in the permafrost. Those who want to run should run now. However, those who are going to fight, their main task is to save the survivors. Rox came out of his memories at the same time among the dense, snowy forests. Wai Kong, running quickly, loudly apologized and said that he was really looking forward to the permafrost renewal, that he spent the whole night looking for information. The viewers wrote that he was late. This guy definitely slept through everything. Did Wai Kong really lose his determination. He looked to the side. In surprise, the viewer asked, "What is this?" Rox, looking at the bright light above. In amazement, asked, did he really think that Hoi was weaker than him? The guildmaster was very wrong about that. The guildmasters of the Gen and Enuma guilds looked at the light. In surprise, the NPC, looking up, asked, "Is this really light magic?" Romeo raised his hand and used interference, creating spheres of magic. The NPC, looking at this in amazement, loudly asked, "Are these really bubbles the protagonist used?" Manifestation. Why, Kong looks up in confusion. The audience asked, "What is this? Is this light magic? No one can do this with light magic. It is definitely not light." During the manifestation, it was light. What kind of magic is this? Then Jessie watches what is happening with admiration, putting her hand on her hat. The viewer wrote, maybe it is something like freezing the city. Gates are frozen. Jessie, looking at the huge icicles of ice, said that such amazing magical traces. Unfortunately, unforgettable. She smiled, covered her eyes with her hat, and said that all the magicians around must be thinking the same thing. Rox, very surprised, said that he was completely wrong because Hoyle is just a monster. The gates quickly cracked from severe frost. The hunter, frightened, raised his hands and loudly said that these are the city gates. They began to crack at great speed. The hunter loudly said that the city gates are open. Instead of a gate, a large hole formed through which the city is visible. Everyone looked at the system windows that appeared in surprise. The system window notifies that this is a common quest. It is called Liberation of the Permafrost. It has fallen into the hands of the Demon King. People need to liberate the permafrost, and valor will be rewarded. The current contribution is. Zero Rock, smiling, said loudly that this is a common quest as it was said in that post. Dimitri, surprised, turned to the guildmaster and asked if he really decided to just pass by the permafrost rocks, loudly confirming this. Said that during a siege, the city gates are taken into account as a significant contribution. There is nothing to wait near the southern gate because Hoyal is already there. They need to hurry to the other gates as soon as possible. The guild members loudly accepted his order. After some time, the stones lie near the broken gate. Heron, looking at them said loudly that this cannot be. He looked down in amazement, addressed the main character by name, and said that this is truly amazing. The commander had never seen such a siege in his life. Haran said loudly that Hill should just give the order to attack, and he would go to the front. Romeo, Wiley, feeling something, thought that he shouldn't do that. The unpleasant aura was becoming stronger after the destruction of the gate. The protagonist was sure that someone was inside. Taemin looked at Romeo happily and loudly addressed him by name, and said that he should just give the order and they would go on the attack. The guildmaster confidently said loudly that Hills shouldn't worry. Taemin said loudly that they would give all the contribution points to the protagonist. Romeo quickly extended his hand forward and loudly addressed the guildmaster and ordered them to stop. They were retreating because there were demons. Inside, Taemin, with the demons behind him, looking too. The side asked what the protagonist was talking about. The demons quickly grabbed him with their hands. Nam, frightened, loudly called out to his brother Romeo, thought that the guildmaster would now be dragged behind the walls. He quickly turned around and loudly called out to the knights, "Jessica!" Clutching a sword in her hand, instantly headed in their direction. A stream of mana rushed between the demons and Taemin, landing near him, said that they would continue the offensive. Taemin was surprised and thought that this was a barbarian technique. The protagonist, with a tense look, thought that this was not. He furiously raised his hand enveloped in mana, loudly called out to Jessica, and said loudly that the demons were above them. They looked in surprise at the rapidly flying demons. Romeo instantly jumped back from the place where he stood. At the same time, Kichi, smiling, jumped, holding threads in her hands. She confidently looked back and loudly ordered Alye to set up a portal next to her. He set up a portal, asking her for forgiveness. The protagonist, looking at him, wondered who these people were. Alye, holding a weapon in his hands, looked away and said that it was done. He ordered Loy to come in. Romeo looked at them in surprise and wondered where they came from. They were not from the Tower of Magicians, but he used portal magic. A purple portal quickly appeared in the sky, and Lloyd flew down, flying out of it. The ground instantly broke into pieces under him, raising streams of smoke around Lloyd, laughing, said that as they can see, the portal is directed downwards, so they cannot be afraid and use it. Heron, quickly running next to the main character, loudly agreed and ordered to attack Romeo, standing under strong streams of air, raised his hand and loudly ordered the knights to follow the commander, Hoyle. Thought that he would most likely fly down and die if he went through the portal. It would be better for him to run. The hunters and knights entered the battle with the demons. The system window notifies that Kichi Lokid and Alye from the squad of shadow mercenaries gave their contribution points to the battle. Hoi wondered, are they really giving their contribution points to him? Why would they do this? Romeo looks at Kichi in surprise. She extended her hand towards Juan and said loudly that she was pleased to meet him. Kichi confidently asked, is he the commander? They are reinforcements sent by the king. Of Hakuna, she can't wait to join the battle with Haran. Kichi is the captain, and he can call her by name. The commander said with a smile that His Majesty had sent reinforcements and he was happy to hear it. Harkon looked to the side and said that, however, he was not the one commanding the battle, Ho was. Over there he was the commander. Kai looked to the side in surprise and thought that she was lucky. Is the famous protagonist, really? The commander. It's good if she meets him here, she will be able to earn bonuses in Ira. Romeo remembered the past with an ominous look. She quickly landed on her knees. Hoi put his hand on his chin and looked at the system window and wondered if 35 contribution points were really that many. He doesn't know if that's a lot or a little. The eastern gate of the permafrost outside the castle gates. The NPC smiled and put his hand on the earpiece and said loudly that this is the Arcana today, and this is a special edition at the moment. The Guild United by Heaven, which is in second place in the ranking, is at the Eastern Gate. The general quest to free the permafrost began as soon as they entered the territory at each of the 4 gates of the castle. Every guild is in battle. The Guild United by Heaven has many more members than the rest. They are calmly conducting the siege, replacing the fighters on the front lines from the rear guard as needed. Jun Chan, the 4th place in the player rankings. The Guild Master of the United Heavens raised his hand and loudly ordered everyone to reload. He loudly ordered them to shoot. Clouds of smoke quickly appeared near the monsters after the impact. Knocking them down, the reporter loudly said that in addition to this, Gilm Chun's contribution points have reached only. People should not be surprised. 1-8-12. He has accumulated the highest number of points among the players who have made their contribution. Points public. Will the positions in the guild rankings change after this? Siege? Chun smiled ominously and shook as he listened to the orders for the knights to reload and attack. He thought that he was expecting a castle siege. The Shining Ones may be capable of individual battles when it comes to an organized siege. They are no match for him. The system window notified that his points were 1-8-3-2. Chun thought that everyone should see how many points he had accumulated. The guildmaster looked up with a terrifying smile and quickly raised his arms to the sides, thinking that with such a number of points, he would become the ruler of the permafrost. Chun, laughing loudly, ordered to attack and continue the offensive. He said loudly that the whole world was at their feet. At the same time, Hill's contribution points were 3-5-7-12, and they continued to grow after some time at the southern gate of the permafrost. Romeo sternly crossed his arms and thought that he was afraid to go here because of the possible traps along the way. It's good that the squad of shadow mercenaries volunteered to be the first to explore the area through the portal. Kichi, looking down with a frightened look, shook in thought. The main character didn't recognize her. Did he? He already hated her. Right? Romeo looked back and thought that, in any case, the squad of shadow mercenaries. This squad formed from several elite specialists under the command of Captain Kichi. They will complete the received task by any available methods. They are also known for not paying attention to the ethics of their missions. The protagonist thought back to the past and thought that he believed that Hakuna was talking about them back then. It was only better for him that help had arrived. Kichi covered her head with her hood in fear and thought that Ho wouldn't want to take revenge on her for not helping him in the fight with the leopard. Right? Romeo was surprised to hear how he was addressed. Ali said that. He looked around, using the portal. Apparently, there was no one hiding near them. The protagonist said that he understood him. Alye sternly raised his hand and said that he didn't think they should go through the gate anyway. There were enough traps along the way to instantly kill an intruder, oddly enough. When he tried to create a portal inside the gate, some powerful force prevented him from doing so. Romeo was surprised and thought that it was the power of the Demon King. He said that everything was clear, which meant they needed to find another way in. Jessica quickly put her hand on her chest and loudly addressed. Hi, and said that she knew about a secret passage into the permafrost. She said with confidence that there was a very large evacuation shelter under the permafrost underground. Passages permeate the entire territory. One of the entrances is located near the castle walls. Jessica is sure that most of the survivors are there too? The protagonist thoughtfully looked down, rubbing his chin with his hand. Taemin quickly rushed to the side and pointed his finger forward and loudly said that he knew it isn't it. He smiled, put the sword on his shoulder and raised his hand and loudly said that. It just seemed to him that Jessica's sword technique resembled a barbarian. She is from the permafrost, right? Jessica confirmed this and said that she knew that the guildmaster was a barbarian. Tommen confidently smiled and looked at her and said that he was glad to meet her. The guildmaster only knows about the entrance for barbarians. Is this secret entrance really nearby? Essa, holding a map in her hand, pointed her finger forward and said in agreement that they just needed to go that way. Taemin, looking happy, turned his head back and said loudly that H shouldn't worry, everyone in the pair is familiar with the basics of evacuation. The shelter under the city is as big as the catacombs. Under Paris, the guildmaster is sure that all the people are there. He loudly confirmed his words and said that the protagonist should follow them. Romeo, looking down in surprise, looked at the system window, which notified that the survivor scale was very low after some time in the city. Tam Min, standing by the fence, loudly addressed Hoi and said that they needed to go here. The protagonist asked in amazement, was the entrance really in such a place? The guildmaster, smiling, pointed his hand down and said that a spell was cast on the entrance so that only the inhabitants of the permafrost and barbarians could see it. The spell works fine, the door also looks intact, so Tam Min is sure that everything is fine. Romeo was very surprised looking at the opened entrance. The guildmaster was very scared seeing something. They are looking at many corpses of people lying on the floor. The guildmaster fell into a strong rage from what he saw. The protagonist said that these are traces of a demonic ritual. Someone summoned a demon here. Romeo put his hand on Taemin's shaking shoulder. The system window notifies that the protagonist has entered the permafrost, a city that has turned into hell. After a while, the knights put the wrapped corpses on the floor. Kichi angrily raised her hands and asked loudly, "What is this?" Hoi decided to pull out the bodies. Did he really go crazy? Did he really do this right now? They don't even know when the demon King's army can attack them. Alye, standing at the entrance, said that that's why they are standing guard. The commander quickly raised her hands and said loudly that there was no need for this guard. They needed to quickly go into battle and kill everyone. Then they could go home. This was just a waste of time. She put her hand on her face in fear and turned to Alye and asked what they had done to make Hakuna hate them so much. Kichi thought the king had done it on purpose. He laughed loudly and said that the captain would not have said that if she had known how to look at magic traces. Alye smiled confidently and said that it was better to be patient for now. In due time, they would find out what that gentleman in a suit had planned at the same time, who became very scared and jumped. The NPC ominously held his bloody sword. He held Romeo's shoulder with his hands and wondered if the NPC had really died defending the soul passage. The protagonist was very scared because of him. The knight quickly turned towards his running comrades and said loudly that there was a passage here too. Jessica put her hand on her chest and turned to H, and he looked at her. She looked down sadly and thanked him for giving her permission to take out the soul bodies. Jessica said that these were soldiers whose homeland was permafrost, including her. She doesn't even know how to repay the protagonist for this debt. Romeo thought Jessica's homeland is permafrost. How can the protagonist console her? He looks down tensely. Romeo said that even if it wasn't her hometown, it would be wrong to neglect the soldiers who died in battle. Yes was very surprised to hear this. The protagonist said with a stern look that he must deserve the honor of the knights, even if it leads to his death. She put her hand on her chest with admiration and thought that this was an eye. Honor Ho looked at Romeo with confusion and wondered what kind of consolation is this? The protagonist calmly said that Jessica may not think that he did this specifically because of her. She should not worry, who thought that Romeo did not know how to console at all. The system window notifies that his contribution points have increased. The current number of points is 41, 5, and 21. The protagonist, surprised, wondered, did the contribution points really go up? Why did this happen? Is it really a squad of shadow mercenaries fighting outside? This cannot be. They would have told them the system windows. Notified that the contribution points have increased, The knight, quickly stopping, loudly called out to Hoi and said that they had found an underground square. This happened while they were carrying the bodies out of the opposite entrance. He loudly asked the protagonist to follow him. Romeo wondered, did they really find an underground square? The knight, quickly heading towards the square, turned back and loudly said that they needed to go here. The protagonist was very surprised by what he saw. They look at the many standing crosses with people hanging on them. The knight said loudly that they checked the other passages and everything is the same. Romeo sternly clenched his teeth, said that this is a summoning circle made using blood and bodies. Jessica looks at him in surprise, not understanding what the main character is talking about. Romeo, squeezing his palm, shaking his hands into a fist, thought that, in order to summon the Demon King, it is necessary to make a sacrifice, just like it is necessary to sacrifice something in the ritual of exorcism. All these summoning circles starting from the entrance, and all these bodies are connected together into a single, very large circle to summon the Demon King. Therefore, the bodies that were brought out affected the contribution points. After all, they actually returned the offerings given to the Demon King. Romeo looked down tensely and asked, "Where is Haran?" The knight raised his hand with a serious expression and said that they had also reported this to the commander. Haran should meet with Ho. Soon the underground path shook rapidly. Jessica was surprised and asked, "Was this really an earthquake?" The protagonist thought that it was not an earthquake. He quickly turned around and loudly ordered to prepare for battle. Romeo loudly said that it was the clatter of hooves. The cavalry of the level 400th Demon King army quickly headed in their direction. The demon, holding a weapon in his hand, loudly asked, "How dare they touch their offerings?" He loudly ordered the people to die. Jessica, getting into a fighting stance, loudly said that there were a lot of demons here and they needed to be careful. Romeo thought with great tension that this was not an ambush, but a retreat. Tamine and Haran, with furious faces, quickly jumped towards the fleeing cavalry with the intention of attacking. The demons said loudly that they would take revenge on the people. They loudly ordered the people to die all at once. The cav rushed past, ignoring them. Jessica asked loudly, "Was it really the commander?" The knight said loudly with a serious expression that it was Howan H, putting his hand on his chest in fear. Thought that it already seemed to him that he would be trampled. The commander, running quickly in their direction, loudly addressed the main character and asked if he was okay. Taman, clenching his hand into a fist, said loudly that these bodies— Romeo interrupted him and said that these were offerings for the summoning of the Demon King, and he knew about it. Juan was surprised and said loudly that the protagonist knew about it. The guildmaster, pointing his finger back with fury, said loudly that these guys lined up over there. Romeo thought that the monsters that had just rushed past were just freaks. He assumes that they are only here to check what happened to the summoning circle. Since the removal of the bodies broke it, the protagonist confidently said that the elite will arrive here soon. Probably it would be at least the demon commander. The commander-in-chief quickly appeared behind him and said that this is so. Romeo turned around in fear and wondered where the demon commander came from. Haran and the guildmaster, with frightened faces, loudly called out to Hoyle. A powerful explosion formed at the place where the protagonist stood. The demon's axe pierced the stone. The commander-in-chief looks away in surprise. He pulled the weapon out of the stone and asked, "Are these really stones?" The Demon King said that Ho uses quite interesting magic. Haran said loudly with fury that the demon is the commander from the Northwestern. The commander-in-chief looked arrogantly in his direction. Hakan quickly jumped towards the demon, raising his weapon, and asked, "How dare he?" The Demon King instantly appeared behind him and said loudly that it was Haran, the commander who had opposed him. 10 years ago, the commander turned around and thought. Had he not followed his movements, the commander-in-chief asked. He heard that people aged quickly, so why did Haran still look the same? The commander had even become weaker. Haran became angry and asked loudly, Was it really 10 years? Only a few years had passed. The Demon King said that he had heard about that too. The commander-in-chief rose up, enveloped his body in mana, and said that 4 days in the Arcano were like 1 day here. He asked with an ominous look. And what would come of it then? Heron, who had trained for only a few years at that time against them, those who had improved 4 times more during that time, and gained experience fighting in the war, who would be stronger. A very large magic circle formed in the city, raising up few of smoke. At the same time, Kiji, looking up in fear, loudly asked, What is this? Where did this shaking come from? The huntress directing healing magic from her hands turned to his. He looking up in fear, said that he sees it the entire castle rose into the air. The commander-in-chief standing near the portal said that he did not have time to deal with weak people like Heron Ray. Quickly flew out of the portal in different directions. Yoshika squinted and covered her face with her hand from the bright light. The Demon King said that the commander should find him if he wanted revenge. He raised his hands with a sly smile and said that if Haken could get to him, of course then the commander-in-chief would personally meet him. The system window notifies that a class quest has been created. It is necessary to deal with the Demon Command and the generals who have dispersed across the permafrost. Romeo, standing behind the stone, crossed his arms. His gaze is full of determination. They said loudly that the Demon King was leaving and the ceiling was collapsing. Heron, furiously standing among the falling rocks, loudly addressed the commander-in-chief and asked if he was really running away. Jessica, loudly addressing him by rank, said loudly that their exit was blocked by rubble and the entire city was shaking. The commander tensely clenched his teeth and thought was the only way out. Really, through the crack in the ceiling, Jessica and Heron were able to jump out of here, but the underground passages connected the entire city. If the catacombs collapsed, the surface would also be significantly damaged. Any survivors would very likely be hit in the worst-case scenario. Even if they returned the permafrost, it would be completely destroyed. The commander, in confusion, put his hand on his head and loudly asked how they could stop these passages from collapsing completely. Tamin, looking at the protagonist loudly, called out his name. He said loudly that it was dangerous and they needed to leave. Romeo raised his hand with a stern look directing the mana streams. Ho thought that he knew that it was danger ooze, as well as that he would not be able to hold the entire network of tunnels with his mana. Perhaps he would be crushed by a boulder and he would do it anyway. The debris quickly began to fall towards the protagonist and people loudly ordered him to be careful. Romeo directed the mana without moving. They loudly called out his name. A powerful beam of mana flew upward, illuminating the space around. At the same time, Kichi, surprised, covered her face with her hand from the bright light. Rox, looking up, asked if this light was really from Ho again. Dimitri, stretching out his hand to the side, loudly asked Jessie to stop. The girl looked at the bright glow in surprise. She pointed her finger out the window, loudly addressed her mother, and told her to look at how light it was there. Her mother, angry, loudly ordered her to close the curtains quickly and said that demons might notice them. The NPC raised her hand in amazement and asked, "What is this light? All the surviving permafrost should be in this room." Karuan was surprised to hear his name called loudly. The NPC pointed to the exit and said loudly that they had conducted reconnaissance outside as he had ordered. All the demons defending the southern gate were dead. They were killed by the researchers. The NPC said loudly that the researchers had returned. Haken looked up in admiration and said that this was amazing. Jessica said with confusion on her face that she couldn't believe it. Huil thought that he knew that he couldn't hold this entire place with his... Monataman asked with great surprise. How is this possible? The protagonist confidently thought that he wouldn't run away anyway. Because Romeo sees the honor of those who wish to preserve their homeland. The system window notifies that the aesthetics characteristic has been activated. The aesthetics effect will be automatically applied to the target. A huge statue holding a shield over its head appeared in front of them. The people said loudly that these were the warriors of the permafrost. Romeo said with determination that he would shoulder their aspiration to protect the permafrost until the very end, even though he might end up dying under the weight of this aspiration. After a while, the people looked at the very large statues. Hoi looked tired and thought that it needed to be cancelled. He can't handle this aspiration. The protagonist spent all his mana while Romeo was making these pillars. It's good that everything worked out. Of course, if it weren't for the hexagonal brooch that restored 10% of his mana, he probably wouldn't have been able to finish creating these pillars. They would have all been crushed to death. Hoyle can't even believe that he made all these cool pillars. It seems that the reason they became statues is because of the aesthetics characteristic. It just adds aesthetics, but he doesn't have to try hard for the characteristic to work. It's almost easy compared to the times when he had to spend all his mana to create one cup. Romeo rubbed his chin with interest, looked at his other hand and wondered, is this something like unique skins in the game? What does he need this for? Heron sadly looked up and thought that a day in this world is equal to For in the arcana, the permafrost would not have suffered such a fate if he had defeated the demon in those ancient times. The commander met him again and again. He managed to escape from him. Hakan has no right to see his majesty's face. Taemin looked up and asked, "What is this?" The knight asked, in surprises. "This really a shadow?" The guildmaster opened his mouth wide, very frightened. He said loudly that these were bats. Many bats were rapidly flying through the cracks into the building. The knights quickly looked to the side and asked loudly, "Did they really fly here because of the light that was here?" Haran said loudly that these were not ordinary bats. He loudly ordered to prepare for battle. "Everything is fine, although there are many of them. They are weak. The knights should not worry and beat them one by one." Romeo looked up in fear and thought that this could not be. Something is approaching, something larger and stronger. The system window notifies that there is a demon nearby. The natural enemy skill is activated. The protagonist's combat abilities will increase significantly in the battle with the demon. Romeo was very surprised by what he saw. A hellbird, the commander of the demon army Jupin, level 500 was. Hovering in the air in front of him, Cupin asked, "Is this really a person?" The protagonist thought with disappointment that this couldn't be. Cupin quickly opened his mouth over Romeo and said that humans can be eaten. The protagonist thought that he really had no more mana left. Pin's body was instantly enveloped in light mana. Romeo watched this in surprise. Jessica, with her legs enveloped and sank to the ground. She smiled, put her hand on her hat, and said that she tried hard this time. However, such beautiful magical traces as his did not work. Jessica happily asked how the protagonist was doing. Romeo, with an unperturbed look, crossed his arms, looked at her without answering. Ho thought that he was thanking her for saving his life. The protagonist sternly said that he was giving her a bad grade. There were too many unforeseen consequences, more than usual. Too much power was invested in the manifestation stage. And Jessica also did not take into account the influence of the environment. She quickly jumped up, loudly asked him to wait, and said that she wanted to write it down. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Mercenary Squad, Kichi, sitting on the ground with her hands behind her head, turned to the old man and said that, "These guys don't tell them anything. Does Alye really think that they forgot about them? What's the point of them being here?" Alye, quickly writing something down on a piece of paper, loudly told her to be quiet. He needs to sketch the magical traces that they recently saw before he forgets them. Kichi said that after that, "Earthquake, the castle rose into the sky. There were a lot of flashing lights and everything, and no one tells them anything. Maybe then they will just go to them." Ali said loudly that he told them not to talk. Lokid, looking at something, scared, turned to the captain. He said that he thought they were surrounded. Many unknown people were looking at them. Loit said loudly that they disappeared. Kichi quickly stood up, raised her hands, and loudly ordered to prepare for a fight because they were coming. The unknown people headed towards them at great speed. The man looked at the captain in surprise after landing the eye. Girl said loudly that they were people. The man said in amazement that she was right. Kichi stepped back and asked, "Who are these guys? Are they really barbarians?" The man raised his hand, extended his finger forward, and asked loudly, "Were they the ones shining there?" The protagonist looks at Jessica. The system window notifies that he has dealt with one of the 10 demons. Romeo, looking at the system window, thought that the commanding general that An had just killed had been counted. Apparently, he doesn't necessarily have to be the one killing these generals. Taemin, clenching his fists, loudly addressed H and said that they had finished transporting the bodies to the shelter. The guildmaster, looking tensely to the side, put his hand on his neck and said that although it seemed to him that the survivors that the protagonist had spoken of were not here, the Khan Guild's team of analysts released stones to look around further. The underground tunnels are difficult to explore. Romeo said that he understood everything. He thought that the survivor scale was still visible in the quest window. Alye quickly appeared in the portal near them and said loudly that he could normally create portals inside the castle. He had something to report to Ho. The NPC stuck his head out of the portal and bent Alye down with his hand and asked, "Is the main character, the main one, here, and was he also shining here recently?" Tamin loudly asked, "Is that really a barbarian?" The NPC looked away in surprise. After a while, Ares came out of the portal and loudly called out the guildmaster's name. Taemin happily looked at him and said loudly that Ares was alive. The barbarian loudly asked, "Is that really the guildmaster? Is that really that little barbarian?" Taman asked, "Is he really little?" He was over 180 centimeters tall. Even then, Ares loudly said that the guildmaster was acting like a child. Romeo stands with his arms crossed and is being sniffed by the NPCs. Ares joyfully runs his hand over Tammen's head and says loudly that no matter what the guildmaster is, alive Karun will definitely be happy to see him. Taemin knows how much he loved him. The guildmaster asks loudly if Karun is alive. Ares says loudly that he is, and that the guildmaster is alive too. The protagonist asks indignantly who Khan is. Ares looks at him with a smile and asks, Hoi is the leader here, right? That pillar of light was really cool. Taemin shock in fear and thinks that the barbarian is speaking without ceremony. This is not. Good NPC barbarians do not know proper etiquette. The guildmaster raises his hand in fear and loudly addresses the protagonists by name and says that they are not being rude. Romeo smiles and says that everything is fine. He understands barbarian culture. Ares calls him the leader, and so the protagonist understands that they treat him with respect, Ares said loudly, laughing that this leader is really different from the other explorers. NPC sniffs the commander, while Jesse sniffs the barbarian. Ares calmly said that fortunately they also have a good leader. He has been making secret sorties into the city for many years to lead out survivors. His name is Kruin, and he is the father of all barbarians. They lived in the forest nearby, trading and working with the permafrost. One day they saw how the permafrost caught fire. The wind brought them an unpleasant smell and an ominous aura. The barbarians immediately ran into the permafrost under the command of Kruin. What they then saw was terrible generals in the form of birds flew everywhere, squeezing the permafrost, warriors in their claws as if mocking them. Demons in the form of animals hung the bodies of the permafrost inhabitants everywhere. Harkon lowered his head. Tensely, Ar sternly clenched his teeth and said that their brotherhood fought the demons to save the survivors. However, the demons were too many and too strong. Most of their brothers were killed, and Khan was badly wounded after that. They searched for survivors in the permafrost and protected them for many years, but things only got worse. The barbarians could not even light a fire because these demons are sensitive to light, because of which the survivors slowly died of hunger and cold. That's how they all slowly began to lose hope from fatigue. Then a ray of light appeared in this dark city. Ares smiled after. Finishing his story, he thanked the explorer for this and all the other explorers who fought with him. Ares raised his hand and said that he came to tell Hool this on behalf of all the barbarians and inhabitants of the permafrost. He smiled quickly, put his hand on his chest, and turning to the leader of the explorers said that if he was going to defeat the Demon King, his brothers and sisters like him would fight with him. The Demon King who captured this place is called Divya. He is one of the 72 and controls the birds as comrades. It is difficult for them to fight flying enemies because the barbarians are accustomed to fighting on the ground, although they will do everything so that the protagonist gets to the enemy, even if it means making a mountain out of their corpses. Taemin looks at him in surprise. Romeo said that he understood this, but he will refuse them. Harkon looked at the protagonist in confusion. Ares raised his hand and asked Ho that he will not fight, or does he not need the barbarians? Romeo sternly disagreed and said that he will defeat the demons as he is glad that they are ready to help. However, collecting corpses is not a hobby for him. Ares was very surprised by his words. The protagonist crossed his arms and loud addressed Alye and said that there were other priorities. The magician agreed with him with a serious expression. Romeo ordered him to move all the survivors to the kingdom of Yusra. Alye should also convey to the king a request to provide them with warm housing and food, though. Protagonist is sure that the portals can handle this. Ali lowered his head and said that he would do his best. Romeo looked to the side and addressed the guildmaster. Taemin looked at him in surprise. Romeo said that the guildmaster would go with the barbarians. It would be good if Tam Min and the Gen Guild could provide protection to the survivors during the evacuation. In addition, the protagonist is sure that the guildmaster is worried about the fate of the barbarians. He knows Tamin was delighted and loudly thanked Hokichi. Standing by the portal, asked if the protagonist really wouldn't go with them. Romeo, looking away, said that he had unfinished business. Several demons instantly appeared above his head. The commander of the demon army, a level 500 Hellbird, said that traces of Cupid or a lead here. Could it really be the main character? Romeo stood in front of his comrades, raised his hand, directing mana from it, and told them to leave here at the same time inside the portal. The survivors looked at the bright light in surprise. Ares, smiling, raised his hand and loudly said that they should prepare to leave. The NPC asked if he was with the researchers. What was going on here, Ali? Raising his hand, said that he was opening a portal to Ira. Ares said loudly that he would explain everything later. He loudly ordered everyone to leave. The NPC asked if Uz was the legendary island. Could they really be saved? Taemin happily looked at the portal. He was surprised to see a system window that notified that a class quest the wool secret technique of the barbarians had appeared. The guildmaster raised his hands in amazement and wondered, is this really a class quest? Only one person in each class can receive a class quest. Why did it appear now? Taemin was very scared by what he saw. He sternly turned to Ares and asked where Karun was. The barbarian said that Karun should be on Aorti. Ares looked at the guildmaster running quickly to the door with an uncomprehending look. He ran after him loudly, called out to Tam Men and asked where he was going. It was very dangerous to go alone. The guildmaster running down the street thought that this couldn't be. He didn't believe it. Taemin remembered his past. Khan smiled and put his sword on his shoulder. He asked, did the guildmaster really want to a secret move from the barbarians? Taemin asked loudly in confusion. So he exists. Karun smiled maliciously, rubbed his chin with his hand, and asked what he should do. Teach the guildmaster or not? Taemin asked loudly and angrily. Can he teach him? Kuan laughed loudly and told the guildmaster to grow another 40 years. Tamon asked loudly with an angry look. Is it really? 40 years? Is it too long? It is better right now. Karuan loudly refused him while leaving the guildmaster. Came. Out of his memory's kin's body hangs on a stake among the flying birds. He looks down. He, with a bloody body, Taemin, breathing heavily, thought that Kurin died, so he was given a class quest. Horkin noticed a standing guildmaster while flying. He stopped with a terrifying look and asked, what is this? There is one more unpleasant ground creature left. Taemin looks away with rage and tears streaming down his face. The system window notifies that a class quest barbarian secret technique has appeared. The guild master's leader has left this world. Their new young leader must show his wild nature at the same time. Romeo felt an unpleasant feeling. Haran turned to Ho and asked if he was okay. The protagonist does not look very well. Romeo raised his hand and looking up said that everything is fine. He wondered what this ominous feeling was from it. Seems that something went wrong. The commander hung in the air and looked at them. The commander said with a serious look that there were too many enemies around. All of them must be the demon commanders. If the protagonist can make a ladder for them, like last time, they will deal with him. Romeo concentrated the flow of mana in his hand and refused him the protagonist, said that the heavens were their domain and he would overthrow them. The commander quickly raised his hand and asked loudly, did Hoi really think that a ground freak like him could lower them to the surface? Heron angrily leaned over and said loudly that they were going to attack the protagonist, thought that the fact that they were going to the light must mean that the demons were sensitive to it. He quickly directed mana towards the demons. Illuminating the area around them, the generals instantly covered their faces with their hands. Due to the bright glow, the system window notifies that the commander of the demon army, Helbert, has been stunned. Jesse looks at the protagonist in surprise. Hoyle thought that it worked and they could continue. He needed to get them down to the ground so that the knights could fight the magic lightning that Jesse ed. Somehow work like that. Right, the lightning made of mana quickly struck the generals, enveloping their bodies in mana. The system window notifies that the protagonist has defeated the commander of the demon army Helbert and contribution points have been awarded. Jesse said with admiration that one spell was enough. Ho confidently looked at his hand and thought that he did not expect that he would kill them so easily. When did he become so strong? Jessie enthusiastically raised her hands and said loudly that this was expected of the protagonist. This is very elegant. She has learned so much here. The system window notified that 6 out of 10 generals are dead. Romeo looked up sternly and thought that there were 4 more left. He felt uneasy at the thought. Is Taemin all right? The protagonist turned his head in surprise and looked at the portal. He asked loudly, is Alye really here? The mage scratched his beard angrily and said that they had finished evacuating the civilians. But barbarians. Ares angrily climbed out of the portal and interrupted him loudly and said that the guildmaster had not returned. Tamin had rushed off alone to look for Karun and still had not returned. Karun had never been so late on a raid. Something must have happened to them, Romeo asked. Did the guildmaster really go alone. Ali closed his eyes and said that as the protagonist could see they were quite reckless, Romeo angrily asked which way did Taemin go after a while. Aitken was holding the guildmaster's hand. In the sky, blood was running down Taemin's leg and the demon was squeezing his neck with his hand. With force, he said, laughing that the guildmaster tried to kill him alone. It was very presumptuous. Taemin gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't raise his hand, so the commanders were so strong he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Horkin asked with an ominous smile. If Taemin would really beg for mercy, like all the ground freaks, maybe he would spare him if the guildmaster tried. Taman said with an angry smile that Aitken wouldn't wait for that. Barbarians never give up because they die fighting. Horkin laughed loudly and said that the guildmaster had a lot of impudence for a weak person. What a fool he was! Although what else could you expect from an earthly beast? Aitken, paying attention to Curran, said that although that freak was like that too, he was not smart enough to join a battle that was doomed to defeat Karu, and also shouted very loudly. Taemin, gritting his teeth in rage, said loudly that the demons should not laugh at the leader. Hin said loudly that weak people like them should run and beg for mercy, shouting something like, please have mercy. So, Kruin finished like that. The guildmaster, clenching his hand into a fist, said that he also said that the demon should not laugh at the leader, a warrior who died in battle. Tamin thought that he should raise his fist. This demonic creature considers Karun a fool, so the guildmaster is obliged to kill him. Horan asked if Taemin could guess what the last words of this fool were. He told about what the leader said, remembering the past. Kuan confidently smiled and squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand and said that the demon had found a problem. Someone very foolish would come for him. Soon the leader could smell him in the wind. It had been a long time ago, and that guy was really crazy. The new leader, who even Kin was no match for, would be here soon. Hen, smiling ominously, quickly raised his weapon and said that the leader was talking too much for a dead man, Kin. Smiling, said that Tam men had been asking about some barbaric method all the time. The leader was sure that the guildmaster would like the method. Hin came out of his memories after telling him everything. Tamin was very surprised and opened his eyes wide with bloody tears flowing from them. Horkin, smiling maliciously, said that he was curious about the very strong guy who would come. Was that the guildmaster? The demon laughed loudly and asked, was that Tam Min that the man was talking about? He was no better at understanding people. Then a beast, the guildmaster, with a terrifying look, quickly bit into Hen's arm. He clenched his teeth even harder, causing the blood from his arm to spurt out. Ishkin screamed loudly in pain. He threw Tam Men down with great force and asked loudly what the guildmaster was doing. Tam Men should leave him alone. Heikian looked at his torn arm in fear and screamed loudly. He asked loudly, with blood pouring out of the wound where his arm was. Taemin, with an aura radiating from his body, said that he himself said so, that the demon would not laugh at Kruin. The guildmaster furiously clenched the demon's arm with his teeth, supporting it with his own hand. Horan looked down and laughed loudly and asked what kind of species this was. Tamin was no different from an animal. The guildmaster, with a terrifying look, raised his hands, enveloping his body in fiery mana, and said that the leader knew he was here. The system window notifies that he has fulfilled the conditions of the barbarian secret reception. Taemin will be rewarded for this, and he has earned the exclusive class skill, Call of the Wild. Horkin raised his weapon, and enveloping it in mana, said loudly that no matter how hard the guildmaster tried, he would still remain a ground freak Taemin need. Not worry, the guildmaster would meet Korean after he hit his stomach. Taemin changed his appearance with a terrifying look, and raising his clawed hand, opened his mouth wide, letting out a loud roar. The system window notified that a class skill was being used. The Call of the Wild awakens the true frenzy. Imprison, within significantly increasing the savagery. Characteristic, the guildmaster, enveloped in fire, quickly headed towards Hen with the intention of attacking Tamin, dealt a powerful blow to the demon and threw it aside. Blood quickly flowed from Hen's wound. He wondered what this was. The guildmaster was moving completely differently than before. What was this oppressive feeling? Taemin grabbed him. If he got closer, it would be the end for him. You need to fight at the maximum possible distance. The guildmaster instantly disappeared from where he stood. He appeared behind Hakin with a furious expression and said that Tam Min was irritated by his wings. The guildmaster quickly grabbed his wings with his hands and tore them out with force. Hkin, raising his hands to the sides in fear, loudly called him a freak and told Taemin to leave him alone. The guildmaster listened with fury as Horkin coughed loudly. Horkin thought that this was a curse he could not hold on any longer. A stake was instantly pierced into Taeman's body. The commander of the demon army, the Hellbird Amiens, level 500, holding a stake with the guildmaster impaled on it, asked, "What is this? Has Hkin really become addicted to the walkers?" The demon loudly disagreed and said that he simply stopped being vigilant for a second. In quickly flew to the side, hitting the ground and breaking it. Amikan said that there was a problem, they would quickly sort things out here and then go. The guildmaster thought hopelessly. "Is this really the end?" he asked Kruin for forgiveness. Apparently, he was still far from becoming a worthy leader. His recklessness was probably a problem for Ho. Taeman would like to apologize to him too. His brother would definitely be very upset. That was what really bothered him. The guildmaster was very surprised. He leaned, his hands on the ground, raised his head and asked, "Is this really the main character?" "How did he get here?" Amin asked. In surprise, "Who is it?" Romeo, adjusting his tie with his hand, said that he already knew about what happened. Taemin, looking down, thought that this was very bad. Ho values formality and manners, most of all, and he was fighting here like a wild animal. The guildmaster said that he was ashamed. Haran, quickly running towards him, loudly asked if Tom Min was okay. The protagonist said that he already knew about what happened. The analyst Nam Chu was very worried. Amin laughed loudly with a smile and asked his comrade to look at them. He said loudly that they were just a bunch of earthly freaks. They saved him time looking for them. Romeo ordered him to shut up with an ominous look. Amin was very surprised and asked, "What was that?" His head instantly exploded. Horkin looked at him in fear and said loudly that this could not be a stream of mana. Quickly cut off his wing hen with blood pouring out of his wounds, instantly falls down. Powerful clouds of dark smoke formed from the impact. Hin rose up and asked loudly how Romeo, a walking freak, dared. The protagonist asked if he was really a freak. The demon was talking without knowing his place. Romeo sent mana from his hand and said that they would see who was the real trembling freak here. The protagonist will show the demon where his place is. Horkin, gritting his teeth, trembled after his words. After some time, the commander of the demon army, a level 500 Hellbird, smiling quickly flew by, inflicting wounds on the NPC with a beam. Dmitri, looking up, said loudly that this freak had taken off again. He, gritting his teeth, clenched the mace in his hand and said loudly that the commander could not be hit while he was in the air. Camilla quickly pulled the arrows in the bow and said loudly that they would have to rely on rocks. She confidently said loudly that she would cover them. Camilla aimed the arrows towards the commander, loudly called out to the guildmaster and said that it was time to begin. The commander, smiling ominously, did not fall under the attacks and said that these arrows were very weak. Dodged them. Rocks quickly struck him. Without letting him finish, the commander, with his body cut into two parts, screamed loudly. Rocks landing on the ground, loudly addressed Camilla and said that it was a good job. Dmitri looked towards the fallen commander and asked, "Did they kill him?" The guildmaster loudly ordered to report the situation. Camilla, looking at the fallen commander, said, "This is what the demon command is like." Dmitri asked, "Will there really be more of these monsters in the future?" Rox raised his hand and asked, "What are the losses?" The NPC said that 8 were seriously injured and 2 had minor injuries. The Gilm loudly called out to the healer and told him to come here. At the same time, the correspondent quickly brought the microphone to his mouth and loudly said that this is a special edition of the Arcana today about permafrost right now. Rocks from the Shining Guild killed one of the commanders of the army. 10 people were injured in the battle. Will the Shining Guild retreat? The producer looked at his phone in surprise and wondered what is going on at the moment among the guilds participating in the siege. The Shining Ones are clearly ahead. They even held an exclusive broadcast of the battle with the commander of the demon army, so why is the number of viewers dropping a message came to the phone from producer Yanuk, which said that now there will be a reaction in real time. The producer wondered what they were talking about in the chat. In the chat, the commentator wrote, "Did they see what happened? There was, he really rocks with the demon. Commander, or maybe about that be not about that, but about Ho." The producer wondered, was it really Ho? He asked, "What the hell is going on?" The commentator wrote for them to watch I Kang's broadcast. The main character is now playing with the demon commander. The producer, confused, looking at the phone, loudly asked, "What is this?" Is the commander of the demon army shaking in horror. There are 127 people on Y King's broadcast. Hoi put his foot on the head of Amin, who was lying on the ground during the broadcast. At the same time, the commander raised his hand and quickly lowered it. Romeo looks ominously at H-kin. The commander loudly told the main character not to come near. Hen was wronged and loudly asks him for mercy. He looked at the mana in Romeo's hand in fear, falling to the ground. Hen loudly begs for mercy. The protagonist ordered him to shut up in disgust, the commander shaking with fear said that since he was graveling, Hoyle would spare him. Horan promises never again, Romeo. Without listening to him, quickly hit him with a powerful stream of mana and said that he does not talk to prey. YK, smiling, watches what is happening, hiding behind rocks. He loudly asked the audience if they saw. This Hoyle has already defeated 8 commanders of the demon army. The protagonist sighed with relief and wondered if the demon commander is really different in stamina. He almost spent all his mana while trying different techniques, but H-kin still did not want to die. The spectator watching what was happening asked if they saw how the protagonist played with them until he killed them. Jessie raised her hands in admiration and said loudly that it was amazing and unbelievable who made various changes during the intervention stage to use the same spell in different ways. Going along with him was the right decision. After all, she had learned so much. Taemin kept his hand on the wound and addressed the protagonist by name. Romeo turned to him and asked if the guildmaster could move. Taemin looked down tensely and confirmed it and said that it was all thanks to Ho. He said that he was very ashamed because he disobeyed the protagonist's order to evacuate the survivors as a result. The guildmaster was greatly disgraced. Romeo turned to Taemin with a smile. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he could not be disappointed by someone who fought to preserve his honor. The protagonist saw his pride. Now they can return to the shelter and reunite with the squad. They looked at the system pop-up windows in surprise. The system window notifies that a common quest has appeared. The permafrost is being transformed. The last commander general of the demon army has died at the same time. Chun, smiling, ominously threw his head back and laughed loudly. He said loudly that they also killed the commander of the demon army. The guildmaster is very proud of all the guild members. Chun, standing on the commander surrounded by his injured comrades, said loudly that the position of the ruler of the permafrost can already be considered his. They should begin preparing for the coronation ceremony. The NPC thought that the guildmaster was a very careless person. The system window notifies that the contribution to the siege of the permafrost of Ho is 4719927. Really Count Syrian, the count held his wound with a sad look. Hakan extended his hand towards him and asked loudly, "How is it possible the count was able to survive?" Sir Ion, looking exhausted, loudly addressed the commander and asked, "Is it really him?" The count, smiling with tears in his eyes, said that he could not even think that Haran himself would come. His Majesty and the Empire did not leave them. Syrian, smiling, looked towards the protagonist and said that he also observed the good deeds of this explorer. This is really very surprising. He extended his hand towards Romeo and greeted the hero who had arrived to save the permafrost. Sir Ion, having given his name, said that he was the Lord of the Permafrost. Taemin, very surprised, asked loudly, "Is it really the Lord?" He had walked back and forth across the permafrost so often and had never met him. "Why did the Lord come here in such a terrible form?" Romeo asked with a malicious smile. "Is this really the Lord?" He got angry and asked him to stop this deception. Right now, the system window notifies that the natural enemy skill has been activated. Combat abilities are greatly increased in the battle with demons. Romeo said that this is the Demon King. At the same time, Y Kong is broadcasting. He loudly asked, "What is this?" The viewers wrote in the chat that this is amazing. Is this really? Lord Sir Y Kong watches what is happening with great surprise on his face. The viewers wrote, "Is this really the count? It can't be that. This is a real. Lord, did Syrian really survive?" The producer looks at his phone in confusion. The correspondent took off his headphones and looked at him and asked, "What is the producer watching instead of their broadcast?" The viewers wrote that Ho was really angry. Why is he so angry? Nothing can be heard. Y Kong should come closer. Taman asked loudly in surprise, "Is this really the Demon King?" Haran spread his legs wide and asked, "What is the protagonist talking about? This man is definitely the ruler of the Frost. There must be some misunderstanding here." Dievia smiled, lowered his head, and laughed, saying that he understood everything. It was normal for H to look at him like that. He put his hand on his face and said that he failed to protect his subjects and was the only survivor. Haran approached him, raised his hand, and said loudly that it was not his fault. Diavia disagreed, saying that he could not fulfill his duties. But before he could finish speaking, the stones quickly rose and pierced his body. Divya, with a bloody face, looks down. Why? KH was very surprised looking at this. The viewers wrote, "Is this really?" Sirion, the viewer, is sure that the protagonist has reasons for this. Is he really the god of murder? The reporter and producer look at the phone screen in amazement. The commander quickly extended his hand forward and called out loudly to Sirion. He turned angrily to Hoy and asked loudly, "Why did he do this?" Jessica said, smiling that he was still alive. Haran turned around in confusion and asked, "What is this?" Diavia laughed as he left the Lord's body. The system window notifies that the opponent's Earth resistance is too high, Divya loudly asked. Wasn't that a bit rude of Hoyle? He was talking after all. The system window notifies that the opponent is immune to Earth attacks. Romeo raised an eyebrow in surprise and wondered, does he really have Earth resistance? This won't be easy to figure out. Diavia asked to take a closer look because he is S. de Carabia, leaving the body enveloped Syrian face with many eyes, and said that he is the Lord of Permafrost, whom they had been looking for. With such diligence, Hai was very scared by what he saw. Hakan quickly raised his sword and said loudly that it was a demon he jumped up with the intention of attacking, and asked loudly, "How dare a demon insult a vassal of his majesty?" The commander, with a terrifying aura in his eyes, extended his sword towards the demon king, piercing him. Taman, with a confused face, asked loudly, "Did Horan really kill him?" H thought that the guildmaster should not say that a large hole formed in the dark. Mana Divya instantly exploded, directing streams of dark mana to the sides. A huge beam of dark mana quickly headed from the ground to the sky. Tammin, with an enraged look, asked loudly, "Did it really rise to the sky?" The protagonist thought that he knew it. The dark liquid captured the stone on which the city is located. The commander looked up in amazement and said loudly that he could not believe it. De Carabia merges with the Permafrost Castle. At the same time, the NPC raised his hand and loudly asked, "What is this?" The knight coming out of the portal said loudly that something strange enveloped the castle in Kayan. Looking at this thought, what is going on? The NPC turned to Ares and asked if he thought that Tamame Men and the leader researcher are okay. Ares looked up with tension without answering him. At the northern gate of the Permafrost, the hunters are fiercely fighting the demons. Leon, with fury attacking the demons, screamed loudly. Shra, gritting his teeth. H, the monster, and loudly asked, "Where did they get so many of them from? They never end." The hunter loudly said that Shra should spend his energy on spells instead of talking. The demon quickly pointed his hand towards the huntress and screamed. Loudly, the huntress, gritting her teeth, raised her hand, looking at the approaching demon. The monster stopped in surprise and looked up. The huntress wondered why he stopped. The demon said that the demon king was calling him the huntress. With tears in her eyes, asked what this man. The monster quickly headed in the other direction. Shar said loudly, breathing heavily, that the demons were leaving. Leon turned to the side and asked, "Why is this?" She was very scared, looking up. The guildmaster looked at the flying demons and asked, "What is this?" Chun looked to the side and asked loudly, "What is this? Where did all the demons suddenly go?" He turned his attention to the system window that appeared with a serious look. The system window notifies that the demon king. You can see the strength in their muscles. He has a murderous aura, but neither his hand nor his fist is showing the power of a real blow. I don't feel any monstrous strength. This will definitely be another feint. I can't screw up like last time. Sin threw the punch. You didn't even parry that attack. You've got good physical fitness. At least 13 points. Shawan shouted aggressively. Enough trash talk. Let's continue. The protagonist just smiled. Are you sure? Don't you want to take a break? Shawan replied menacingly. We continue. Your move. He thought, no one can use their strength that professionally and not have a weakness. There's no way to tell when he's about to deliver a strong blow. All my tactics, based on experience and common sense, are useless here. The protagonist broke the silence. That makes 5 points. According to our agreement, you'll be participating in the competition, Shawan shouted, his face grim. We go again since my judgment is the opposite of your actions. I'll just do the opposite of what I think, Sin just smiled. Do you really think the Hei-ba Strike is such a simple thing? He began to wind up a massive attack, channeling power toward his opponent. Shawan's face lit up with excitement. Is he really trying to confuse me with such a powerful strike? Okay, I've been assuming it was a feint this whole time, so this time it has to be a real Hei-ba Strike I need to dodge. But as the protagonist's fist appeared just before his face, he reeled in shock. What, another feint? This is simply impossible. How can you, show a full-power Hei-ba Strike and then turn it into a feint a moment later? Whether it was a display of strength or a psychological trick, he had been completely outplayed. Sin pulled his hand back. The Hei-ba Strike has 3 levels. The first is to look at the person, the second is to look into the mind, and the third is to look at the body. You have a lot of experience, but you only watch the body's movements. You can barely even begin to look into the mind. In any case, I won, so, Shawan, remember to sign up for the competition. The protagonist turned away with a smile, thinking, I can play with his mind. Partly because of all my practice with the muscle hardening techniques, I know how to confuse an opponent and how to use my strength far better than he does. Sometime later, in the training ground of the new Ancient Martial Arts Club, Lin looked over a document. Although he's joined us, the overall strength of the club still isn't that good. We must find a way to convince Shawan to participate, otherwise everything will be bad, the coach of the new Ancient Martial Arts Club told Lin. Suddenly, Shawan himself entered the room. He walked right up to her and asked, Give me the registration form. I'm ready to go against Shinga. Sometime later, as the protagonist was walking down the street, Ping Ping called out to him, Hey, you're still alive! What is she doing at our academy? He wondered. Surprised. He'd been so focused on being cautious last time, he hadn't noticed how beautiful she was. Ping Ching smiled. I came to Blackhawk as an exchange student. I'll be here for 2 years, so you can call me senior now. It was clear he didn't see her as a senior and had no intention of calling her that. The protagonist flushed, thinking, Her name is Ping Ching, so I'll just call her Ping Ching. He cleared his throat nervously. What do you want from me? She smiled. You're a special case at Blackhawk. Naturally, I'm interested in you. In 2 days, I'm going to the steel armor hideout to auction a beast soul. Are you interested? The protagonist's face grew serious. What kind of souls, and why are you being so generous with me? Ping Ching showed him a file. You managed to escape the Divine Blood Black Feather Beast King in Bojibi. That clearly proves you have impressive skills. I enjoy befriending talented people. It simplifies things. Here's a list of the souls up for auction. Sin took the document, his eyes widening. There are so many mutant beast souls. And even Divine Blood level 1s. You're seriously dangerous. Ping Ching manifested a divine Blood Phoenix? Whoa, Sin breathed with admiration. That's amazing! It's even better than my purple dragon wings. She then summoned a silver divine blood trident. The protagonist declared, I need that more than the phoenix. Tell me how much it costs. Ping Ching grinned. An excellent choice. Since it's a divine blood weapon, I can't sell it for cheap. The price for this weapon is 230 million. The price stunned Sin. There's no way I can find that much money, he exclaimed. She placed a hand on his shoulder and said, with a smile, There's another way to get it. You just need to find the beast soul that wields this weapon. You should join our martial arts club. After all, we have branches all across the planet. The protagonist gave an excited smile. I appreciate the offer, but I can't join. He tried to shift her, hand from his shoulder, thinking, I'd rather sign a dozen different contracts than be interviewed by her people. I'm not joining their club. Ping King stepped behind him, took his hand, and said, Don't be so quick to refuse. I can offer you additional privileges. Sin thought with extreme unease that this woman was after something completely different. Suddenly, Yanran appeared. He refused. Didn't you understand his words? She grabbed the protagonist's hand with a furious look. You're provoking me! Ping-ching just smiled. So this is the beauty of the academy. I heard the S-girl was gentle and sweet, but I didn't expect her to be so rude, Yanran retorted. This is incredibly bold. You're trying to seduce someone else's guy in broad daylight. Ping-ching replied. Don't think so poorly of me. We were just discussing a mission with Sin. The rest of the academy students had gathered around them. Wow, her chest is bigger than any girls at our academy, one whispered. It seems she's a new exchange student. Her name's Ping-ching, and she isn't from some ordinary family. That guy is seriously lucky. I'm getting jealous. What's there to be? Jealous if he's definitely going to be in trouble with Yanran later. The protagonist thought frantically. Having a very bad feeling about this? Yanran said with a tense expression. My boyfriend has excellent abilities and gets his own missions. He doesn't need your help, Ping-ching replied with a smirk. You're hindering his bright future, Sin said, embarrassed. I already told you two to stop arguing. Everyone's looking at us. Ping-ching turned away with a smile. Let's just forget it. Don't worry about Sin. We'll talk next time, Yanran asked angrily. You think there will be a next time? She turned toward the protagonist and said aggressively, Last time it was Chuin. This time it's Ping-ching. You're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? The protagonist started to back away in fear, shouting, That's not what you think. A few days later, Shoso stood in the building, her face grim. Mingan, a reporter from the academy, wants me to interview a low-ranking Blackhawk Shinga will definitely win, and by then, this interview will be completely worthless. Fortunately, the competition uses a holographic device connected to the network, so I won't have to be there. Besides, few people will watch the Blackhawk match anyway. Suddenly, others entered the room, and she thought, These newcomers from the new Ancient Martial Arts Club look rather unusual. Zhu approached them with a microphone and a smile. Could I ask a few questions? What are your thoughts on this game? The Hei-ba Strike is traditionally the strong suit of Shinga Academy. What can you do against them? What are your alternatives? Li stated with a serious face. We don't need any alternatives. We will win this time, Zhu said excitedly. You speak very confidently, she thought to herself. She is deeply mistaken. Even with Sean, Blackhawk can't defeat Shinga. Zhu extended the microphone towards him and said, You're the strongest player for the Blackhawks. What will you focus on first? Can you please tell me what you think of Shinga's #1 player? Neon, Sean replied with a calm face. I won't say anything. About him? I just know that we will win, Shoso thought with dissatisfaction. What a boring answer. I'll write about him just like that in my article. She handed the microphone to the protagonist. Are you new? What do you think the probability is that the Blackhawks will win this game? Sim replied, It's hard to say, since I'm just a temporary player for the team. However, I think what Coach Lee and Sean said makes sense. At that moment, at the Hei-ba Military Academy, the students were watching Shio's report. Yuning said with a smile, I think the Blackhawk members are way too confident. Do they really believe they can beat us? Chuin asked with his arms crossed. Couldn't they just tell the reporters that they don't have any strong competitors? Yan Jun, holding the remote, replied with a smile. That's all the talk on the internet. They're saying Blackhawk isn't up to this competition. And that's not just one person's opinion. He put his elbow on Neon's shoulder and asked, Why are you still eating jelly beans when the game is about to start? He asked while eating the candy. Who is our opponent today? Yan Zhen said with a smile. Even if you are second in the league, you should at least be a little concerned. Yundi strolled over, intrigued by the match, and told them that with Blackhawk Academy as their opponent, there was nothing to worry about. Yuning asked the coach for their performance order, and Yan Jun immediately suggested sending Nen first. It was the right call. They couldn't afford to give the Blackhawks any openings. Chanun agreed it was a solid idea, boasting that the rest of them probably wouldn't even have to fight. Yuni then put a hand on Yu's shoulder, smiling. This competition is a war of attrition. We just need to put you in the starting position. Chen looked baffled and asked, Who's this wind talker? I've never heard of him. Is he some secret weapon from Shinda Academy? Not at all, Lin explained. The Wind Talker is Yu. He joined Shinga Academy a month ago. He's a rookie with potential, but his level is the lowest on the entire Shinga team. Chen turned to Shan. Are they seriously putting a complete rookie in the first match? That's an incredibly bold move. Shia smirked confidently. That kind of arrogance is Shinga Academy's trademark, Lin added with a smile. Speaking of which, our own strategy isn't exactly the most conventional, is it? Shio, holding a microphone, commented, "Who would dare choose a name like that for themselves? These guys from Blackhawk are all talk. I bet Hongi will be an easy win, and they're just waiting for the Wind Talker to crush him." His name is Strike God, a substitute player for the Blackhawk team. His real name is Hansen Sesit. He's 18 years old, a freshman, Sipto, and part of the archery squad, Isaz. His record in High Strike is 0, Sisits, and he has no experience in this type of competition. The archery squad, Gichuan asked, is Blackhawk really that desperate? Can this guy even do anything worthwhile? You have to admit their team is showing some creativity, Yundi said. Are they trying to save Shan for the final battle? It's a nice try, but it would be easier for them to just admit defeat now. Nen thought to himself. Well, this is going to be incredibly boring if they're just sending out a substitute. I probably won't even have to get in the game. Yu is strong enough to beat them. I'll just go to the store and buy some more marmalade. After a moment, Weinon entered the arena. The announcer's voice boomed, "This is a Hei Punch competition, held in a virtual space using the attrition system. The winner is the first person to score 3 points." The winner continues to compete until defeated. The system will randomly assign who attacks and who defends. A special scanning device will detect whether a strike is a Hei Punch or a BI Punch, based entirely on the player's strength. And now, the battle begins. The protagonist lunged at his opponent with a serious expression. Yu thought to himself, he's a surprisingly fierce substitute player, and his opponent is the new rising star of Shinda Academy. Judging from his movements, it has to be a BI Punch. Sin readied his attack and struck his opponent with a Hei Punch. Yu reeled in shock, wondering, how is this possible? Was that a Hayek punch? Yoon asked in surprise. That's ridiculous. His punch had no power behind it. With a stone-cold expression, the protagonist delivered another punch straight to his opponent's jaw. It was a Hei Punch again, the Shinga Academy coach said with a look of displeasure. Yeonjun exclaimed in shock. Yu's already lost 2 points in a row. I don't get what he's doing at all. Chuan asked frantically. Is there some kind of glitch? These don't look like his punches at all. What's going on? Yu, don't get angry, Yundi shouted. Calm down and don't fall for his tricks, wiping away a trickle of blood. He thought, this punch god, he definitely knows what he's doing. Cheon isn't the only strong one on the Blackhawk team, the protagonist asked with a smirk. Did you hear that I have the lowest level among my teammates? It's really unlucky to go into battle without knowing what your enemy is capable of. You've already lost strategically. Shut your mouth. You roared with rage. You won't get another single point from me. Sin prepared an attack with a grin and replied, in that case, you decide. Which punch will I use now? Hei or Bai? He began his attack, and you wondered frantically, is this a Hei punch? There's no murderous or aggressive aura coming from him. Could it be a Bai punch? But he just used a Hei punch twice in a row. What kind of punch is this? The protagonist delivered his punch and sent his opponent sprawling to the floor, Yeonjun said with a grave face. You didn't score a single point. It's so shameful, the coach said in disbelief. We really lost to Blackhawk, 3-0. Shio, holding a microphone, announced. And in the first round, Hei, the god of punches from the military academy, takes it for Blackhawk 3-0. It seems the Wind Talker from Shinda Academy is still too green. He couldn't block the first punch, and after losing control of his emotions, he stopped thinking analytically. However, Shinda has many outstanding players, and will be waiting for their excellent performance. At that moment, Lily was sitting next to Yanan, looking at her phone. What is this reporter saying? She asked. It's obvious she's biased towards Shinga Academy, Yenan replied calmly. Ignore her. Shio is just a nobody. Just wait and see. Sin will win. Lily showed her the phone with a smile and said, Everyone on the internet is talking about the first round, Yanan observed. At first, these people were skeptical, but now they're all supporting the protagonist. At that moment, the coach of Sheng Academy told Yeonjun, "You're next. Be careful. You can't afford to underestimate your opponent. Watch his movements carefully," he instructed. Yeonjun replied with a serious face. "I understand completely." A short while later, Yeonjun entered the arena and thought, "The protagonist has had enough glory. I'll win 3-0 and show him that we are not to be messed with." He looked at the protagonist with a confident smile and said, "For a reserve player from Blackhawk, you did a great job. Now, let me send you home." Seg, with a calm face, said, "It's a bad idea to talk so boldly." He suddenly attacked his opponent and shouted, "You can only say that if you really have the strength to back it up." Yeonjun's eyes widened. "He just defeated you with 3 Hei punches, and they call him the god of Hei punch. I can feel an aggressive aura. It has to be a Hei punch. I need to dodge it, and I'll earn 1 point." The protagonist struck with a Bai punch and won the first round. Yeonjun asked in complete surprise, "How could you change the strength of your punch so quickly?" The protagonist smiled. "You're at the same level as the Wind Talker, so it's unlikely you could show me anything new. How do you think you're going to win?" Yeonjun shouted aggressively. "Don't get cocky just yet," Yindi said with a dissatisfied face. "Ignore him, he's just trying to piss you off. Focus on the battle, trust your mind, and don't stop watching his movements." "Blood, what new tricks could you possibly show me?" "How do you think you can win this?" Yeonjun yelled aggressively. "Don't celebrate just yet," Yindi said with a scowl. "Just ignore him, he's only trying to get under your skin. Stay focused on the fight, trust your instincts, and don't take your eyes off his movements for a second." Sin readied his stance and said with a smile, "Here comes the second strike." Yeonjun put his hands up, thinking, "I refuse to lose to someone like you. This is just humiliating. How am I supposed to predict his next move?" Sean remarked that Sin's most terrifying asset was his control over his power and his ability to manipulate his opponent. His words and fighting style seemed to put his adversary into a daze. There was no other way to explain it. The protagonist landed 2 quick blows on Han, winning the fight. Shoso declared, "That's simply incredible. Punch God Han wins again, 30-0. This is truly an unexpected result. Hei-ba Military Academy has suffered an unprecedented 2 consecutive losses." Coach Shi roared in fury, "What are you doing out there? You were disgraced by a reserve from Blackhawk. Do you even deserve to be on the Shinga team anymore?" With a stoic expression, Sean said that this was a day of humiliation for Shinga Academy, but the protagonist was only just getting warmed up. Chen cheered wildly, yelling that he was the new star of their academy. For a while, the protagonist won every single match. After some time, the announcer's voice boomed, "Punch God Han has single-handedly swept the entire tournament, defeating 3 opponents all by himself." The 4th round was a foregone conclusion, and Punch God Han won it with a score of 3-0. Stenton is truly a phenomenal player. He alone carried Blackhawk Academy straight to the top. Chen joyfully declared their victory over Shinga with a final score of 4-0. Lee commented that the students from that academy must be utterly mortified. Meanwhile, Yanran, sitting at home, cheered with delight. She knew Sin could do it. Her boyfriend would never disappoint her, Lily said with admiration. "He's just amazing." Now, it wasn't just the reporters. Even the netizens were convinced of his skill. Coach Yundi told the academy members not to lose heart. "Your situation isn't hopeless. Pull yourselves together. We're going back today to analyze this match in detail. Then," he continued, "you will explain every one of your mistakes to me." The students bowed their heads and offered him their apologies. Uni approached Nen and said, "My unit is up. This is the final round. If you lose, we'll be completely disgraced." Nen tossed his leftover snack into a bin and stepped into the arena. The announcer's voice echoed, "The final round of the Hei Strike competition is about to begin." Shio thought to himself, "This is incredible. Mingun sent me to cover the Blackhawks match, and a miracle actually occurred. No wonder he was always so certain about them. His faith paid off." At that exact moment, on a different planet, Ishan remarked that S had promised Nan a fight the likes of which he had never witnessed. I've had my eye on that boy for a long time. His eyes are clear, his mind untroubled. He's like a Buddhist martial arts master. He feels no desire, joy, or worry, which makes him the ideal candidate for cultivating the immense power of yin-yang. The birth of every hypergene technique demands extensive practice. Otherwise, not even the church, let alone an individual, could market it. I have spent over 10 years studying the great power of yin-yang. Its core concept is similar to the Hei Strike. Yin and yang are two distinct forces. One is yielding and ethereal. The other is unyielding and tangible. I selected 2 volunteers to help me perfect the power of yin-yang, but the first perished, and the second was severely injured. Neither was able to master it. I was initially drawn to Nan, but then I never expected someone like Sin to show up. After a moment, in the arena, Nan extended his hand and introduced himself. Sin shook it and replied, "If you're not comfortable with that, you can just call me God." Ishan thought, let them decide between them who is worthy of being chosen and taught the great power of yin-yang. Nen, with a placid look, stated that he didn't care what his name was. He wouldn't bother remembering it, as he had no intention of wasting his time. The protagonist took his stance, thinking, his gaze is so clear, his mind so calm, he might be able to predict my attack. I hope that's not the case. A coach watching the match noted that Nen was Shinga's finest practitioner of the Hei Strike. He has trained in the hypergene technique, the unwavering mantra, since he was a child. His mind is like a perfect mirror, perceiving all things, every facet of this world. Even the secrets hidden in a person's heart are laid bare before him. Sin won't be able to conceal a single thing from his perception. Nen wondered with a hint of surprise. Why can't I perceive his intentions or his thoughts? No matter, I just need to observe his movements. Even the slightest vibration in the air has remained unchanged. He won't be able to fool me. That's definitely a high strike. He's a worthy adversary. Now, to block his attack. The protagonist launched his Hei Strike and won the first round. Nen wondered in shock. Was my analysis wrong? Coach Yi shot up, his face filled with excitement, yelling, "Impossible! No one besides that monster from the Central Military Academy has ever managed to defeat Nen," she said unhappily. "The Great One has just taken down Shinga Academy's ace," Ling asked. "He dealt with him that fast." Shan smirked, crossing his arms and replying, "Looks like we won't have to play this game after all," Yenan cheered. "Sin is way stronger than that Nen guy." "He beat him so easily." Lily smiled and added, "This time, the Great One truly showed up those fools from Shinga." Wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth, Nan admitted, "I concede, you're an incredibly strong fighter. The fact that you took down our entire team single-handedly doesn't surprise me anymore." The protagonist readied his attack again and said with a stern expression, "The match is on." Nen thought grimly. He's smiling again. The corners of his mouth turned up just slightly when he threw that punch. Others might miss a detail like that, but it's impossible to hide from my eyes. His mind is calm right now, so it has to be a Hei punch. Sin suddenly switched his attack at the last. A split-second punch. "Yes, point number 2! Chen roared with delight. "He's a beast, but Nen's a total moron." Shan simply offered a serene smile, explaining that it wasn't an exaggeration at all. It was a punch that closed the distance in an instant. Online, the live stream chat exploded. "Nen just lost. 2 points back-to-back. Is he asleep at the wheel?" One person typed, "Blackhawk is looking incredible this time. If Shenda gets shut out without a single point, then victory is a sure thing for them." Another user chimed in, "That's right. With the Central Military Academy sitting this one out, Blackhawk has a solid shot at the championship." A third person commented, "No wonder the Blackhawk team and their coach are so full of themselves. With a player like him, how could you ever worry about losing?" Isan, who was watching the match, noted how fascinating it was. The guy had a mind as clear as a cloudless sky and flawless grasp of combat, and yet he wielded the ferocious power of a demon. The outcome of this fight was already a foregone conclusion. In the final round, the protagonist delivered the winning blow to Hei. Shosu, holding a microphone, announced with a grin, "And that's the match. We have our champion. Let's congratulate." That battle at Blackhawk Military Academy was incredible, a clash destined to go down in the annals of Hei-ba Strike as one of the greatest ever. Standing center stage in the arena, the protagonists soaked in the crowd's reaction. They were in disbelief that the Shend team had been left with 0 points. They never would have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. They pledged their unending support, urging him to maintain his momentum. Yisan grinned. "It seems to me that Sin is perfectly suited to cultivate the great power of Yang." A while later, the protagonist met with Yanyan. She embraced him, smiling, and told him to close his eyes. He asked if she couldn't just do it with his eyes open. A moment later, they shared a kiss. Yanyan explained it was a reward for his victory. He replied that he'd just have to win the next matches, too. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, and Ping Ching appeared on screen, lounging in a bathtub. Yanyan's face soured. "Have you no shame?" she snapped. Ping Ching just smiled, asking if she had interrupted them. She claimed she was terribly sorry and that it wasn't on purpose. She just wanted to tell him something. The auction was in 3 days, and he shouldn't forget to attend. The protagonist glanced at the furious girl beside him and asked through gritted teeth. If she really had to tell him that over a video call, she could have just sent a message. Yanyan raged. "What's your excuse this time if I don't beat you now? Life will punish you later." The protagonist pleaded pathetically that it was all a huge misunderstanding. Watching the scene unfold, Ping Ching added that it was on no accident she came to Blackhawk Academy. He wouldn't be able to escape her. 3 days later, the protagonist arrived at the auction. One of the bidders remarked that it was only natural for the eldest of the Huangfu family to possess so many rare beast souls. Another agreed that it was true. The Steel Armor Martial Arts Hall certainly lived up to its reputation. As Sin passed the artifact displays, he noted with a jolt that the starting prices were in the hundreds of millions. He couldn't afford a single thing. Maybe he shouldn't have even come. On stage, Ping Ching presented an artifact, announcing, "This divine blood-level divine phoenix soul now belongs to Mr. Bian." The man levitated on newly formed wings, declaring that he finally possessed the soul of a flying beast after some time. Ping Ching announced that the divine blood beast soul, the silver trident, was sold to the Son of Heaven for 230 million. The man held the weapon and gloated. "What a magnificent prize! Now I have this powerful weapon to complement my steel armor." The protagonist's face twisted with dissatisfaction. He muttered that he was leaving and never coming back. As he stepped outside, he heard people shouting about why the sky had suddenly gone dark, when it had been daytime just a moment before. A stranger pointed toward the sky and yelled for everyone to look up. The protagonist glanced up and saw it. A floating island. He whispered in awe, "It's really Asgard Island." These hanging islands were exceedingly rare. He never imagined he would witness one. They say each island is guarded by divine blood beasts, and killing them guarantees a 100% probability of obtaining their souls. Specimens like that are incredibly rare. He sprinted toward the island, thinking he had to get up there, but the island hovered at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. And so it was no simple feat. He would need the soul of a divine blood-flying beast. It was the only way. There was no other path. In the entire shelter, there were only 2 such souls, 2 divine blood-flying beast souls, his, and the divine phoenix soul that guy had just purchased. He was certain senior sister Ping Ching was regretting the sale. The price of a flying beast soul would at least double now. That fool, the Son of Heaven, must have regretted not buying the divine phoenix soul instead. Sin knelt and charged his magical energy, smiling as he said he would now see how his own flying beast soul would manifest. Instantly, he was clad in powerful armor and soared into the sky. While airborne, he noticed beyond flying and thought that he was moving incredibly fast. He had just bought the divine phoenix soul minutes ago. and now he was already en route to Asgard Island. The protagonist mused that the divine blood creatures living there would be tough to handle. Why not team up beyond Spotted? The protagonist approaching and demanded to know who he was. Then he recognized him. "It can't be! You, the Son of Heaven!" He spun around furiously, shouting, "Even if I ignore the divine blood beasts, I'm going to kill you right now." Suddenly, frost began to form on his metal armor. He yelled in alarm. "Why is the wind so strong at this altitude, and it's freezing, I'll freeze to death?" The protagonist thought that the divine phoenix soul was bought by the Xia family, so how could it be in his possession? It didn't matter. His armor was no better than the protagonist's. He couldn't withstand such a powerful wind either. Sin drew a sharp sword and moved to attack, thinking now was the perfect time to kill. Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him. Sin whirled around and saw Muji, completely encased in armor. He thought, so he has a flying beast soul. He knew Muji, but they could hardly be called friends. Beyond flew to Muji and proposed they do it together. First, they would kill the protagonist, and then he would help Muji get the armor he desired. Muji agreed with a smile, saying he wanted a 20% discount. Beyond flew up and shouted that they had a deal. Muji created a steel shield and said he held no grudge against Sin, but the offer was simply too tempting. He had no choice. The protagonist, holding a powerful sword, said they should stop the formalities. He would not let them reach the island. Sin thought that he had given Muji that black shield himself, so they both knew how durable it was. The protagonist flew at Beyond and attacked. He parried the strike with great difficulty and shouted that he was too strong. After the blow, Beyond flew backward, thinking that his blood-red sword had to be a weapon from the soul of a divine blood. Level beast? Yes, he himself was close to mastering that genetic level, but the protagonist's attack was impossible to block. When had he managed to get so strong just then? Muji attacked him from behind, but Sin parried the blow with lightning speed. He smiled, saying that they were attacking 2 against 1, yet it seemed they had no advantage at all. He thought to himself that even he was amazed at how much stronger he had become. The muscle tempering technique was truly something else. Of course, the effort he had put in was worth it. Beyond charged forward again, yelling to his ally that they needed to attack from the right and left. There was no way they couldn't handle this idiot. Muji agreed and charged into the attack as well. He was getting swarmed from all directions, but he unleashed a wave of energy, blasting them all back. Down below, the crowd erupted. That guy is an absolute beast who says our fights are boring. This is incredible. Xena, watching through binoculars, whispered, "I haven't seen him in ages. He's gotten so much faster, so much more powerful." Just then, Ping-Ching soared into the sky, announcing her arrival to assist the others. So the Son of God called for backup, he thought. Byong roared with confidence. "Perfect timing! The 3 of us together can definitely take him down." Ping-Ching unleashed a flurry of strikes, but he expertly deflected every single one with his blade. A thought crossed his mind. It seemed the Hongfu and Senu families were secretly aligned. He never knew. Ping-Ching is good at keeping secrets, he mused. On the sidelines, Shen exclaimed excitedly. He's definitely leveled up, but fending off 3 opponents at once must be exhausting. What a bunch of cowards! Ganging up on him like that! Suddenly, Muji struck from behind, and Sin realized they coordinated their attacks perfectly, one even launching a sneak assault. Just then, Byong came at him with a devastating blow. He managed to raise his sword for a desperate block, but the force of the impact shattered his weapon. The crowd gasped. His sword couldn't handle the power. It was no match for the blood-red blade. Get up and crush them. Shen, however, worriedly said, "Without a weapon, he can't even fly, and there's no way he can win now, no matter how tough he is." But she couldn't bear the thought of the Son of God actually killing him. Byong flashed a smug grin as he brandished his sword. "Now what are you going to do?" he sneered. In that instant, The protagonist's eyes blazed with golden energy, and he moved like a bolt of lightning. At the same moment, Ping Ching started her assault from the rear. Those silver trident pitchforks the Son of God bought are insanely sharp, Sin noted grimly. These three are incredibly treacherous. The auction was just a front. That divine phoenix Soulsha acquired the Son of God must have paid him off on the side. And those silver-thal pitchforks he supposedly purchased are actually Ping Ching's. Without a divine blood-level weapon of my own, I can't beat them. I need to find another way out of this. Sin shot higher into the sky, making a break for Asgard Island. Moments later, he arrived, taking in the island's breathtaking scenery. Wow, this place is incredible, he murmured in awe. As he touched down, he spotted an unknown, angelic-looking creature standing before him, a divine blood-level humanoid, he realized instantly. And it's holding a priceless weapon. Sin knew that all humanoids of that caliber were absurdly powerful, especially here on Asgard Island. This thing wouldn't know the meaning of fear in a fight to the death. The chieftain, spotting the pursuers in the sky, ducked into some bushes. There are 3 of them, he thought. I can't take on a humanoid creature by myself. Better to hang back and observe for now. Meanwhile, Ping Ching warned, Hold up! Byong, don't rush in. There's a humanoid creature on that island, Muji added. There's only one divine blood-level entity on Asgard Island. This has to be it? Byong, looking concerned, insisted. The 3 of us can take it. He then shouted towards the island. Hey, you show yourself! Let's talk. If you don't, we're all just wasting our time here. Once Asgard Island vanishes, we'll all walk away with nothing. Sin, hiding. In the foliage, called out. What do you want? Byong responded. I have a proposal. Let's kill that humanoid creature together. I'll give you 50 million, but I get the fate beast soul. The protagonist shot back. The soul is mine, Pataki, or there's nothing to discuss. Ping Ching yelled. You're asking for way too much. We can offer you 100 million, he replied calmly. If you don't like my terms, feel free to watch from the sidelines. Enraged, Ping Ching drew her bow and fired an arrow into the bushes, screaming, Found you! You have only yourself to blame for making me angry! The protagonist shot into the air, easily evading the shot. He warned, I suggest you reconsider, Byong. Promise me the soul, or you'll live to regret this. Byong's face hardened. My biggest regret was not finishing you off before. Today, I correct that mistake. Sin just smirked. In that case, you'll be regretting this for the rest of your life. With that, he rocketed, straight for the humanoid creature, Miju yelled. He thinks he can use the humanoid to keep us busy while he escapes. But Ping Ching hesitated. Wait, something doesn't feel right. Sin launched a quick strike at the creature, then immediately shot upward, gaining altitude. Ping Ching's eyes widened. He's kiting the divine blood creature. It's too late to run. A divine blood humanoid is way faster than any of us. We can't get away. As Sin fled from the creature, he thought, Damn, this thing is fast. He risked a counterattack, but the creature shattered his new weapon instantly. Sin was stunned. How did it break so easily? Don't just stand there, he yelled. If you hesitate, we're all dead. The creature lunged at the protagonist, but he just barely managed to parry the blow with the hilt of his broken sword. As he backed away, Sin glanced at the others with a smirk. They look like they're doing just fine, he thought sarcastically. The creature then gathered its energy for a massive attack and slammed it into Muji, sending him flying. Muji-ka! Fong and Ping Ching screamed in alarm. Muji transformed into a massive, fearsome bear and roared. Forget our rivalry for now. We need to put our grudges aside. If we team up, we might stand a chance of beating this divine blood humanoid. If not, none of us are leaving. Asgard Island alive today. Sin dove towards the ground, shouting, Get to the ground. We're no match for it in the air. Muji started to block the creature's onslaught with his shield, yelling, This shield won't last forever. Byong, his expression grim, yelled, Incredible, he actually has advantages against it, he thought to himself. The second this creature is dead, I'm killing him. Once all the fighters were on the ground, Sin announced, we all need to transform into our divine blood forms. This thing has perfectly balanced offense and defense. One careless move and it'll slaughter us all. Beong morphed into a savage lion and growled. What's the rest of the plan? Ping-ching added. My specialty is long-range archery, but transforming weakens my raw power. You two attack head-on. I'll provide cover fire. Muji, barely deflecting another blow with his shield, roared. I'll take the lead. Follow me. He charged forward to attack Bathat, but the creature sidestepped the blow. Just then, the protagonist soared. He slipped behind the beast and struck, but his attack just glanced off its armor. He realized then just how impossible it was to fight a super god-level weapon. Just then, Bong leaped onto the creature, but his own attack failed. He gritted his teeth, thinking that even with their divine blood transformations, they had no, real advantage. If Shin hadn't claimed that mutant beast's soul, Tianyun would still be a nobody. Bong's face was grim as he yelled that the protagonist better not try anything. Just you wait, he snarled. I'll settle this with you later. Meanwhile, Shin, at the center of it all, demanded, which one of you has a divine blood weapon to spare? Answer me, now, he pressed. My transformation won't last forever. We can't afford to waste time. Ping-ching scoffed. You expect us to just hand over a divine blood weapon for free? Muji, looking serious, stated, all I have is my shield, nothing else. Bon. And shot him a dirty look. Don't take us for idiots. If you want a divine blood weapon, you'll have to put something up as collateral. The protagonist smiled. What's the matter? Can't come to a decision. Fine, this is pointless anyway. It seems none of you are interested in this creature's soul. With that, Shin shot into the sky and flew away. Where is that idiot going? Ping-ching yelled in frustration. She turned to Bong. What now? We're already at a disadvantage, and now... We're down a man. Bong's face was stone. We never should have trusted that fool. We wasted so much time on him. Muji shouted that they should get out of here. The creature won't bother us as long as we don't attack it. Bong agreed grimly. Let's fall back and figure out a new strategy. How to take this thing down before Asgard Island vanishes. This is a priceless divine blood level soul. I can't just walk away from it. A few hours passed, and night fell. The protagonist, hidden in the brush, smirked to himself. Those fools would never imagine I'd dare to come back here alone. But if I can't handle this creature by myself, I'll lose my weapon for nothing. I still have the divine blood flame butterfly dart, but it's a one-shot deal. I can't risk using it unless I'm absolutely certain. I only get one chance. If I fail, can I even escape? My long-range archery is solid. The real challenge is surviving its attacks. I'll have to become a hunter lurking in the shadows. He donned a new set of armor, drew his bow, and took aim. And at the creature... Suddenly, it whipped around and charged straight for him. It spotted me! Shin cried out in his mind. It's even more alert at night. I can't take the shot. If I miss, I'll lose my mutant black arrow, and I can't afford to lose another mutant weapon. Both the creature and the protagonist launched into the air as he roared that... The Empress Soul's enhanced vision combined with super particle flow acceleration, it's the perfect combination. The creature never expected that he'd be bold enough to take the offensive and close the distance. Just as the beast lunged at him, Shin whipped out the mutant weapon and hurled it, to the side. He knew the flame butterfly dart's flight path was bizarre and unpredictable. Its trajectory could shift based on the slightest change in its surroundings. He had trained relentlessly to master this power for this very moment. The mutant dart slammed into the creature's back, erupting in a flash of blue magic. A second later, the creature dissolved, and a system window materialized before him, which announced a successful hunt a divine blood angel. The protagonist had acquired a divine blood-level soul. The creature's flesh and blood were inedible. Where the beast had been, a war angel now stood. Shin stared in shock, even for Asgard Island's inedible mutant creatures. This was somehow different. What was she doing? Here, the legendary Asgard Island, a place he could finally reach, had gifted him a sacred war angel. He would find a way to evolve with her, but how much time would that take? Luckily, he still had his sword. Otherwise, he'd be forced to leave Asgard Island. And even though it was only usable within a shelter, the blade was unbreakable. Its destructive force was immense. Not even Muji's shield could have stopped it. Everyone had seen the son of a god, and in the future, he would be able to wield this sword against the Golden One, making up for the weapon he had lost. Sometime later, the protagonist was walking through the campus grounds. He looked exhausted. Last night's battle really took it out of me. He sighed. First things first, I need to head back and get some serious sleep. Just then, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the caller ID. Ping Ching again. He was still pissed about how she'd interrupted him right when he was about to kiss Yinan. The protagonist answered the video call, and Ping Ching, lounging in a bathtub again, asked with a grin. Did I disturb you? Shin said that she could call him normally too. This is urgent, she retorted. Have you heard Asgard Island has materialized over the steel armor shelter? The protagonist shrugged. Yeah, I heard. What's that got to do with me? I don't have a winged divine blood creature, so I can't fly there. I can get you one, she offered. So you can get to the island. Just tell me what kind of beast soul you want. In return, you'll help the Son of God. And Muji secure a beast soul. Shin feigned disbelief, clutching his head. I'm just a regular student. How could I possibly join your team with no experience? Panking admitted. Your archery skills are better than mine. Honestly, you're a perfect fit for this mission. Shin thought to himself that he defeated the holy war angel, but neither she nor the Son of God knew that. It was better for him to just play dumb and use this chance to get his hands on a winged beast soul. Shin smiled warmly. Wow, thanks for the compliment. Of course I'll help. As it happens, I've always wanted the strongest beast soul of the fine blood level. Do you have one of those? Ping Ching said. To be honest, the silver trident is still with my sister. If you want it, the absolute minimum price is 150 million. I can't go any lower, or they won't take me seriously. The protagonist thought that this was a really good deal. He had 60 million, and if he sold the silver killing machine, he would have the full 150 million to buy the silver trident. Shin grinned and said he agreed. He thought that it felt like everything was falling back into place. Anyway, he didn't need to second-guess this. A while later, on the edge of the steel armor shelter, Bong grumbled. If Ping Ching hadn't insisted on bringing you along, you wouldn't be here. Don't even think about going off on your own. You do exactly what I say, and nothing else. Shin just smiled. Don't worry. I promised Ping Ching I'd follow your lead. Bong, it's been a while since we left Asgard Island, Muji called out. You don't think something's changed? What about the Golden One? Bong scoffed, his expression full of confidence. Don't worry about him. He couldn't handle this beast by himself unless he had a death wish. Besides, Baal, he added, I borrowed a Class B divine blood soul from Shen. Victory is guaranteed. Taking to the skies, Bong announced. Before Asgard, Island vanishes. We have to kill this thing. Sin smirked to himself. The Son of God actually came prepared this time. I can't wait to see the look on his face when this all goes wrong. Bong barked out his orders. Latan, give me cover fire, Muji. You're on personal protection, he boasted. I already know everything this creature is capable of. We won't have any problems this time. Muji, however, raised a pair of binoculars. Hold on. Let's observe its movements first. We need a strategy. We have to strike at the perfect moment. He peered through the lenses, his brow furrowing. What's going on down there? Bong turned to him. What is it? What happened? Muji lowered the binoculars. Stunned. The divine blood creatures, they were right under that tree, but they're gone. Bong snatched the binoculars away, disbelieving. What nonsense are you talking about? But when he looked, he saw nothing. The clearing was empty. Impossible, he roared. They have to be hiding somewhere. Moments later, they touched down on the island. Not a single track, Bong fumed. But these creatures can't just leave their territory if they're attacked. Muji pointed out. Damn, the protagonist thought. I was hoping to watch them take that thing down. Wait a second. They mentioned a golden one earlier. Is he on Asgard Island, too? He must have killed the divine blood beast after we left, Muji concluded. Who else could it be? Bong raged. In the entire steel armor shelter, no one but the golden one has that kind of power. He glared at the sky and screamed, I swear I'll kill you one day. Later, at an auction, the protagonist admired his new weapon. With this silver trident, I can take on 300 creatures a minute. When Pingyin heard the Son of God failed to get the beast's soul, she was livid. Luckily for me, she kept her promise and sold me this weapon. Now I can head back to God's sanctuary and try my luck again. It'd be incredible if I ran into the leader of the divine blood foxes. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a call. He glanced at the screen. It was Xian. She's looking for me. Does she have a new mission? A short while later, he found himself standing before her. Professor Isan from the church wants to take me on as his ward, Sin said. Is there any way I can refuse? Supporting someone of that stature is a huge burden, Xian explained. While the church and someone like Dagon are both tied to the military, they operate on completely different levels. The church is dedicated to researching hyper-geno arts. And Professor Isan is one of their honorary elders, a man with immense influence. The protagonist rubbed the back of his neck, clearly uneasy. The thing is, I have no connection to the church, and I've never even met this guy, he said. Why on earth would he want to make me his ward? Professor Isan watched your fight against Qin Xuan, Xian replied. That was enough to convince him. Sin still looked thoughtful. I don't know. It just feels wrong. What do you think? Should I accept? Xian admitted. They can offer you far better training than we can. Becoming Professor Isan's ward would guarantee your growth. Plus, you'd have full access to the field of hypergeno arts. So, you're just trying to get rid of me? He asked bluntly. No, quite the opposite, she insisted. If you want my personal opinion, I'd much rather you stay. I'm up for a promotion to the 2nd level in a few months. When that happens, I was planning to recommend you for my position. You'd become the leader of the Special Forces squad. Sin let out a small sneer. Now, how could I pass up an opportunity like that? In that case, I'll wait for the team leader position. Forget the church. Besides, he thought, I'm already practicing the jade skin technique. Maybe the church will notice me on their own eventually. Xian smiled to herself. Even an offer like that wasn't enough to make him leave. If only he were a little older. I'm not really into younger guys. Elsewhere, Professor Isan stared at his phone. What he refused? My plan failed, bleh. I have to find another way to get to him. A talent like that cannot be allowed to stagnate. I must give him access to my yin-yang technique. Sometime later, Yan was slumped at her desk, staring intently at a game. Ugh, I lost again, she groaned, her face a mask of frustration. That's the 3rd time in a row. A light tap came from her window. Still playing God's hand? The protagonist asked with a smile. Want to go grab some dinner? Yan replied with a dead, serious expression. Already ate. You should get in here and help me. I need you to punish this player for me. Sin hopped through the open window. All right, who dares to upset my girlfriend? He asked playfully. She jabbed a finger at the screen. This guy, he's beaten me 3 times in a row. He's a really strong opponent, so do something. Quick, you're playing on my account. Don't give him a single chance to win. The protagonist took her phone, then gently grabbed her hand. Don't worry, I'll win, he promised. Huh, what are you doing? She asked. Confused, he pulled her into a hug, smiling. I saw everything I needed to see. I have more than enough time to beat this guy. Yan blushed. Why are you so casual about this? What if you lose? The protagonist just grinned. Whoever this is, he's not in my league. He sent an invitation for the first battle. Suddenly, a voice crackled from the phone's speaker. "Aren't you from Blackhawk Military Academy?" it asked. "Do you two know each other?" Sin asked, frowning. "He's being awfully forward." "No, I've never seen him before," Yan Yan said, surprised. "It was just a random match. I've never played against this account." The voice on the phone continued. "The name's Wang. I'm ranked 3rd in God's Hand and I represent the Central Military Academy. You must have heard of me. How about we become friends?" Yan Yan gasped. 3rd place, and from the Central Military Academy, he's one of the top 10 players in the league. But how did he know this was my account? The protagonist's grip tightened. "So, he's hitting on my girlfriend. I have my own way of dealing with guys like this. Let's see what kind of answer I should give him for his little stunt." Meanwhile, in a men's dormitory at the Central Military Academy, Wang smirked. "I've had my eye on you for a long time. It's a shame our campuses are so far apart, but that's fine. You're going to be my girlfriend now." Yiming walked up behind him. "What are you doing skulking in here alone?" Wang asked with a grin. "Guess who I just ran into in God's Hand? It was Yan Yan from Blackhawk Academy." Yiming's eyes went wide. "No way! That's the girl I was telling you about, my dream girl." He practically drooled watching her Blackhawk commercial. He had to be a gentleman. Maybe go easy on a girl like that. Bao just smiled, understanding completely. Perfect timing. The phone lit up. Game start. A moment later. The 4th round kicked off. Bao's face turned serious. "I'm winning this for her!" As the commands flashed on screen, Yiming blurted out, "Is she moving that fast?" It looked like she was finally getting serious. Bao narrowed his eyes. "I'll still score first. I'll win this." He frantically tapped the screen by Gaan, but he was already falling behind. "What's happening?" Yiming exclaimed. "This is way too fast compared to the last few rounds." "Yanran's good, but not this good." Yiming watched his friend struggle. Why is he making it so complicated just because a pretty girl is playing with him? Bao, frantic, hammered the screen. "I can't let her win, but she's just too fast. I can't even score." Seconds later, he lost again and roared. "Is that really Yanran playing?" Yiming was baffled. Barely anyone at the Central Military Academy has that kind of speed. How can this be? Bao isn't the top player at our academy. Sure, but he should be leagues better than anyone from Blackhawk, and now he's getting completely humiliated. Staring at the final score, Bao seethed. "This is disgraceful." Later, at the Hypergene shop, Lily explained. "According to the rules, 3rd place gets 2 B rank and 4 C rank Hypergene techniques. What do you think I should get?" "Yanran." Yanran replied. "You should pick what best suits your own body and power." Sin nodded in agreement. "She's right. A Hypergene is far more potent when it's a perfect match." Suddenly, a man named Ishan approached them. "You should try kinetic acceleration and gust of wind." Lily looked confused. "How do you know those would suit me?" Ishan continued. "The technique you're practicing now is true samurai's power, isn't it? It focuses on endurance and explosive strength." Lily was stunned. "How did you know all that? Are you a neo-ancient martial arts instructor?" Ishan ignored the question. "Your acceleration score should be around 13, and your muscle strength is close to 12.5 if you learn kinetic acceleration. And gust of wind, you'll see greater gains with far less effort." Lily's eyes widened in awe. "He's right. That's amazing. How did he know my stats?" Yanran smiled. "I remember from the last test, Lily's stats were exactly what he just said." Beaming, Lily walked over to the machine. "Okay, then, I'll buy kinetic acceleration and gust of wind." Sin watched her, thinking, those 2 new techniques really will complement the true samurai's power. This instructor was spot on. Just then, Ishan turned to Sin. "I have a new C-level martial arts technique that would be perfect for you. With it, you'll be able to overwhelm anyone." Sin just smiled. "A C-level art isn't really useful to me." he thought to himself. The Academy's hyper-gene techniques are weaker than the church's, but this is just a common martial art. I've already learned muscle tempering and superparticle flow acceleration. Oh, there's no need for me to modify them. You're mistaken, Ishan insisted. This is crucial. Do not underestimate these new sea-level arts. Many of them form the very foundation of hypergenetics. If you practice them, your own arts will ascend to an entirely new plane. Lily chimed in, full of admiration. This teacher is incredible. You should definitely trust him, Sin deflected. I might not have enough on my card. I'll have to think about which one is a better buy. At that, Yanran pulled out her own card. Don't worry about it. Money is no object if it helps you reach your potential. Sin felt a wave of awkwardness. She just handed over her card. This is so awkward. It's like I'm her kept man or something. I'll have to get her a really nice gift next time. He walked over and to the terminal and pulled up the information. This new art looks pretty complex, Sin thought. It has some similarities to superparticle flow acceleration, psi. And while the gene fluid itself looks unremarkable, its effects could be completely unpredictable. I'm definitely curious, but something feels off. I should just forget it for now and use this free time to head to the shelter. Time to hunt some mutant beasts. Meanwhile, in the security office, Ishan watched the surveillance feeds. Thankfully, my relationship with Blackhawk's director is solid. It allows me to come and go as I please. Now I can finally get Sin to practice my yin-yang technique. I have to. Move quickly. The church will almost certainly add this art to the Bante's list soon. Once he uses this gene fluid, I'll have the proof I need. That my research has reached a new level. Suddenly, Ishan saw Sin leaving on the monitor. He jolted up. Wait, why hasn't his complexion changed yet? He hasn't even started the yin-yang technique. If he goes to the shelter now, it'll be too late. A short while later, Ishan caught up to Sin on the street. Hey, Sin called out. Aren't you the instructor who recommended that hyper gene to me? Ishan rushed forward. Why haven't you practiced the electromagnetic cannon? Sin just smiled. I haven't had the time yet. I'll get to it later. Ishan's face grew stern. You must practice it within the next 2 days. If you don't, the church will take you away, and all of this will be for nothing. Sin was confused. Who are you? Ishan introduced himself properly. I am a professor from the church. That electromagnetic cannon is actually the hypergene technique I've been researching. The Grand Magnetic Yin-Yang Cannon. You are the perfect subject for it. The church plans to put it on the banned list, but it's not dangerous at all. It simply needs to be learned. That's why I need you to start practicing immediately, so my efforts won't be wasted. Could this be the Professor Xian mentioned? Sin thought, I never expected to meet him like this, so Ishan used his connections to... Let me practice this new martial art, Sin asked. Why me? Why am I the most suitable person for this hypergene technique? Wouldn't it be more logical to find someone with more experience? Ishan explained. The yin-yang grand magnetic cannon was developed from the remnants of the ancient martial arts of Inyan is a foundational discipline, a prerequisite that anyone under the age of 20 is required to master. Those older than that just can't improve quickly enough. Their development is too slow. He had initially planned on recruiting Nen, but after witnessing their clash, the Hei-ba Strike, he knew he'd made a mistake. It was clear the protagonist was the one he truly needed. The protagonist thanked him, then asked what he would get for his cooperation. He paused to think. Ishan was a church elder. Refusing his offer would be a grave insult. Sin pointed out, You mentioned there would be a reward. Even if Ishan claimed it was safe, there was always a catch. He was willing to be a part of the experiment, but he demanded compensation for the risk. Ishan immediately agreed, telling him he could have as much money as he wanted. As long as he completed the internship, he was taken aback. He hadn't expected Sin to be so forward. This student was certainly one of a kind. With a confident smirk, The protagonist stated he had no need for money. What he wanted was 100 S-rank church cards. Ishan was floored. Do you have any idea what you're asking for? The church operates under a non-disclosure agreement. Even I can't acquire 100 S-rank cards. Besides, Vei, he added, they're useless without the special gene fluid. The protagonist began to turn away, saying, I'm very sorry, but in that case, I can't help you. Sin knew 100 cards was an outrageous demand, but he figured if he didn't aim high, the professor would have forced him into doing it for free. Ishan countered. The church provides me with 2 S-level cards annually, and I've already used some. What do you say to 5 cards, along with the corresponding gene fluid? Sin grinned and agreed, but insisted they sign a contract to ensure 100% trust. A short while later, the protagonist was back home, standing before a monster's cage. He observed the small beast, which could alter its skin color. Its soul allows the user to become invisible at will, he mused. If it's a divine blood-level beast, will I be able to use its power in the competition? He summoned his trident, declaring, the perfect weapon for slaying creatures of heaven and earth. The protagonist dispatched the monster in a single blow, and a system window appeared. Hunt for the divine blood-level chameleon successful. Divine blood-level beast. Soul acquired. Consuming blood and flesh will grant a random 0 to 10 divine blood gene points. Sun laughed aloud. A new divine blood-level beast soul, he exclaimed. My super god gene count is already at 50 points. I'm halfway there. In an instant, he turned invisible. If this power fell into the wrong hands, who knows what chaos would follow? Luckily, I'm a good guy, he smirked. I guess we'll see this soul's true purpose when I go hunt some mutant beasts. Later, the protagonist stood with the other academy participants. Xiang approached him, saying, Well, today's the mid-year control exam. You're never at training. You really think you can pass this? With a calm expression, Sin replied, It won't be a problem, Vitalia interjected. You'd better be serious. The instructor is not a fan of yours and has been angry with you multiple times. Young just waved it off. It's fine. What's wrong with him being strong? The instructor is just overly strict and obsessed with daily attendance. The protagonist smirked to himself. Instructor Sang's training is way too easy, he thought. I don't need to be there. I've honestly forgotten what she even looks like. At that moment, Sang stood before them, a notebook in her hands. Today is your squad's mid-year archery exam, she announced. I expect all of you to take this event seriously. Dong pointed to the side. He instructed the students, Enter one by one. Don't cause a commotion. As the protagonist walked down the hall, the other students whispered in excitement. He's definitely getting the highest score in our squad. One smiled. With 5 levels S, A, B, C, and D, it was a given. It was obvious the protagonist would achieve an S-level score. Sin smiled at their kind words. Thanks. I'm heading in to take the exam now. Watching this, Dong remarked. That protagonist seems quite popular. On top of that, he's a member of our squad. Sang shot back with a dissatisfied look. What good is popularity? The only thing that matters is getting a good grade on this exam. She fumed internally. Sin's attendance record is atrocious. He skips practice and seems to think he can. Do nothing but compete in combat armor tournaments and star in commercials. Until he's accepted for D-rank missions, I'm going to ask the director to have him recalled. This is a critical year for strengthening our archery squad, and I will not allow idiots like him to take this exam. Sang called out. Sin, Yang, Qin, and Ha. They replied with confident smiles, confirming they were ready. Moments later, the first test began shooting at a stationary target. With a placid expression, the protagonist's first arrow struck the bullseye. The academy students erupted in cheers. That was so cool, Dong shouted to the instructor. Did you see that Sin is incredible? Has he joined the academy team? Talent like that can't be wasted. It has to be nurtured, Sang replied coolly. It was just a stationary target. Don't get so excited. We'll see how he handles the real challenges. The next set of tasks began. Shooting while jumping, shooting while on the move, every single arrow found the target's core. The students were in an uproar, shouting that he'd hit every single one. Moving targets, offset targets, even interlocking targets. Sin was unstoppable. "He's amazing. He can do anything," Dong said happily. "That protagonist is the most gifted student I've ever seen. You saw it yourself. He's worthy of an S rank. Please be objective," Sang thought to herself. "He really is incredibly strong, so why hasn't he joined the archery club voluntarily? He could be a core member, but he has no desire to defend the squad's honor." Later, Shaw was on a call with her father. He told her she hadn't visited in a long time and asked if she was swamped with work at the academy. She replied that she had some news for him. After a moment, she asked with a sly smile, "So, Sin is really that powerful? Just let him wait. We'll teach him a lesson soon enough." Elsewhere, the protagonist was sitting in a cafe with his squad. Hyung draped an arm over his shoulder and grinned. "You never show up for training. How did you manage to ace everything?" "I really thought the instructor was going to nail you, but she didn't stand a chance." Sin just smiled. "I guess I was just lucky. It's nothing special." Suddenly, a notification lit up his phone. He glanced at the screen, his eyes widening in surprise. A message from the training center. Xiong leaned in. "It says that due to your excellent academic performance in the middle of the school year, the Department of Academic Affairs has given the go-ahead for a special joint training with instructor Ching Ming." Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Confused, the protagonist asked, "Who's that?" The news stunned them both. "He's the honorary director of Blackhawk," Yang explained, his face full of admiration. "He was an archery instructor here, and even earned himself a nickname. The God of the Bow." Ming cut in, his expression dead serious. "I wouldn't go. His special training is known to completely exhaust people. They say everyone who finishes is left broken and battered. Someone even filed a complaint once, but it was pointless." Ming approached the protagonist, giving him a firm hug. "I'd hate to see you go through that," he said. "I just hope you come back alive." Baffled, Sin asked, "Why are you talking like this is the last time we'll ever meet?" A short time later, the protagonist arrived at the special training hall. "Looks like this is the place," he muttered, glancing at his phone. "I've never been here before. Where's everybody? I figured it would be packed. Maybe I'm too early." Sin stepped inside, only to be greeted by Sang. "Don't be alarmed," she began. "This training session is exclusively for you. Only the top-scoring students qualify for this honor." Sang gestured to the man beside her. "This is Ching. Starting today, he will be your instructor for your special training. I expect you to apply yourself diligently and live up to my expectations." The protagonist smiled and shook his hand. "I'm Hansen, a freshman from the archery squad." He thought, they have the same last name. Are they father and daughter? "I've got a really bad feeling about this." Ching spoke up. "I heard you performed exceptionally well on the mid-year exam. I'm looking forward to seeing your skills for myself." Sang turned to leave. "The special training will commence immediately. I must be going. I have a great deal of work to attend to." As she walked away, she thought, "He'll come crawling to me in a few days, begging me to get him out of here." Ching smiled. "So you're the rising star." Of the Blackhawk Military Academy's archery squad. The academy has very high hopes for you. I plan to pass on everything I know about archery. Ching handed him a metal sphere. First, a small welcome gift. The protagonist thought, "This is an alloy ball. Only those who have achieved incredible breakthroughs can create these." He must have used a hypergeno art to restructure his body's particles, turning his own flesh and blood into a metal alloy. When will I ever reach that level? Sin accepted the ball. "Thank you for the gift," he thought. "This will definitely give me a power boost. I have to admit, he's on a completely different level than me. But I still came ready for anything." "First, show me your horse stance," Ching commanded. "Hold it for 3 hours, and then we'll begin the real training." Sin settled into the stance. I have one small request, he said. I don't really have any hobbies, but I am fond of practicing the Hei-ba Strike. Perhaps we could practice it after our session. Ching's eyes lit up. I've heard you've mastered it. He suddenly launched an attack toward the protagonist, yelling, Why wait until after training? Let's start right now, Sin shouted internally. A Hei punch. The power is incredible. He barely managed to react in time, dodging the blow. Not bad, Ching commented. You sized up that punch instantly. It looks like this is going to be fun. Sin thought. I read online that he loves to compete. He shifted into a combat stance. My turn to attack now. Why don't you try and guess which punch it'll be? Instructor. Will it be a Hei or a Bai? As Sin moved to attack, Ching observed, There's no power behind that windup. Your expression is completely calm. Not a trace of a Hei punch. It has to be a Bai punch. In that split second, the protagonist unleashed a massive Hei punch that sent the instructor flying. Sang saw it all and cried out in fear. How could this happen? She rushed to her father's side. What's going on? Why is the instructor on the ground? Ching replied. It's nothing. We're just sparring. His punches. His skill is truly remarkable. How did you get so good? The protagonist said. You're exaggerating. I was just focusing on the stealth of the technique. This art form focuses on the impact force, with different muscles creating different contractions. However, the real trick is masking those muscle contractions from your opponent. Ching put a friendly arm around the protagonist's shoulder, smiling. Come on, we need to go. I'll explain everything. Sin was confused. Aren't we going to do any more special training? I want to keep going, Ching asked. What special training? You already passed the test with flying colors. There's no point in drilling you on the basics. I'll pass down my knowledge and techniques to you. But we'll do it later. Sin chuckled and said, That doesn't sound very official. Shia, looking annoyed, interjected. Isn't this against Academy regulations? Ching asked. What regulations are you talking about? Don't you have better things to do? Go on, get back to your duties. Annoyed, sigh, Shia wondered. How did Hansen win my father's approval so easily? Is he really so powerful that even Dad was no match for him? 10 days later, the protagonist stood before Shia. Now that you've completed the special training, she began. I recommend you join the Academy's official archery team. While your abilities are impressive, you should still dedicate more time to training. We have a competition coming up, Sin asked. When is it Station Chief Chin might have a mission for me? He thought. If it takes too long, I hope she doesn't ask me to join, Shia explained. The competition itself is brief, and it will be held at the end of the semester, so we still have several months to get ready, the protagonist simply replied. Understood. After some time, he walked down the corridor, looked at his phone, and said, Looks like I missed a call. It was from Ping Ching again. What does she want now? Her message said she found another divine blood creature in Bodjibi. The following day, the protagonist was riding alongside Ping Ching. So what kind of creature are we dealing with? He asked. You're a skilled hunter with plenty of allies. Couldn't you guys handle it without me? Ping Ching replied. If my information is correct, it's an inedible divine blood level creature. Its hide is incredibly tough, almost like it's made of black gold, and it appears to be covered in steel armor, Sin asked. A divine blood creature with steel armor? Then why did you call me for this? She said. We have to take it down today, no matter what, but we need to be careful. It's a massive beast, but it is surprisingly fast and difficult to manage. They rode to a cliff edge, and Ping Ching pointed, saying, Look, over there, the monster is straight ahead. 2 of my allies were struck by its divine blood level sledgehammer. One is already dead, and the other is badly wounded. The protagonist observed. The quicksand pit. That was its domain. Anything that fell inside died. It was clearly hunting the souls of flying beasts. Pining materialized a magic arrow, admitting that she didn't have wings and couldn't join the fight, but she could provide him with divine blood-level arrows. With his archery skills, he could definitely wound it, and she would search for an opening to launch a soul attack. Spreading his wings, Sen declared he didn't need any arrows. He had another way to handle this creature. But what if you get its beast's soul? Pining asked. Give me the soul and the sledgehammer, and you can ask for anything you want in return. Are you sure you don't need the arrows? Sin launched into the air, shouting back. You'd better think twice before paying me when we're done. I'm taking you for a lavish dinner. Mid-flight, the protagonist scowled. I hate these purple dragon wings. What a pain. They were too slow, but just flashy enough to be seen. The creature spotted him and leaped into the air, attacking! Sin dodged the strike and noted that the blow was so powerful. Not even his crystal ant armor could have fully absorbed it. A fierce aerial battle erupted between them. Watching this, Pining thought, that creature is too strong. Why, I'm afraid only someone with a super god gene could fight it. If Sen dies, I'll never forgive myself. She knocked an arrow, shouting, I won't let you die. I'll provide cover. Just find a way to get back. Dodging another attack, Sen yelled, I told you, I know how to handle this. Just watch. The protagonist then briefly touched down on the ground, and suddenly, a massive sandworm erupted from the depths. Perched on its head, Sen roared, Time to accelerate the flow of my superparticles. I'll pour all my strength into a single strike, just as the worm closed in on the creature. The protagonist leaped forward and decapitated it with one devastating blow. He landed and picked up the sledgehammer, yelling, Task complete, but the weapon was so heavy his arm felt like it would tear off. Sen flew over to her, dropped the weapon on the ground, and said, No ordinary person could wield this for long. You're better off selling it. You could get several million for it. Pining looked at him with pure admiration. No one on my team could have handled that thing, Bao. Tell me, did you get the beast's soul? The protagonist sighed. No, I didn't. The body sank into quicksand before I had a chance to. Eat it! In the end, today's haul wasn't so great. He wondered if she might doubt him now. Pining walked up, placed her hands on his chest, and said with a smile, Don't say that. I couldn't be happier. You've proven your worth to me yet again. Just wait. I'll definitely repay you. 2 days. Later, the protagonist was at the Academy headquarters. Why is everyone from the steel armor shelter here? What's going on? Zen, standing on the stage, announced, In 1 month, I will complete my transformation and be promoted to the 2nd level. During that time, a few problems need to be resolved. I have already recommended Manly to become the Chief of Steel Armor and take command of both squads. As for the position of the Special Forces squad leader, she announced, I've decided it will be Han Sen. The members from the steel armor shelter erupted. He's so cool from now on. He's Commander Sen. We never expected this. The station chief is really showing him favor. Did she really just make Sen the commander? She can't be serious. Is he actually better than Commander Yang? Sen smiled. This is a bit sudden. Are you sure you're not joking? He thought Manly's face had gone blank, making things a little awkward. Manly turned to Zen with a look of dissatisfaction. I believe I am more suitable for the role of commander than Han Sen is. The chief replied, Your temperament doesn't fit the requirements of the position. This matter is closed, and there is no point in discussing it further. Now it's time to get back to work. The shelter members crowded him with admiration. If you get a chance, you'll help us with promotions, right? You wouldn't refuse to give your friends a little support, would you? The protagonist laughed and agreed. He smirked, thinking the girls would be upset, and storm out. But he definitely didn't expect Zen to announce this in front of everyone. Since he is now the commander of the Special Forces, he'll be able to purchase better equipment. Manly stepped forward, displeased. You think he's better? Then let him prove it. I want to. Fight him. If I lose, I won't say another word. Zen sighed. She really has a difficult personality, the protagonist replied calmly. I understand that better than anyone, Manly said aggressively. Don't you try to fool me. I want this to be a fair fight. A while later, they were in a room with holographic equipment, Zen said. Log into your accounts and fight in the virtual world using these holographic devices. I think it will be an interesting and fair competition. The protagonist and Manly, holding cards, agreed. Xiaoxia ran into the room, saw them, and asked, What are you two doing here? A while later, the simulation began. The environment is Deep Night, location Forest of Whitebirds. This is a classic training program. Upon entering, you will see a forest 2 kilometers long. Black and white birds will appear in the trees. You must only shoot the black ones. The winner is determined by the number of blackbirds shot and the time spent. Sen and Manly entered the location, and the competition began. Xiaoyao, peeking at the match, wondered. Manly is fighting Sen. Is it because of the boss's announcement today? He took out a device and started recording. The battle. People have to pay to watch this match. Oh. And they can only watch one player. I have no doubt Manly is strong, but I'm going to keep my eyes on Sandro. After appearing in the virtual world with his weapon, the protagonist thought, This is my first time participating in something like this. My rival is Manly. The realization gave him a surge of strength. Sen immediately began shooting at the blackbirds, thinking, I will definitely take this opportunity to show her that I shouldn't be underestimated. The arrows from this bow flew with the same arcing trajectory as one from a divine blood flame butterfly. The number of birds shot is only one condition. The second is speed and so. I need to be faster. Xia, watching the battle through his device, shouted, I'm rooting for Brother Sen. I knew he was amazing. He's a total god of archery. The god in the flesh. Watching him, Sean thought, he's completely surpassed my expectations. I never imagined he'd handle this mode so effortlessly. How does he predict where the bird will appear with such accuracy? His eyes are so sharp, and his speed is just unbelievable. She smiled to herself. ML's opponent is no pushover. Whether she wins or loses is entirely up to her now. 10 minutes later, a system window declared the competition over. Momi emerged from the simulation, beaming. This is my best performance ever! A new record! Victory is definitely mine! Then she spotted the protagonist and figured he must have gotten out. Earlier because he probably shot fewer birds. Shane announced her score was a 5. I got 964 birds. Not too bad. Much better than all my previous runs, but I'm afraid you've won. The protagonist just smiled, showing her his card emblazoned with a massive SA. I did a little better, he said. Shan's eyes widened. You got 1,000 birds, you didn't miss a single one, and you finished 10 minutes faster than me. Mumley was in utter disbelief. How is that even possible? Sean turned away with a smirk. The result speaks for itself. Let's wrap this up and head back. There's a signed mission coming up soon, and I hope we can manage it. The protagonist started to walk away, bidding her farewell. Seeing the look on Mumley's face, he thought, I'd better get out of here. That woman looks like she could actually kill me right now. She stared back with a steely expression. I'll concede my loss this time, but if we ever face off again, I will win, no matter what. Sin sighed internally. What a stubborn woman, completely unable to accept defeat. Sometime later, as Shou Xiao was looking at his phone, grinning. His skills are insane, even better than in the movie. I know that's a weird comparison, but he's just that good. Still, I need to edit this video and then maybe make a poster with S's face on it. Or something. It'd be a real shame if this caused any problems for him. Xia exclaimed. That video title is perfect! This is going to blow up and get a ton of views in no time. A while later, Momi overheard some people buzzing about a video of their match. She fumed silently. It's all because of Sin. He's a natural talent. No wonder I lost. Meanwhile, the protagonist was at the Blackhawk Military Academy's training grounds. Zong approached him. So, it looks like you're officially part of our team now, Sun said. The protagonist immediately tried to backtrack. Wait, does anyone here even want me on the team? We all do, the Academy members roared in unison. Sang, standing on a stage before a holographic display, announced, "I've called you all here today to demonstrate some archery techniques. This is a holographic projection of a student who will be our main rival this year." One of the cadets spoke up. "Wait, isn't that Wu the captain of the Central Military Academy's archery team?" Another cadet agreed. "I think you're right. That guy's physical conditioning is practically at the peak. Coach, are you sure about this? Pitting us against an opponent of that caliber? Isn't that a mistake?" Sang confirmed their fears. "Yes, this is Wu, captain of the archery squad from the Central Military Academy. For the past 3 years, he's competed in various events as part of their archery, combat armor, neo-ancient martial arts, and God's hand teams. In every single competition he joined, the Central Military Academy won by a landslide, all because of him. They even had to change the rules to 1 player, 1 discipline because of his dominance. This year, he's chosen archery. We're going to lose either way, so it's better if I'm just upfront about our chances." "The Central Military Academy is just out of our league," she continued. "And it doesn't even matter which event Wu picks. Sin, what are your thoughts on him?" The protagonist replied with a confident grin. "Win or lose, we'll never know until we face him on the field." A few Academy members grumbled. "What's with the arrogant rookie? What's the point of even trying if you're guaranteed to lose?" Sean whispered to him. "Just ignore them. Get in there and show them that nothing is impossible." Sin's face turned serious. "There's no use wasting breath on talk. They'll see the results when the time comes." He thought to himself, "The more skilled my opponents, the stronger I'll become. This is exactly what I've been looking for." Shia then announced, "In that case, let's watch one more video." The hologram switched to show the movements of an unknown fighter. "Whoa, what is this?" the cadets asked. "Is this Wu? His reaction time and intuition are off the charts." The protagonist frowned. "Is that me? Was someone secretly recording me again?" Shaw approached him directly. "Do you think this person is better than you?" The protagonist considered it for a moment. "I'd say we're on the same level." She raised a hand to the crowd and declared, "Then our goal for this year is set. We will defeat the Central Military Academy. Let's train together and give our players all the support they need." Later, the protagonist and the squad members were heading outside when Pinching called out to him, "Hey, can we talk for a minute? In private, I never got to pay you back for your help tracking that divine blood-level creature in Bodabi. Would you guys mind if I borrow Sin for a bit?" The others just smiled. "Go ahead, we don't mind," as the protagonist started to walk off with her. Shikong commented, "He's smooth. He's already got 1 beauty and now he's snagging a second." Ming shot back with a sour look. "Beauties don't go for crude guys like you." A short time later, they arrived at a place called the Empress's Dining Room. "Where are we?" Sin asked. Confused, he saw 2 warriors sparring in an arena. "Are they training for evolution?" "This," Pinching explained, "is the business of our martial arts school. The God of was a daily spectacle, with students flocking here to compete." "So, what are your plans after you graduate from the academy?" S asked. "What plans could I have? I'm just waiting for, my military service," Ping Ching chimed in. "If you want to become the absolute best, you should really consider joining our martial arts school. So many top fighters have trained there. I'm certain they could help you," she added. "Take your time with the answer. You still have a few years before graduation." "So just think it over," S then asked. "Why do they call this the Empress's Dining Hall? Anyway," Ping Ching answered, "because there's a real empress here." Right on cue, a mysterious woman appeared in the arena. The entire crowd erupted, shouting that she was the empress. S's face grew serious as he thought, "This woman..." Her aura is terrifying. It feels like she just clawed her way out of a sea of corpses and blood. She is unbelievably dangerous, and everyone here can feel it. That's some evolutionary progress. I need to train harder and get on his level," Ping Ching explained. The one challenging her is Gang, from the Iron Fist martial arts. Hall, he's already reached the evolutionary level. The protagonist was shocked, thinking, he's got metallization on his hands if I'm not mistaken. This is the ultimate S-level new martial art alloy, a super metal designed specifically for fists. And this man is the strongest evolutionist alive. When Zhang attacked the Empress, I realized something terrifying even with my enhanced vision. I couldn't track his strike. No, his true power wasn't in his fists, but in his legs. He watched the woman in the arena remain completely still and shouted with excitement. The Empress didn't even dodge! Ping Qing simply smiled. The Empress never loses, she said, just as Zhang's super alloy fist slammed into her face. Unfazed and feeling no pain, the woman activated her magic. My turn now, she declared. I watched in awe. Even his enhanced fists couldn't hurt her. With a single, instantaneous attack, the Empress struck Zhang down. Ping Qing's face was calm as she explained. She's fought thousands of battles and never been defeated. In this place, she is the Empress. Her school is the renowned god of war. A chill went down my spine. I had seen countless videos of evolutionist fights online, but I'd never encountered someone so utterly invincible. This was the kind of power a real evolutionist should possess. Ping Qing came over, put a hand on my shoulder, and said, If you want it, you can gain that same power. You have talent, she continued, so it won't be difficult for you to even surpass her. I had to ask. She's the leader of all the evolutionists, right? Of course she is, Ping Qing replied. But she could become even more powerful if you marry her and join the Hongfu family. After some time, back at the steel armor shelter near the city gate, I reflected on what I'd seen. The Empress is unbelievably strong, but that can't be solely because of her martial arts school. Her unique temperament and natural talent are the real source of her power. I'm still far too weak. I need to reach the second level as soon as possible. As he could. Wei-Yan approached Sin and said, I'm back. It's been too long. I've missed you. Sin shot back. Cut the nonsense. Are you, Sure, there's a divine blood creature in the dark swamps, Wei-Yan replied. Positive. I can't handle it on my own, which is why I came to you for help. I asked him to describe the creature. He replied, It's a humanoid divine blood creature. Its body is covered in black armor, and it carries a spear. It also rides a black, one-horned wildebeest, he added. It moves so fast it runs right across the swamp without sinking. A spear and a mount? I thought, what kind of being was this? Did you even try to fight it? Wei-Yan answered. It was too strong. I nearly died. Luckily, I had a flying mount, so I managed to escape. I stood up. Show me the way. Wei-Yan scrambled after me, thanking me before shouting. Remember the old rule, whoever spots the divine blood creature first gets its soul. You're talking big for someone who couldn't even scratch it, I retorted. The next day, deep in the dark swamp, I was already engaged with a monster. I leaped into the air and lopped off the creature's head with one clean swing. Wei-Yan, watching from his bird, yelled excitedly, That was too close, you scared me to death. He thought to himself, Sin really is amazing. This bird is so uncomfortable to ride. I need to hang on tighter. A short while later, we landed on solid ground. Wei-Yan walked toward my blade and asked with admiration, Is this the divine blood sword from Asgard Island? I confirmed. You're right. It's a pity. This beast doesn't have a soul. Wei-Yan then walked over to the black cat that was absorbing the creature's remains. Is this your pet? In an instant, the small cat morphed into a huge, dangerous animal. Wei-Yan shouted, A super evolutionary Sin! You're really living the high life. You have a pet! Like this. That's incredible. It's almost a divine blood-level battle pet. I cut him off. It's time for us to get down to business. We took cover in the bushes and began to survey the swamp. Have you spotted the creature yet? Wei-Yan whispered. What's your take on it? I replied. You were lucky you escaped from it at all. Its body is covered in seamless armor. This is definitely not some ordinary creature. It's a terrifying humanoid of the divine blood level. A humanoid creature. That's unheard of. It must be incredibly difficult to defeat, Wyan urged. Don't give up so easily, I replied. It's not like me to give up, but we need to come up with a strategy, I told him with a serious expression. No matter what you suggest, I'll listen. Suddenly, the creature spotted us and charged in our direction. I yelled out in alarm. It's discovered us! The creature attacked with lightning speed, but I raised my sword and started parrying its blows. I thought, it can't wield a weapon with skill like me. But it's so strong that even a group of people couldn't handle it. Wyan, already on his bird, shouted, This is a bad idea, let's pull back. As I parried a few more attacks, I realized how strong it was. Its accuracy is top-notch, and its attack speed is unbelievable. Because of that spinning strike, it not only massively increases its own strength, but it also throws off my defense. This thing is really tough to beat, I yelled. Meow June! Attack! In an instant, the small cat transformed into a powerful beast and pounced on the creature. Despite the beast's power, the creature easily swatted the cat's attack away. Wyan excitedly shouted, Get into the air! This creature can't fly! I shot into the sky and yelled, Meow June! Come back! I'm not prepared enough today, so I'll let you go for now. As we flew away from the enemy, Wyan said, That creature has such ferocious strength. How can such a terrifying, divine, blood-level creature even exist? After a while, we landed on the ground. He said excitedly, It's too strong, we need help, I replied. I'll figure it out. That wasn't one creature, but two. The one-horned antelope was actually a separate divine blood-level creature, Wyan asked in surprise. Are you saying that we were fighting two creatures at the same time? How is that possible? With a serious face, I thought to myself that while it was fighting Meow June, it didn't use its transformation and super particle flow acceleration technique. My strength isn't enough to handle this divine blood-level creature by myself, which is why it relied on its mount. I stood up and headed back toward the swamp. Wyan asked excitedly, Where are you going? Rest time is over, I replied. We need to fight this thing again. A short time later, we were back in the bushes and began to watch. Wyan, seeing that the creature was sinking into the swamp, asked, What is it doing? Is it just taking a bath? How can it do that in full armor? Maybe it's obsessed with cleanliness. The protagonist charged, shouting, This is our opening, Meow Jun! Now! Sin launched a crushing blow, but the creature swapped its weapon with blinding speed to parry the strike. How did it know I was about to attack? The protagonist wondered, How does it anticipate my every move? Is it some kind of unique skill? Wyan, watching with a grin, thought, He can't handle this thing. The protagonist shot into the air, yelling, I'll be back if it doesn't work the first time. It'll work on the 10th. I'll keep trying until this monster is dead. A few days later, Sin was slumped against a tree, exhausted, while Juan sat beside him, holding his hand. It's been so many days, she said, and you're still trying to kill it alone. Why not ask for help? We could find a few more people. Sin shook his head. Don't worry, just one more try. I've figured out the secret to its technique. The protagonist once again faced the monster, his mind racing. It's not just the rotation, it's the fact that it's always counterclockwise. A standard spin is meant to strike the enemy directly, but a counterclockwise one is designed to sap their strength. It reads my attacks and then uses that spin to counter them, day after day, and it hasn't made a single error. The creature seemed to taunt him, as if his efforts were meaningless. Half a month later, the protagonist stared at the book, his expression grim. After all these days of training, my great yin-yang magnetic cannon is finally starting to work. Some time passed, and Sin was back in the swamp, shouting, Who can I call Wyan? Maybe he wouldn't just ditch me and run, right? He lamented that. He was unable to use the great yin-yang magnetic cannon, having never found a worthy weapon. Just then, the monster lunged at him, cloaked in magical energy. Sin roared. This time, I'll finish you with my bare hands. As the creature's attack connected, Sin mused, whether I use a yin punch or a yang punch, the effect is totally different. Even if this thing could predict the type of punch, its power would be completely erratic. In a flash, the protagonist launched his counterattack, landing a solid hit to its torso. He backed off slightly. Too bad. I was aiming for the face. Sin's expression was serious. That was a yin punch, which has a penetrating effect. It has to work. Moments later, blood gushed from the creature's mouth. A smile crept across the protagonist's face. The punch bypassed its armor and ruptured its internal organs. The creature went berserk, attacking with lightning-fast strikes. Sin nervously blocked with his sword, thinking, "It definitely took a huge amount of damage, so why is it even more ferocious now?" The protagonist launched himself into the air and yelled, "Meow, Jun! Fall back!" The monster fired a magical blast at Sin, which he narrowly dodged. After a brief skirmish, the protagonist retreated and declared, "I've almost got it. The monster has to be struggling now. I need to press the attack while it's wounded." The following day, the protagonist hid in the bushes, observing the creature. It's surprisingly meticulous about cleanliness. Since it's injured, it's taking its time with water treatments. Wait, what is this? This thing looks healthier than I do. I know I wrecked its insides, but it recovered in a single night. There must be something in this swamp with healing properties. 2 months later, the protagonist soared above the swamp, thinking, "There's nothing here but plants. The mutant creatures I'm raising back home are about to reach the divine blood level. I can't wait any longer. This is my one and only chance. And I have to take it." Sin plunged beneath the water's surface, only to re-emerge moments later, deep in thought. It's been a long time since divine blood-level beasts pushed me this hard. There's nothing special about this water, so why don't they ever leave, even with minor injuries? As long as they stay in the water, they attack on sight. The creature turned towards him, but Sin dove back down. Perfect, he thought. All that training paid off. It didn't spot me. The beast lunged for the protagonist, but he managed to wound the antelope at its side before soaring into the sky. The protagonist yelled, "The enemy had an antelope on the shore I couldn't get to, but now it's got a man with a serious weapon coming for it." He struck the creature, remarking, "Damn, it's strong. It blocked my attack even from point-blank range. But there's no way it could have predicted this move." The enraged creature charged at Sin, but he deftly sidestepped. "What happened? You actually missed. It didn't even try to alter its trajectory." The beast attacked again, but the protagonist dodged and countered flawlessly. He shouted, "I used a yang strike. Its rotational power reverses." Direction, making the blow faster and stronger. In an instant, Sin flew into the air and delivered the final, decisive blow. A system window appeared. Hunt successful. Divine Blood Rider hunted. The protagonist has obtained a divine blood beast soul. Flesh and blood are inedible. The antelope creature had also perished. Another system window popped up. One-horned antelope hunt successful. Beast soul not obtained. The protagonist may consume the flesh and blood to randomly obtain 0 to 10 super god level genes. Sin grinned. Victory! 2 divine blood rider creatures and 1 beast soul. Later, the protagonist sat by a fire with a cooking pot and spoke to the angel. "I'm so glad I fed you. You have no idea this is the flesh and blood of mutant beasts. Do you? Feeding you divine blood rider meat is a real luxury for me. Oh well, no use wasting it. If you can't finish it all, I'll help you out." Sometime later, as the protagonist prepared more food, a system window appeared. Beast soul is a divine blood level rider soul. Super god level, replaces basement class. Sin grumbled. It can't even be summoned. What kind of useless beast soul is this? It's a shame. I don't have a soul for it. I'll just have to raise another one. No matter what, I will get that beast's soul. Meanwhile, back at her headquarters, Sang asked her subordinates, "Is there any word from Sin? He's been gone for 3 months. The archery tournament is about to begin. Everyone's been notified, but Sin is still nowhere to be found. That guy doesn't have a care in the world." A while later, Sang finally ran into the protagonist and said with an irritated look, "The competition is about to start, and I haven't attended a single training session." Sin's face lit up with excitement. "I completely forgot about that. It's not like you needed any solo training, right? You just have to practice with the team for a few days," Sang retorted. "If you're so confident you can defeat the Central Military Academy, then maybe we don't need to train at all," S asked her. "Are you mad at me? I mean, you're an evolutionist stronger, faster, and more precise. Wouldn't you be ashamed if I managed to defeat you?" Sang just knocked an arrow and said, "We'll see about that if you can, but it won't be easy in the slightest." The protagonist simply picked up a bow, took aim, and said with a grin, "We'll never know who's going to win until we get started, right?" Kion explained. "A moving target will appear suddenly from different spots. Whoever hits it first scores a point. The target doesn't have any accuracy rings, only hit-or-miss zones. Hitting a miss zone doesn't count. Are you ready for this?" Sin thought to herself with a nurse smirk. These training bows are both rated at 7.0. They're identical. So even though I'm an evolutionist, it won't give me an edge here. This contest isn't about strength. It's about the proper use of the bow. My main advantage is my reaction speed. The competition began, and an arrow flew straight to the target. The scoreboard lit up, showing 1-0 in Sin's favor. She smiled. "It seems you're not so great after all."